almost see them jeering, the assistant directors. There was a smile on one of their faces, right? And then they fixed it, and then it was fine. And I remember even as an 18-year-old thinking, if this had been Jairam, my co-star, would they have got away with this? So disrespectful behavior. And I told a friend of mine that when I was doing a song sequence with a hero, in the last minute, the hug would be so tight and I would be putting my hand in front because I was so uncomfortable with this man. So experiences like that made me leave.
You began your career at the age of 18 and you already faced so many bitter experiences. But today, in this context, almost 3 decades, the Hema Committee Report has come out. And it has talking about rampant sexual abuse of women in the industry itself. Did you have to go through something like this of an abuse within the industry itself? That is the reason, because we understand that you left everything, you packed your bags, you went to study in USA, and today you've taken a doctorate in human development and family planning. So you are family science. So did you go through any similar experience?
Yes.
And
yes, I did.
If you are comfortable, would you like to talk about it?
Sure. Yes. Before I did Malayalam movies, I did a Tamil movie, and I received this offer because I was doing theater in college at that point. So I received a role. I went for a screen test. I fought my mother to go because she was very anti-movies. I went, and this was a very famous actress, and her husband. And I remember feeling very disgusted when I first met him, did not like the feeling, said no, came back. But they convinced my father, saying they had paid so much money to record songs with me in mind. After one meeting with me, they said, I think this was a lie. And they've made me feel very guilty for having said no. So I went ahead and agreed to do this movie, despite not wanting to. He treated me pretty poorly during the first half of the shoot schedule because I had clearly said I don't want to work with him. She was listed as director of the movie, and she told me only she would interact with me, but throughout it was him who was directing the movie. And he gave me the silent, angry treatment. And then gradually, because I was taught to be a good student, a listener, an obedient child, and this man was angry with me. That created this sense of guilt in me, and I tried to appease him. I was very good on set, and I behaved myself, and gradually he deigned to be nicer to me, and they treated me as their family. And they told me I was like her daughter who had left the house because she had accused the same man of rape. So they treated me like that daughter. Now she said I looked like her daughter, and she said I miss my daughter. And then we became this fake family. And I was 18, but more like a 12-year-old, psychologically very sheltered, went to a girls' school. I had never engaged in any romantic relationship with any guy before, right? Now, I had to go for dance rehearsals to their house after the first schedule. And one of those days when she wasn't around, this man reached forward, tells me I love you, and he kisses me. He's nearly 40 years old. I'm 18. I have said no to many boys in college, but this shocked me. I froze, didn't know what to do. I didn't tell anybody. I was so ashamed that people would judge me because I had done something wrong. Never spoke about it. Didn't want to get out of the movie because, again, I'm going to create a big furor if I get out of a movie. So I continued going for rehearsals, and they were mentoring me, right? Teaching me even the dialect. I wasn't so good at speaking Tamil. And then he gradually upped the game. As every time his wife wasn't around, he would abuse me. He would touch me all over. And then one day he raped me. He forced himself on me because I had never had sex. So I pushed him away out of pain, and he got angry with me and he forced himself on me. This continued for months, where they would treat me like their child. He would tell me I was his daughter and also tell me he wanted to have a child with me because his wife wouldn't have a child with him. Confused mind, psychologically. I had college going for me. I was still studying and doing really well there. That kept my sanity. He isolated me from my family, spoke ill about my family, my friends, told me I have to listen to how they behave because I'm supposed to behave like an actress, not a student, not a girl. I was all alone and I froze. I did not tell anybody. And this continued for close to a year.
It's quite, it shakes my being itself when I hear this, even though this has happened 3 decades ago. And today you are ready to reveal your identity. I want to ask you, you describe it, but today, even now, you do not want to name this perpetrator, this disgusting human being. But you are ready to reveal your own identity. You're a survivor. May I know why? Why, ma'am?
Why I'm not willing to reveal his identity? I am, but to the police first. I do want to talk to the police about it and let the law take its course. I'm very happy with what's happening currently. All these years, there is a reason I did not feel safe enough to speak about this, right? Even though that man enslaved me, I was his sex slave. That's what I was. And I have not, even to my own family, it took me 20 years to talk about this because of the shame that I experienced, because I thought I was the bad one. So if our society has taught women and maybe even boys and men to feel like they are the responsible ones, they are the victims, how do you expect me to just openly declare? I don't know what the repercussions will be. So my aunt, who is an actress and director in the film industry, Mrs. Lakshmi Ramakrishnan, she has guided me through this process. And I believe that it's going to be best for me to talk to the police first.
So you find that there is purpose in this. You kind of believe that the Hema Committee report and this special investigative team is going to result in an everlasting solution for safe workplace for women in the future. And am I reading you right when I say that is the purpose that you come forward with?
Oh, absolutely. I want to be a part of this movement and change for a lifetime. And I want to be clear that we redefine consent. That consent is not about in that moment, very obviously a man who's a bad man comes and rapes you. It is people who are in authority, always in some position of authority, whether it's in your family, in your workplace, it doesn't matter. We have been taught to fake respect all authority figures. We need to start seeing them as people, and it starts in the family. It starts in training our children to trust themselves. So this is a much bigger message than just what's going on currently. And for me, for the rest of my life, this is the message I'll pass on.
Some bits and pieces of revelations have come from, many of the junior artists, many artists have come forward. After seeing this, many women or people who have worked in industry, I'm not even talking about Malayalam film. Anybody who's watching this would want to come out and probably speak out. What is your message to those women who probably would have undergone the same kind of situation that you are in? What is it that you would expect them? Because you also have a doctorate in a field that is so close to human development. So what is it that you would want to tell those girls out there? Do they need to come out or do they need to hold it? What is it? What is the solution that you have come across for healing?
Ashwin, I'm not going to tell people what to do. Okay, they have to do what's comfortable with for themselves in their lives, in their situation. My situation is different. I have support now. I didn't have support before. So I'm not going to force anybody to talk about their situation, but I do want them to know I'm speaking so that they know that this doesn't happen to only one kind of human being, somebody who comes from a village to the movie industry. It can happen to anybody. I was from an affluent family, well educated. My parents were professionals, right? I was in a college. I was a smart student. It happened to me too. All my classmates have come to know. They are shocked today. They're all reaching out to me saying, we didn't know we were part of your life. So it can happen to anybody. It's not your fault. And even if at that point, when the perpetrator was abusing you and your body looked like it gave consent because the body responds on its own, but your brain is frozen, your body will have its responses because to touch, if you've not been touched before, that doesn't mean you're giving consent. That just means body is doing its thing and you can't stop it. And the man will take that as consent, or a perpetrator, anybody. So we all need to be more educated about what consent means, what is coercion, what is rape. So that's my message to everybody. Let's talk about this more.
Talk about it more. And you're ready to discuss in detail to the SIT. It's this whole whole trauma that you had to go through, your experience. You're ready to reveal it only to them. Am I right?
Yes.
It's been difficult, to question or make more questions, but we will leave it at this at the moment. But we hope that this interview becomes a fulcrum for transformation, and it brings more solace to you, and also that revolution happens in the industry itself, so that this kind of attitude changes and women are more safe at their workplace wherever they are. It's an absolute honor to speak to you, and thank you so much for sharing your time, and absolutely brave of you to come forward and speak to us. Thank you once again, Dr. Sujatha. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashwin. Appreciate it.
The third meeting of JPC on Waqf Amendment Bill to begin at 11 o'clock at Parliament NXC. This is the third meeting which will go on for the 2 consecutive days, today and tomorrow. The ministries will be presenting the presentation and their suggestions on how several Waqfs have occupied the land which belongs to the ministry in several states. Right now you are watching Republic TV. The rolling coverage entire day will go on from inside. We'll get the top sources information, exactly what happens in Waqf and across the country. The breaking exclusive only on Republic TV. We'll be back after a short break.
He floated like a butterfly, stung like a bee, and shook up the world. Born in 1942 as Cassius Clay Jr., Muhammad Ali was destined for greatness right from the start.
Ali moving in on London. A fuselage of punches by Muhammad Ali.
At the age of 18, he won the Olympic gold. At 22, he shocked the world by defeating Sonny Liston to become a heavyweight champion. But it wasn't just his victories, his records that makes Muhammad Ali special. It was how he won. He was not just a fighter, he was a poet in motion. His footwork was unlike anything boxing had ever seen. Quick, elusive and graceful. Ali revolutionized the sport with his unorthodox style. He did not only beat his opponents physically, he outsmarted them. So here's why Muhammad Ali has been hailed as the greatest ever. Ali won the Olympic gold at 18 years of age to kickstart the legendary career in the year 1960. In 1964, he became the world champion, defeating Sonny Liston to claim his first heavyweight title. In the same year, he converted to Islam and became Muhammad Ali. Outside the
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
And a quick check of the headlines. We are tracking pictures that nail the role of Darshan in Goswami murder probe emerge. Key hearing on Kejriwal's bail plea underway in top court. After Samajwadi Party, now Congress denounces bulldozer action. India shines bright at Paris Paralympics as medal tally rises to 24. Trudeau government faces political challenge after ally NDP withdraws support. Time now for a short commercial break. On the other side, Joint Parliamentary Committee set to hold crucial meet on Waqf reform shortly.
You're really talking very wisely, and I can't help but break up the statement you gave about Bhagavad Gita. Yes. And I could see the impact it has had on you the way you're speaking right now. So how has it really helped you? If you could tell our viewers, do you read it daily, or how does it really come to your life?
So my mother is a Sanskrit and Hindi lecturer, and since childhood she is the one who actually kept me very disciplined and very what I had to do on priority. For example, if I have to do my homework or follow my routine and everything, she's the kind of person who would be like, you have to do it, that's your priority, do that first, and after that only I'll allow you for something else. So she kept me very disciplined and everything throughout my life. And now so initially she only told me about Bhagavad Gita and everything. So she is the person who is like, she tells me about history, she tells me about Indian mythology, or I say it history, Indian history I say. So she tells me about all these stories and the actual history of India. And then now I was like, you know what, I should probably start reading Gita thoroughly. And I have this meditation guru who actually tells me 2 or 3 verses every day, so that it helps me in my general life as well. Because how old it may seem, as old as it may seem, it is relevant in today's life as well. You only have to actually sit and try and connect it with your daily life. So for me, so many verses are there, but especially I really love one, that do your karma and do not focus on the result.
During Prime Minister Modi's 2-day visit, India and Singapore signed several MOUs focused on digital technology cooperation. The agreement aims to enhance collaboration in areas like digital public infrastructure, cyber security, 5G and emerging technologies. It also emphasizes workforce upskilling and reskilling, demonstrating a shared commitment to adapting to technological advancements. This MOU is expected to open new opportunities for innovation and improve digital security in both nations. Mario Draghi, former head of European Central Bank, has voiced concerns about the European Union's declining global competitiveness. In a recent address, Draghi pointed out issues such as stagnant innovation, high energy costs and skill shortages. He was tasked by the European Commission a year ago to explore ways for the EU to stay competitive while transitioning to a greener economy amidst escalating global tensions. The Bank of Canada reduced its key policy rate by 25 basis points to 4.25. This reduction, which is the third consecutive cut, is aimed at addressing weaker than anticipated economic growth and easing inflation pressures. Despite inflation falling to a 40-month low of 2.5% in July, it remains above the bank's target of 2%. The bank's previous forecast of 2.8% annualized growth for the third quarter is now at risk due to weaker than expected data for June and July. Social media platform X secured a legal win by partially blocking a California law that requires social media companies to publicly disclose their policies on handling disinformation, harassment, hate speech and extremism. The 9th U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals overturned a lower court's decision that had previously allowed the law to be enforced. The law mandates detailed reports on content moderation practices, but Musk's lawsuit argues it infringes upon First Amendment rights. scrapping angel tax to establishing a 1,000 crore venture capital fund for the space economy, the Union Budget 2024 seems to be on a mission to foster the startup culture in India. We are delighted to announce Republic Digital Roundtable Edition 1, Decoding the Budget Blueprint for Startups 2024. This roundtable that will delve into the key reforms set to reshape India's entrepreneurial landscape.
Viewers, much more coming up. India and Singapore signed several MOUs as PM Modi visits Singapore. Stay tuned.
Director, The Taste of Success.
Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Breaking up, Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. A top story comes in from the Apex Court to where the hearing is underway on Arvind Kejriwal's bail plea. Will he get bail today? Well, we'll find that out later as the hearing progresses. But as usual, the headlines. Let's get started.
Presented by Royal Global University. Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch bano.
Nearly a month on, India's unrelenting fight for justice continues. Abhaya's parents make a big charge, say Mamta's police try to bribe them. Joint Parliamentary Committee set to hold crucial meet on Waqf reform shortly. After 5 days of uncertainty, Sukhu government finally credits salaries amid financial crisis. In Singapore, Prime Minister inks key pact on semiconductors, holds bilateral talks. Get another shocker from Bangladesh after back-to-back attacks. Hindus now are being profiled.
Presented by Royal Global University. Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch bano.
The Supreme Court is hearing Delhi CM Arvind Kejriwal's bail plea. This case challenges the legality of his arrest by the Central Bureau of Investigation in the Delhi excise policy case, viewers. That's what we're learning of right now on Republic TV, and we'll tell you exactly what's happening in the court. What we can tell you is that Supreme Court is hearing the plea, and right now Arvind Kejriwal is, viewers, arguing for his bail. I just want to go across to my colleague Priyanka, who's joining us live. And Priyanka is, in fact, getting us all the top updates. Priyanka, if you could take our viewers through what's happening as Arvind Kejriwal is in the court. We also know the Apex Court had given CBI time to file a counter affidavit.
Well, that's right. Right now, the arguments are currently underway in the Supreme Court. And when it comes to Arvind Kejriwal, remember, once again reiterating for our viewers, that currently there are arguments underway in terms of two petitions. First, that is challenging the legality of Arvind Kejriwal's arrest. And secondly, is his bail plea. Now, when it comes to Arvind Kejriwal's bail petition, I beg your pardon, there have been several arguments that have been made by Abhishek Manu Singhvi, who is in fact appearing for Arvind Kejriwal, where he says that triple test has been satisfied fully. Every other possible co-accused has been released. Remember, in the recent time, we have seen release of K. Kavita, we have seen the release of Sanjay Singh, Buchi, Babu, Vijay Nair. So the big question is, when there have been so many releases in this excise policy case, whether there is a chance for Kejriwal to be released on a bail in terms of the CBI case in this, in connection to the excise policy. Remember, Kejriwal already has got relief from the Supreme Court in terms of the enforcement directorate angle that was taking look at the money laundering situations in this case. But when it comes to corruption, we have seen the CBI constantly maintaining the fact that Arvind Kejriwal has been evasive in his answers and that he has not been cooperating, and that there is more and that needs to be investigated. Currently, we are seeing that there are arguments that have been made by Abhishek Manu Singhvi as well as the ASG. He has said that Sisodia, I'm quoting the ASG now, Sisodia went to trial court. Here you have not even gone once. There are a large number of cases where the Supreme Court said we can't interfere. Go back to the trial court. It is not fair to look at one para like that without facts. So there, a counter argument coming in from the side of the ASG. Now what we are seeing, there is in fact a war of words that is going on between the ASG and Abhishek Manu Singhvi in the court. All the efforts from the side of Abhishek Manu Singhvi to somehow get a relief for Arvind Kejriwal in the CBI case, given that there are situations that the other accused have been out on bail. So the big question lies whether it will be the day for Kejriwal today or not. All eyes are going to be on the Supreme Court's ruling in this.
That is right, Riyanka. Coming back to you in just a short while as a hearing progresses. I'll be coming back to Riyanka. We'll move ahead right now to the other story. We're tracking on Republic TV, where we are learning, viewers, the Joint Parliamentary Committee is holding its third meeting on the WAF Amendment Bill today. The committee has opened a 15-day window for the public to submit suggestions regarding the proposed changes. This meeting is crucial for shaping the future of the WAF amendment legislation. Let's go ahead and play out the reactions.
सच बातें हैं, बहुत सी जगह जो गवर्नमेंट ऑफिसर्स की जगह है, गवर्नमेंट की ताबे में जो ज़मीनें हैं, सडनली कोई तो आता है और बोलता है कि ये वक्फ की ज़मीन है। ऐसी देश में बहुत सी लैंड ऑक्यूपाई वक्फ बोर्ड ने की है। बहुत से जो लैंड है वहाँ कुछ माफिया बैठे हैं, वो उस ज़मीन का उपयोग, उसके आने वाले आमदनी का उपयोग खुद के लिए कर रहे हैं, समाज के लिए कुछ भी नहीं कर रहे। वो ज़मीनों पे कुछ मेडिकल कॉलेजेस होना चाहिए, कुछ हॉस्पिटल्स होना चाहिए, ये नहीं होते। वहाँ अलग कारोबार चल रहा है, गवर्नमेंट की जगह ऑक्यूपाई कर रहे हैं, लोगों की खुद की जगह ऑक्यूपाई कर रहे हैं, बहुत से गरीब लोगों को वो ज़मीन से हकाल दे रहे हैं। ऐसी बहुत से चीज़ें हैं। और जो अपोजिशन है वो ये वक्फ अमेंडमेंट बिल ये मुसलमानों के खिलाफ है, ऐसी गलतफहमियाँ समाज में लेके जा रहे हैं, क्योंकि उनको वोटों की राजनीति कर रहे हैं। बहुत से लोग वो बोर्ड से जुड़े हुए हैं और देश की संपत्ति है, देश की संपत्ति बचाना चाहिए। और जो बिल आया है वो कुछ अलग नहीं है, कुछ नया नहीं है। 95 का वक्फ बोर्ड है, बाद में सच्चर आयोग का निर्माण कांग्रेस ने किया था, उसका जो इम्प्लीमेंटेशन है वो अभी तक नहीं हुआ था। वो इम्प्लीमेंटेशन के लिए ये बिल लाया है, लेकिन खुद को वोटों की राजनीति करने के लिए ये सब गलतफहमियाँ बाहर समाज में आ रही है। लेकिन सरकार का ये काम है, लोगों की ज़मीनें, लोगों की आमदनियाँ, उसका उपयोग गरीब मुसलमानों के लिए होने की ज़रूरत है। मुसलमानों में भी अनेक धर्म है, अनेक पंथ है, उनको भी वक्फ बोर्ड में उनका प्रतिनिधित्व देना चाहिए, इसीलिए ये बिल लाया हुआ है।
Abhaya's parents have joined the ongoing doctors' protest, viewers. Remember, this is coming in the wake of the brutal rape and murder of a Kolkata doctor. Now, they are accusing the police of attempting to bribe them with money to suppress the case. The allegations have fueled further outrage, intensifying calls for justice as protests continue across the state. Big update coming in right now. Chorus grows for justice for Abhaya, and the parents have joined in the protests after that horrific incident. I want to go across and play out the reactions coming in and the big allegations which are being made.
তখন আমার মেয়ের দেহ আমার ঘরে সাহিত্য ছিল, তখন ডিসি নর্থ আমাদের ঘরের একটা গলিতে ঢুকে ঘরের ভেতরে তিনি আমাকে টাকা দেওয়ার চেষ্টা করেন এবং তার সাথে জবাব দেওয়ার আমরা সঙ্গে সঙ্গে সেই জবাবটা দিই। তখন আমার মেয়ের দেহ আমার ঘরে সাহিত্য ছিল, তখন ডিসি নর্থ আমাদের ঘরের একটা গলিতে ঢুকে ঘরের ভেতরে তিনি আমাকে টাকা দেওয়ার চেষ্টা করেন এবং তার সাথে জবাব দেওয়ার আমরা সঙ্গে সঙ্গে সেই জবাবটা দিই।
We're getting some top updates coming in next segment, Bharat in 5 minutes. We are getting to know that several MOUs were signed between India and Singapore in the fields of digital technologies, health and medicine, educational cooperation and skills development, and the India-Singapore semiconductor ecosystem partnership in the presence of Prime Minister Modi and Singapore PM Lawrence Wong in Singapore.
मुझे विश्वास है 4G के नेतृत्व में सिंगापुर और अधिक तेजी से प्रगति करेगा। एक्सेलेंसी, सिंगापुर केवल एक पार्टनर देश नहीं है, सिंगापुर हर विकासशील देश के लिए एक प्रेरणा है। हम भी भारत में अनेकों सिंगापुर बनाना चाहते हैं।
Supreme Court will hear Delhi CM Arvind Kejriwal's bail plea against the CBI regarding his arrest. Kejriwal has challenged Delhi High Court's decision upholding his arrest in a corruption case. The court adjourned the hearing of Kejriwal's petition on October 23rd, giving the CBI 1 week to respond to the pleas. Sujatha in a tweet condemned the appalling and disgusting attack on peaceful protesters in West Bengal, Kuch Bihar district. Now, the Bengal leader of opposition stated that the attack was carried out by the TMC bloc president Biswajit Roy and other TMC goons. The financial crisis in Himachal Pradesh has led to delays in the salaries of government employees. Himachal Pradesh Minister Vikramaditya Singh stated that the focus should be on solving this problem and criticizing the BJP for politicizing the issue.
नीति कम होनी चाहिए, ये चाहे पक्ष में है चाहे विपक्ष में है, सबको इसके बारे में चिंतन मंथन करना चाहिए कि कैसे हम प्रदेश को जो ये डेट ट्रैप है इससे कैसे बाहर निकालना है, इसके ऊपर मंथन होना चाहिए और प्रदेश को वापस प्रगति की राह पर आगे ले जाने के लिए हमको सबको प्रयास करना चाहिए।
Congress leader Lakshman Singh, brother of Digvijay Singh, has labelled Sam Pitroda as the biggest enemy of the Congress. Singh accused Pitroda of creating differences within the party, particularly between the father and son. This statement came after Pitroda praised Rahul Gandhi over Rajiv Gandhi. Lakshman Singh later deleted the post following the controversy. The Indian drone industry will showcase its capabilities for the Indian Army in high altitude areas at an event in Ladakh on September 17 to 18. The event titled Dronathon 2 will be conducted under actual terrain and environmental conditions at an altitude of 4,000-5,000 meters.
in terms of weather and terrain which our troops have to face are enormous. And it is here that the drones can actually provide a solution to many of those problems which are faced by the troops operating in those high altitude areas.
A 70-year-old man identified as Anwar Khan has been arrested for molesting a 7-year-old Dalit Hindu girl in Uttar Pradesh's Sitapur district. The girl had gone to the accused shop where he gave her a toffee and then attempted to pull her into the shop by holding her hand. The girl's father has lodged a complaint with the police.
से संबंधित एफआईआर तत्काल सुसंगत धाराओं में पंजीकृत कर लिया गया था। इसके अभियुक्त की गिरफ्तारी भी कर ली गई है। प्रकरण चूंकि पॉक्सो एक्ट से संबंधित है और इस संदर्भ में सभी विधिक कार्रवाई को शीघ्रता से पूर्ण करके फास्ट ट्रैक कोर्ट से इसका विचारण कराया जाएगा।
7 fishermen from Rameshwaram who were arrested by the Sri Lankan Navy on July 23rd for alleged cross-border fishing have been released and have arrived at Chennai airport. There's some big breaking updates coming in right now, viewers, where we are learning that prominent Kannada actors Chetan, Neetu Shetty, Shruti Hariharan visited CM Siddaramaia's residence today. They're seeking intervention in the ongoing sexual harassment investigation in the sandalwood industry. The actors are pushing for a fair and thorough probe into serious allegations within the Kannada film industry, viewers. Big update coming in on Republic TV as we keep getting more updates. This is what we are learning of. Remember these Kannada actors have already signed a petition requesting the Siddaramaiya-led government to form a committee and probe into the sexual assault cases in the Kannada film industry. And Kannada film industry is also known as sandalwood. Now, those visuals are coming in where you can see the prominent Kannada actors are at the residence of CM Siddaramaiya. And they're asking for intervention in the ongoing sexual harassment investigation in the sandalwood industry. The actors are pushing for a fair and thorough probe into the serious allegations within the Kannada film industry. That is what we are learning of on Republic TV. And this is coming in, viewers, as we have seen that the Film Industry for Rights and Equality has taken the initiative and drafted a letter asking the Kannada government to probe into the cases of sexual assault in the Kannada film industry. I want to go across to my colleague Shri Lakshmi, who's joining us from the Kannada newsroom. Thank you for joining us, Shri Lakshmi. If you could take our viewers through what the latest is, what are we seeing on our screens, and what has been signed, which petition has been signed, what does that petition say?
Well, Shivangi, a forum took its delegation to meet CM Siddaramaiah today, saying that they need a body or to conduct inquiries on similar incidences which is happening in Malayalam film industry. But fortunately, we have not come up with many such incidences in sandalwood here. That's what actresses whom I have met personally said, including Sanjana Galrani. But the thing is, here, though there's not many such incidences, a kind of body needed to safeguard the interests of women, especially young girls who are entering the sandalwood to become actresses. That's what many female actresses feel. But anyway, including social activist Chetan, many actresses met along with the delegation. They met CM Siddaramaiah today, insisting to form a committee in Karnataka as well to to handle such cases of sexual exploitation and many such harassments. Even Siddaramaiah said that he's going to discuss with his cabinet team today when he meets for a cabinet meeting. Of course, there's not many such incidences. People like Prashant Sambargi, who is a distributor, also of the opinion that not many such incidences like Malayalam or Telugu industry here in Kannada. It is like a small family of around 3,000 people. But they make allegations against this fire forum itself, saying that they're doing it for publicity. But in general opinion from the industry, it is said that a body to protect, since there's already a body to protect interests of male actors, similar body to protect the interests of female actresses in Sandalwood needed as well. Shivangi.
All right, thank you, Shri Lakshmi, for getting us all those details. I'll be coming back to you and getting our viewers' top updates as serious allegations have now hit Sandalwood film industry. We move ahead, viewers, to some of the other top headlines that we are tracking.
Hello, Moto. Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Pictures that nail the role of Darshan in Hema murder probe emerge. Key hearing on Kejriwal's bail plea underway in Supreme Court. After Samajwadi Party, now Congress, it announces bulldozer action. India shines bright at Paris Paralympics as medal tally rises to 24. Trudeau government faces political challenge after ally NDP withdraws support. And viewers, we move ahead right now to the other story you're tracking. The unprecedented raids in Andhra Pradesh have led to catastrophic situation, claiming 32 lives and displacing 40,000 people. The National Disaster Response Force and the Andhra Pradesh Disaster Response Force have evacuated thousands of flood victims in the state. The center has constituted a team of experts that will visit flood-hit areas of the state. Take a look.
Andhra Pradesh is battered with floods caused by heavy rainfall in the state. The death toll has increased to 32 and those evacuated and shifted to relief camps have increased to over 45,000. The districts of Vijayawada, Guntur and Palnadu have been worst affected due to floods. Out of the 32 tragic deaths, Vijayawada accounted for 24 deaths, while 7 people died in Guntur and 2 Palnadu districts. Republic TV spoke exclusively to Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu, who said that a detailed report of the tragedy will be submitted.
Control, little bit water is adding, but we are watching very carefully. Now rehabilitation relief is going in a big way. We are confident 1 or 2 days everything will be normal. We will bring a maximum normalcy.
By when is the restoration work expected and what sort of the help government is going to give to the people, sir?
No, as on today food we are supplying, sanitation, drinking water, medical camps, everything is going on. Tomorrow onwards essential commodities we are going to supply.
So what's the help you are asking from the center, sir?
No, I am sending the report today. I am asking them to send team and liberally we are requesting them to announce liberally to rehabilitate.
The centre has assured all assistance and help to Andhra Pradesh. CM Naidu will send a detailed report to the centre and will be asking to send more teams for rescue and relief work. Meanwhile, several parts of Andhra Pradesh have started returning to normalcy and the floods continue to recede to a considerable extent.
And viewers, we move ahead to the big international story coming in. Retirees took to the streets of Argentina's Buenos Aires after President Javier Milei announced he would block plans to raise pensions in line with Argentina's triple-digit inflation rates. Here's a full report.
Retirees marched through the streets of Argentina's Buenos Aires. The protest was against President Javier Milei's veto of a bill passed by Congress to raise the minimum pension limits. The protests erupted after President Milei announced his decision to block plans for pension increase, which were intended to address Argentina's triple-digit inflation rates. During the violent clashes, police used pepper spray on demonstrators and struck them with batons. Meanwhile, Argentina's Senate stated that they approved a law to increase retirement benefits by more than 8% on August 22nd, but Milei vetoed it on September 2nd. The president described the measure as irresponsible and exorbitant.
Getting you some top updates coming in, viewers from across the globe. UNSC convened a meet to discuss Israel-Hamas stalemate over ceasefire deal. The Palestinian ambassador demanded a ceasefire during the meeting of UN officials on peace building and humanitarian affairs. This comes a few days after Israel reported recovering the bodies of 6 hostages captured during Hamas's October 7th attack that ignited the Gaza war, including Israeli-American Hirsch Goldberg Poland, whose parents had led a high-profile campaign for the captives' release.
Israel has unleashed a full-fledged war against the Palestinian people. Israel is seeking to impose a military solution to the conflict by disappearing a nation. There is no denying these facts. From genocide to apartheid, Israel is showing the world its willingness and readiness to use the most despicable means to achieve its colonial aims.
A 14-year-old student opened fire at Georgia High School, killing 2 students and 2 teachers and injuring 9 others. Students recalled the horror, stating that they did not expect a shooting to occur at school.
I was in the band room, so I was like on the absolute other side of the school when it was happening, but from there I still heard 2 shots.
Well, I just heard the first shot go off and everybody just looked to the door, and I didn't think much of it. I thought it was just like a loud bang, you know. I just thought maybe someone made a noise or something to scare someone.
Former Republican Representative Liz Cheney has now stated that her vote will be for Democrat Kamala Harris for president. Making this announcement during a public event, Liz, a conservative Republican who co-chaired the committee investigating the attack on the U.S. Capitol, has remained vocal about the danger she believes Trump poses to democracy. The Biden administration announced a wide-ranging action calling out Russian influence on the upcoming election. State Department spokesperson Matthew Miller stated that the foreign government should know that they will not tolerate foreign malign actors intentionally interfering with and undermining free and fair elections.
According to information made public today by the Department of Justice, we now know that RT, formerly known as Russia Today, has moved beyond being simply a media organization. We know that RT has contracted with a private company to pay unwitting Americans millions of dollars to carry the Kremlin's message to influence the U.S. elections and undermine democracy.
Smoke filled the air above Ecuador's capital as at least 2 forest fires broke out near the city. Officials stated that they believed weather conditions had caused the blaze to erupt to the northeast of Quito. The Municipal Environmental Secretariat further stated that the air quality in the capital had been compromised by the smoke and pollutants, with an increase in concentration of harmful particles expected, posing a health risk. Retirees marched in Buenos Aires in protest against Argentine President Javier Milei vote veto of a bill passed by Congress to raise the minimum pension. Police pushed back demonstrators trying to block a road because Milei's Libertarian Party controls less than 15% of Congress. The populist outsider has largely relied on sweeping executive decrees to implement a tough austerity program. Although the government has managed to slow down the rise in prices, increase in the cost of living in July was 4%, and accumulated inflation in the first 7 months of the year reached 87%. Danish police have detained climate activist Greta Thunberg at Copenhagen during a pro-Palestinian protest. 6 people had been detained during the protest. In a video statement, Thunberg stated that police have been called and violently entered the building bearing assault rifles.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
And getting us these big updates coming in right now on Republic TV. Social media platform X secured a legal win by partially blocking a California law that requires social media companies to publicly disclose their policies on handling disinformation, harassment, hate speech, and extremism. The 9th U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals overturned a lower court's decision that had previously allowed the law to be enforced. The law mandates detailed reports on content moderation practices, but Musk's lawsuit argues it infringes upon First Amendment rights. Much more coming up, viewers, as we keep getting you top updates. Nearly a month on, India's unrelenting fight for justice for Abhaya continues. Abhaya's parents make a big charge, say Mamta's police try to bribe them. Stay tuned, viewers.
One of the things that we are really proud about is the fact that India, Bharat, is the fastest growing major economy in the world, and will continue to be so. In fact, the way we've been going for the last 10 years, in the next 5 to 10 years, if we have political stability, if everything is right, there are no major risk factors, then we will be in a situation to be rivaling China, and in 20 to 30 years surpassing China. It's a reality that we are a competing nation. And one of the reasons why the Chinese and the Americans are using their deep states against us, are conspiring against us. And as I have been saying repeatedly over the last few weeks, the reason that they have been using their intelligence agencies to try and surround India with difficulties, use Indian political parties and Indian political leaders as their agents, as their Mir Jafars, is because they want to contain India. I would now like to give you an example of what happens should there be wrong political leadership in any state. Should any political party get its fundamentals wrong, then the example I'm going to share with you is what can happen across India. I will give you the example of Himachal Pradesh. Just recently, the Congress party won the elections in Himachal Pradesh, and there is a government there which has now landed the state in a little over a year into a situation of financial catastrophe. There is a financial emergency. There is a massive financial crisis in Congress-ruled Himachal. More than 200,000 state government employees of Himachal Pradesh have not received their salaries on the 1st of this month. This has been attributed to the worst ever financial crisis which has hit Himachal Pradesh, and it has happened immediately after the Congress party has taken over. The Sukhu government is giving 1,500 rupees a month to 5.
Getting some top headlines that we're tracking right now. Abhaya's parents make a big charge, say Mamta's police try to bribe them. Nearly a month on, India's unrelenting fight for justice continues. In a spine-chilling interview, actor Soumya narrates how she was assaulted and raped by influential director. Joint Parliamentary Committee holds crucial meet on WAF reform, calls for public suggestions. Key hearing on Delhi CM Kejriwal's bail plea underway in Supreme Court. Yet another shocker from Bangladesh after back-to-back attacks. Hindus now being profiled. Shukla getting you the latest coming in. The hearing on charges in the 2020 Delhi riots case is currently underway, with the state making severe allegations against the accused. The prosecution has claimed that Sharjeel Imam and Umar Khalid controlled the protest site strategically, placing women and children at the forefront. The state is pressing for stringent action as it continues to present its case in the court. Big update coming in right now on Republic TV, because we are tracking this big update where, as we speak, arguments in the 2020 Delhi riots larger conspiracy case have commenced, as the Delhi police has informed Delhi court that investigation is underway, and this is the top update that we're getting for you right now as we speak, viewers. The additional sessions judge Sameer Bajpai has noted that the prosecution has disclosed that the investigation is complete. All the accused persons in the matter is ripe for hearing arguments on charge. Big update coming in right now, Republic TV viewers. And these are the top updates. We're getting to know what is happening in court. Now, what is happening in court, viewers, as the hearing continues in Delhi riots, that the state has argued that riots were premeditated. Their meetings and communication show the riots were done in with proper planning. People were armed and were moving with calculation. State is saying that Sharjeel Imam and Umar Khalid controlled the protest sites. For witnesses, there was a conscious decision to keep women and children at the forefront. I want to go across to my colleague, our executive editor, legal affairs, Ridham Bhardwaj. Ridham, if you could take a view through what is happening in court and the key highlights.
Absolutely. Let's tell you, this was a hearing that was there on the framing of charges, and public prosecutor Amit Prasad has started by detailing the conspiracy leading to the Delhi and riots that were in 2022. We remember, viewers, Ankit Sharma, IB officer, was brutally murdered by the mob during the Feb 2020 Delhi riots. Also remember how this entire process had started and what had been happening during the hearing in the court. Now, the hearing underway is there on charges of the 2020 riots. Viewers, I also want to tell our viewers that whatever is being stated in the court by the public prosecutor had been broken first exclusively on Republic TV 4 years ago. It is then that we had stated that during the 2020 riots, this had been premeditated. One of the first things that we had broken had been the details that are coming out right now. I just want to go through great details of what is happening right now. They had stated that the riots were premeditated. This was something we had broken on Republic TV. Exclusive shows had been done on it. We questioned people. Viewers, we now remember that the 2022 riots were premeditated. Republic TV had showed you CCTV footage to show you that these riots had been premeditated and how there were certain things, the cameras had been turned away at that time so that the faces of the accused could not be seen. The meetings and the communications had been done. We had also shown you exclusive pictures of the meetings that had been carried out. We showed you pictures of them being carried out at the PFI offices. People were alarmed. They were moving calculatedly was also something that we had shown you. Now the state has said Sharjeel Imam, Umar Khalid controlled the protest sites. We showed you WhatsApp conversations that they had with the other accused and how they had pre-planned this. They'd also said that there was a conscious decision taken to keep the women and children at the forefront. This is very clear that the 2020 Delhi riots were orchestrated. I think the most important piece of information that is coming out from the High Court that had first been confirmed on Republic TV, that had first been broken on Republic TV, and I also remember reporting on this, was in January when Donald Trump was arriving in India for a visit. I myself was present in central Delhi at that time when Donald Trump was arriving. Sharjeel Imam, along with others, had decided to escalate the protests by throwing glass stones during the protests, and they had tried to, on an international forum, show that India is unstable. It is not the first time or the second time, but this is the narrative that has been created by this lobby that wants to show that India is unstable. They have foreign masters. They are trying to be politically controlled by them. The Delhi 2020 Delhi riots that were orchestrated is one such reason and one such example of how the foreign hand had been seen in India. Once this happened, Donald Trump, who was the former president of the United States, was in India, and at that time these particular riots had been orchestrated. They had been fakely done. I'm also going to give you more details about what had happened, and this has only been broken on Republic TV. We had actually seen what the public prosecutors had told the people. We had seen what had been stated at that time in the Delhi riots case as well, after which there was a great detail that came out, and the state argued the riots were premeditated. Meetings and communication show that the riots were done with proper planning. People were alarmed. They were moving calculatedly. I also want to go and see what's latest been happening in the courtroom that is here.
Right, well, Rhythm is taking us through the big updates coming in. Hearing is underway as we speak, and the arguments are continuing. Rhythm, if you are back with us, please go ahead and continue what you were saying. All right, we'll connect Rhythm in just a short while, but the Delhi riots hearing is underway, where we are learning, viewers, that the state has informed court that in Jan, when Donald Trump was arriving in India for a visit, Sharjeel Imam, along with others, decided to escalate the protest by throwing glass stones during the protest. And Rhythm is back with us. Rhythm, you were speaking about this. Go ahead, Rhythm, and complete what you are saying as the hearing continues.
Now, the Additional Solicitor General has said it was the High Court. We're trying to get in more details about what's happening in the High Court. I'm just trying to look at what's been stated. And the the Delhi High Court had said that the Delhi riots case would continue to be heard. This was something they had also said earlier. Okay, just give me a minute as I'm trying to look at what our legal correspondent has said to us from the courtroom.
All right. Well, thank you, Rhythm, for getting us those details coming in. Where we are learning that the hearing is on in the 2020 Delhi riots case. I'll be coming back to Rhythm as we get more updates. We move ahead right now to the other story we are tracking. We talk about what's happening in the Hema Committee Report aftermath. The Kerala High Court, viewers, has constituted a special bench, including a woman judge, to hear cases related to the release of the Hema Commission Report. This comes as part of an appeal by Sajimon Parayil with the court, directing the government to present the full report in a sealed cover for detailed scrutiny. Further action will be determined after the bench's examination of the report. Big update coming in right now, Republic TV viewers, where we are learning that the Kerala High Court has constituted a special bench, including a woman judge. And I want to go across to my colleague Ashwin, is joining us live. Ashwin, if you could take our viewers through the latest coming in. The special bench is including a woman judge to hear cases related to the release of the Hema Commission report. If we could take our viewers through what can we expect next, as we know the Hema report revelations expose some very dark secrets. All right, we are connecting to Ashwin in just a moment, but this is a big update coming in right now, viewers. Remember that already there are so many PILs which were before the Kerala High Court seeking CBI probe into Justice Hema Committee report. Now we are seeing the Kerala High Court has constituted a special bench, including a woman judge. Now this woman judge will, woman judge and the bench with a woman judge will be hearing cases related to the release of Hema Commission report. This is a big update coming in right now on Republic TV, and we're getting you all these updates, remember, and this is the backdrop of the serious allegations which have come in. Now, we also know the Kerala government will submit the complete Hema Committee report to the Kerala High Court by September 9th. Along with this full report later on, viewers, the government will provide copies of statements, details of actions taken following the release of the report, information about the special investigation team assigned to probe the allegations and any related case. So a lot of developments coming in, viewers. Let's go to Ashwin. Ashwin, if you can hear me. Kerala High Court constituting a special bench. Earlier we saw many PILs before the Kerala High Court asking for a CBI probe. This time we see that Kerala High Court has taken one step ahead. Special bench constituted. Take us through the latest details. Go ahead.
Shivangi, a massive development. In fact, this is going to change the direction of the entire investigation, because now what is going to essentially happen is going to be a court-monitored probe, which is massive. It's a big development. Now, what the court has essentially asked for is that the entire report in itself, the non-redacted version, the report must be given in the court in a sealed cover, which essentially means the panel of judges will be now looking into the entire report. And what will be the importance of this particular move would be that the High Court itself can take suo motu case based on what is there mentioned in this report, which could essentially mean all the people who have deposed before the Hema Commission will have a better way to get the justice, and this is pretty big. High Court has set a bench which also includes a woman judge. The details are awaited, but very important and breaking updates is that the High Court will be monitoring the entire probe, and also all the cases that will now be registered will now be looked by this bench. So essentially, it is a massive move and a big impact of the Hema Commission report, and the result of which a lot of women had come forward and stated that they had undergone sexual abuse and other important issues that women are facing in the Malayalam film industry. So certainly a big move and a big update as far as the Hema Commission report is concerned. Shivangi.
All right, thank you, Ashwin, for getting those details coming in. Special bench to decide further course of action post the release of the Hema Committee report, which has sent shockwaves with the details of sexual harassment in the Mollywood film industry. We move ahead right now, viewers, to some of the other big headlines that we are tracking.
Hello, Moto. Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
And viewers, top headlines coming in right now. Pictures that nail the role of Darshan and Hema Goswami murder probe emerge. Key hearing on Kejriwal's bail plea underway in Supreme Court as we speak. After Samajwadi Party, now Congress denounces bulldozer action. India shines bright at Paris Paralympics as medal tally rises to 24. Trudeau government faces political challenge after ally NDP withdraws support. And we must move ahead right now to our next segment, Bharat in 5 minutes. Several MOUs were signed between India and Singapore in the field of digital technologies, health and medicine, educational cooperation and skills development, and the India-Singapore Semiconductor Ecosystem Partnership in presence of Prime Minister Modi and Singapore PM Lawrence Wong in Singapore.
मुझे विश्वास है 4G के नेतृत्व में सिंगापुर और अधिक तेजी से प्रगति करेगा। एक्सेलेंसी, सिंगापुर केवल एक पार्टनर देश नहीं है। सिंगापुर हर विकासशील देश के लिए एक प्रेरणा है। हम भी भारत में अनेकों सिंगापुर बनाना चाहते हैं।
Supreme Court will hear Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's bail plea against CBI regarding his arrest. Kejriwal has challenged the Delhi High Court's decision upholding his arrest in a corruption case. The court adjourned the hearing of Kejriwal's petition on August 23rd, giving the CBI 1 week to respond to the pleas. Sujatha in a tweet condemned the appalling and disgusting attack on peaceful protesters in West Bengal's Cooch Behar district. The Bengal leader of opposition stated that the attack was carried out by TMC bloc president Biswajit Roy and other TMC goons.
इसके ऊपर राजनीति कम होनी चाहिए, ये चाहे पक्ष में है चाहे विपक्ष में है, सबको इसके बारे में चिंतन मंथन करना चाहिए कि कैसे हम प्रदेश को जो ये डेड ट्रैप है इससे कैसे बाहर निकालना है, इसके ऊपर मंथन होना चाहिए और प्रदेश को वापस प्रगति की राह पर आगे ले जाने के लिए हमको सबको प्रयास करना चाहिए.
Financial crisis in Himachal Pradesh have led to delays in the salaries of government employees. Himachal Pradesh Minister Vikramaditya Singh stated that the focus should be on solving this problem and criticized the BJP for politicizing the issue. Congress leader Lakshman Singh, brother of Digvijay Singh, has labelled Sam Pitroda as the biggest enemy of the Congress. Singh accused Pitroda of creating differences within the party, particularly between the father and son. This statement comes after Pitroda praised Rahul Gandhi over Rajiv Gandhi. Lakshman Singh later deleted the post following the controversy. Indian drone industry will showcase its capabilities for the Indian Army in high-altitude areas at an event in Ladakh on September 17 to 18. The event, titled Dronathon 2, will be conducted under actual terrain and environmental conditions at an altitude of 4,000-5,000 meters.
In terms of weather and terrain, which our troops have to face, are enormous. And it is here that the drones can actually provide a solution to many of those problems which are faced by the troops operating in those high altitude areas.
70-year-old man identified as Anwar Khan has been arrested for molesting a 7-year-old Dalit Hindu girl in Uttar Pradesh's Sitapur district. The girl had gone to the accused shop where he gave her a toffee and then attempted to pull her into the shop by holding her hand. The girl's father has launched a complaint with the police. All right, viewers, getting those visuals coming in right now where PM Modi is in Singapore holding back-to-back meetings with his counterpart Lawrence Wong, where they have elevated and strengthened the bilateral ties to a comprehensive strategic partnership. Those visuals coming in, viewers, those visuals coming in. We also saw that PM Modi had received a very warm welcome, a red carpet welcome at the Singapore Parliament House. He signed the visitor's book there. We also saw a short while back that some MOUs have been signed, where we're learning that both leaders have agreed to elevate the ties to a comprehensive strategic partnership. They extensively reviewed various facets of the bilateral relationship, covering areas of advanced manufacturing, connectivity, digitalization, healthcare and medicine, skill development and sustainability. The meeting between the two leaders comes a month after Singapore PM Wong took over and PM Modi began his third term as the Prime Minister. And like I just told you a short while back, the two leaders have signed multiple MOUs. Those are the visuals coming in, viewers, as we keep getting more updates. PM Modi has a very, very busy schedule today where, as we speak, PM Modi is meeting the Singaporean president and signing the visitor's book. So those visuals coming in of the Prime Minister meeting the Singaporean president and signing the visitor's book. He will be meeting business leaders, Singapore's business leaders, interacting with those in the country's semiconductor ecosystem. This is the big update coming in on Republic TV, and just post multiple MOUs have been signed between India and Singapore. We are seeing those fresh visuals coming in. The Prime Minister meeting Singaporean president. The MOUs meaning Memorandum of Understandings has been signed in digital technologies, semiconductors, health cooperation and skill development, which will further strengthen cooperation between both the countries. So visuals are coming in for the Prime Minister there in Singapore. Very important visit of the Prime Minister. We'll be tracking the story very closely. And we're getting some more visuals on your screens, viewers. So this is a raw video where you can see that in a tragic incident, a young girl in China was swept away by flood waters amid severe flooding in the region. Rescue operations underway, but the girl remains missing. Heavy rainfall continues to lash the area, causing devastating floods and loss of life. The girl washed away amidst raging floodwaters in China. You can see that rain fury is wreaking havoc in a neighboring country. keep a focus on some international stories that we're tracking. Get another shocker from Bangladesh after back-to-back attacks. Hindus now being profiled.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
Welcome back. We are live and breaking. We get to the top sports story we're tracking. After scripting history at the Paris Paralympics, badminton player Nitish Kumar spoke to Republic and shared his journey with us. Nitish also spoke about what went in during his final match and if he felt any pressure to win a gold.
It's the best ever performance for India at the Paralympics. India has made its record tally at the Paralympics, this time in Paris. And I have with me the one who has struck gold on the debut itself, and that is Nitish Kumar. Thank you so much. You've done us proud in badminton. And in your first Olympics, you clinched the gold medal. The feeling when that tricolour goes up, when the national anthem gets played, how is it like?
Firstly, thank you so much for having me here. Talking about the Paris Paralympics, yeah, it was a debut Paralympics for me. But I during the whole tournament, I didn't feel like it's a Paralympics or it's a debut tournament, because the moment we started playing, it was just like any other tournament when we go out there to play every day and just come back and focus on our recovery and everything. Of course, when we used to go back to village, we used to meet athletes from other sports, other countries, and then we used to have good conversation, eat food together, and have discussions about how's the contingent gonna do at the Paralympics. So yeah, of course it was different, but yeah, I didn't have that pressure on me about the debut Paralympics. Yeah, I have being the world number one and the number one seed. Of course, I had that expectations and responsibility to win gold or to be in the finals. And looking at the head-to-head what I had with my opponent Daniel Bethel, I was lagging 0-8. I knew that it's gonna be a mental game because I played him a lot of times, and then it being the Paralympics final, I knew it's gonna be pressurable for both of us. And then winning it in by 23-21 in the third set, it was very crazy, very intense, and I'm glad I could keep my composure and calm and then pull it off the win and bring back the gold.
And of course the country is proud of you. And speaking of pressures, you're talking about facing defeats and taking it in your stride. You've done that in the past, even in your life, in 2009 when you met that tragic accident. And how was that? A young boy who goes through that kind of situation, is bedridden. What was it like life before that? You must be having some dreams, but what really happened when you actually faced that?
Back in school, I used to be in sports. I used to love playing every sport, cricket, football. Other than badminton, I enjoyed playing a lot of games. I never played badminton with the regulations. Of course, casually I had played with my father sometimes. So, but more intensely, I used to play football, and then having the accident and then losing out on the physical capabilities. Yeah, it was very disheartening for me, because I always looked out for a career into sports or following my dad's profession and go out in defense to serve for the country, because I always used to fantasize about his uniform. So yeah, that was one of my goal profession to be into defense and serve for the country.
So that's how badminton happened at IIT Mandi.
Yeah.
You were also a football fan, what we've learned about you. So you were a football fan.
Yeah.
So what really inspired you? There were many sports stars, of course. So in football, or maybe somebody who you look up to in any sport, maybe.
For me, because I started playing badminton when I was at my BTech in IIT Mandi. It started with recreational fun and like that, and then but I like the sport so much, and yeah, of course the athlete in me from my childhood it came out, and then I started pursuing it more sincerely, and then slowly the love for the sport brought me out to professional tournaments. I got to know about para sports. Then coming out there, yeah, of course it was very difficult, because I was not sure about the level of badminton I can play professionally. So of course for the first few years I was into both doing my BTech and then playing badminton. Of course I could not find the professional training at the college, but yeah, I somehow kept on playing, and irrespective of thinking about the results and doing the things right, I was just doing things.
The third meeting of JPC on Waqf Amendment Bill to begin at 11 o'clock at Parliament NXC. This is the third meeting which will go on for the 2 consecutive days, today and tomorrow. The ministries will be presenting the presentation and their suggestions on how several Waqfs have occupied the land which belongs to the ministry in several states. Right now you are watching Republic TV. The rolling coverage entire day will go on from inside. We'll get the top sources information, exactly what happens in Waqf and across the country. The breaking exclusive only on Republic TV. We'll be back after a short break.
He floated like a butterfly, stung like a bee, and shook up the world. Born in 1942 as Cassius Clay Jr., Muhammad Ali was destined for greatness right from the start.
Ali moving in on London. A fuselage of punches by Muhammad Ali.
At the age of 18, he won the Olympic gold. At 22, he shocked the world by defeating Sonny Liston to become a heavyweight champion. But it wasn't just his victories, his records that makes Muhammad Ali special. It was how he won. He was not just a fighter, he was a poet in motion. His footwork was unlike anything boxing had ever seen. Quick, elusive and graceful. Ali revolutionized the sport with his unorthodox style. He did not only beat his opponents physically, he outsmarted them. So here's why Muhammad Ali has...
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very good afternoon, viewers. You're watching Live and Breaking with me, Rakshita Mishra. Let's get started with all the top stories of the day.
Presented by Royal Global University. Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch pano.
Abhaya's parents make a big charge, says Mamata police tried to bribe them. Hearing underway in 2020 Delhi riots case, state alleges Sharjeel Imam and Umar Khalid led the riots. In a spine-chilling interview, actor Soumya narrates how she was assaulted and raped by an influential director. Joint Parliamentary Committee holds a crucial meeting on Waqf reform, calls for public suggestions. Key hearing on Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's bail plea underway in the Supreme Court. And yet another shocker from Bangladesh after back-to-back attacks. Hindus are now being profiled.
Presented by Royal Global University. Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch bano.
It's been a show of solidarity, viewers, in West Bengal. Thousands across the state held Reclaim the Night vigils, demanding justice for Dr. Abhaya. The movement has sparked widespread support, with protesters urging the authorities to ensure swift and transparent justice in this case. You have those visuals coming in, the candlelight protests for Abhaya across the state of West Bengal. The lights were turned off across the cities. And you can see the flashlights, the candle lights, all there. You can see Republic Bangla newsroom also stands in solidarity with Dr. Abhaya. The lights were off and all the members of our Bangla in solidarity with the call for justice. You can see on the streets, viewers, despite the crackdown, despite Mamata Banerjee's cops, leaders threatening the protesters, juniors, people from all walks of life, the young and the old. You can see what's happening in College Street. A song was in fact scripted and sung. Take a listen in, viewers, taking on Mamata Banerjee there. Thousands of people in Durgapur, unified, they come together, and that is a flashlight protest, you can see, demanding justice. And it's a dark reality of what's happening in West Bengal. It has been exposed, it has been uncovered. The investigation is underway. The people of West Bengal are rising against the system in West Bengal, rising against Mamata Banerjee. Victoria Memorial, a major landmark in Kolkata, you can see those visuals coming in. The streets, these are the darker streets. In the Park Street, you can see, they all turned dark. You can see the Tiranga. This is not a political protest, viewers. This is a collection, this is a collective fight. It's a unified fight against the system, against Mamata Banerjee, the corrupt authorities, the system that has failed to provide justice to a junior doctor, failed to convince the people of West Bengal that they are capable of delivering justice. Dark streets for a brighter future.
Justice for Archibald! Justice for Archibald!
And viewers, Abhaya's parents joined this ongoing protest, the doctors' protest, and they accused the police of attempting to bribe them with money to suppress the case. Their allegations have fueled further outrage, intensifying the calls for justice as protests continue across West Bengal. So it's a big allegation that has been made by Abhaya's parents that the police tried to bribe them, and they kept on begging the police to show the face, to show the dead body. Viewers, let's take a listen in fact to what the father and the mother had to say.
আমার মেয়ের দেহ আমার ঘরে সাহিত্য ছিল, তখন ডিসি নর্থ আমাদের ঘরের একটা গলিতে ঢুকে ঘরের ভেতরে তিনি আমাকে টাকা দেওয়ার চেষ্টা করেন এবং তার যা জবাব দেওয়ার আমরা সঙ্গে সঙ্গে সেই জবাবটা দিই। যখন আমার মেয়ের দেহ আমার ঘরে সাহিত্য ছিল, তখন ডিসি নর্থ আমাদের ঘরের একটা গলিতে ঢুকে ঘরের ভেতরে তিনি আমাকে টাকা দেওয়ার চেষ্টা করেন এবং তার যা জবাব দেওয়ার আমরা সঙ্গে সঙ্গে সেই জবাবটা দিই।
And my colleague Kishalai joins us live on the broadcast for more. Kishalai, it's a big claim, the big statement by Abhaya's parents. And once again, it's a shame, in fact. It's a shame that the entire investigation, the way things have been going in this case is utterly shameful. And now the parents have joined this protest, unprecedented protests that are happening in Kolkata and beyond across the state of West Bengal. Now the parents are saying that police tried to bribe the parents of a 30-year-old, a 29-year-old, a 31-year-old doctor who was raped and brutally killed.
Well, exactly, Rakshita. Just imagine the startling allegations that they are making, that the parents are making. They are clearly saying that the police tried to bribe them in a case where their daughter was killed and raped. That is the dangerous allegation that they are making. And now they are also saying that how the police wanted to suppress evidence and wanted and made them wait for 3 hours before they could even see their daughter. So all these allegations only point out to the failure of Kolkata police and the administration, and not that. In the Kolkata police, in order to suppress this case, now under whose instruction, if whatever statements the parents are giving, and we are taking it as truth because they have lost their stuff, and so if this is truth, then Kolkata police needs to answer. One, why they want to give money to the parents. Number two, why didn't they allow the parents to see their daughter for about 3 hours when they had to wait? What they were doing inside? These outsiders were allowed. Why the parents were not allowed? Another question number three would be why the parents were not allowed to pay money for them, and instead someone else paid for it. Is it to hurry the process? All these unanswered needs to be answered by Kolkata police, which they did not answer yet, and the whole city and the country is waiting for those answers. If the police continue to, even as the people continue to protest across in an unprecedented way, imagine the protest for the entire night, the whole city was on the street.
Absolutely, Kishalai. Of course, this is a starting allegation that has been made against the Mamata police. They continue to be in the dock, and we've seen the protests against the Mamata police also. Junior doctors have been calling for resignation of Vineet Goyal, the police commissioner of Kolkata. Thanks so much, Kishalai, for joining us with those details on that story. And the other top story we're tracking, viewers, the Joint Parliamentary Committee is holding its third meeting on the Waqf Amendment Bill today. The committee has opened a 15-day window for the public to submit the suggestions regarding the proposed changes. Now, this meeting is crucial for shaping the future of the Waqf Amendment legislation. There are reactions coming in on that, viewers. Let's take a listen in.
ये सच बातें हैं। बहुत सी जगह जो गवर्नमेंट ऑफिसेस की जगह है, गवर्नमेंट की ताबे में जो ज़मीनें हैं, सडनली कोई तो आता है और बोलता है कि ये वक्फ की ज़मीन है। ऐसी देश में बहुत सी लैंड ऑक्यूपाई वक्फ बोर्ड ने की है। बहुत से जो लैंड है वहाँ कुछ माफिया बैठे हैं, वो उस ज़मीन का उपयोग, उसके आने वाले आमदनी का उपयोग खुद के लिए कर रहे हैं, समाज के लिए कुछ भी नहीं कर रहे। वो ज़मीनों पे कुछ मेडिकल कॉलेजेस होना चाहिए, कुछ हॉस्पिटल्स होना चाहिए, ये नहीं होते। वहाँ अलग कारोबार चल रहा है, गवर्नमेंट की जगह ऑक्यूपाई कर रहे हैं, लोगों की खुद की जगह ऑक्यूपाई कर रहे हैं, बहुत से गरीब लोगों को वो ज़मीन से हकाल दे रहे हैं। ऐसी बहुत से चीज़ें हैं। और जो अपोजिशन है वो ये वक्फ अमेंडमेंट बिल ये मुसलमानों के खिलाफ है। ऐसी गलतफहमियाँ समाज में लेके जा रहे हैं, क्योंकि उनको वोटों की राजनीति कर रहे हैं। बहुत से लोग वो बोर्ड से जुड़े हुए हैं और देश की संपत्ति है, देश की संपत्ति बचाना चाहिए। और ये जो बिल आया है वो कुछ अलग नहीं है, कुछ नया नहीं है। 95 का वक्फ बोर्ड है, बाद में सच्चर आयोग का निर्माण कांग्रेस ने किया था, उसका जो इम्प्लीमेंटेशन है वो अभी तक नहीं हुआ था। वो इम्प्लीमेंटेशन के लिए ये बिल लाया है, लेकिन खुद को वोटों की राजनीति करने के लिए ये सब गलतफहमियाँ बाहर समाज में आ रही है। लेकिन सरकार का ये काम है, लोगों की ज़मीनें, लोगों की आमदनी है, उसका उपयोग गरीब मुसलमानों के लिए होने की ज़रूरत है। मुसलमानों में भी अनेक धर्म है, अनेक पंथ है, उनको भी वक्फ बोर्ड में उनका प्रतिनिधित्व देना चाहिए, इसीलिए ये बिल लाया हुआ है।
So there you have Shinde Sena leader Naresh Maske saying that the people who are attempting to usurp the property under the Waqf Act. Now, viewers, there has been a call for amendment. You can see what Waqf actually has been all this while, the original act, and now the proposed amendment. There are, of course, a lot of oppositions coming in. And my colleague, in fact, Harsha will be getting us more details on that. But right now, viewers, we got you the latest reaction from the Shiv Sena leader. And there is, of course, a discussion that will be held today in this crucial Waqf meeting. And now, let's take a quick look at all the stories making news from across the country. This is Bharat in 5 minutes. Several MOUs were signed between India and Singapore in the field of digital technologies, health and medicine, educational cooperation and skill development, and the India-Singapore Semiconductor Ecosystem Partnership in the presence of Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Singapore Prime Minister Lawrence Wong in Singapore.
विश्वास है 4G के नेतृत्व में सिंगापुर और अधिक तेजी से प्रगति करेगा। एक्सेलेंसी, सिंगापुर केवल एक पार्टनर देश नहीं है, सिंगापुर हर विकासशील देश के लिए एक प्रेरणा है। हम भी भारत में अनेकों सिंगापुर बनाना चाहते हैं।
The Supreme Court will hear Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's bail plea against the CBI regarding his arrest. Kejriwal has challenged the Delhi High Court's decision upholding his arrest in a corruption case. Now, the court adjourned the hearing of Kejriwal's petition on the 23rd of August, giving the CBI 1 week to respond to the pleas. Shubhendra Adhikari is in a tweet condemned the appalling and disgusting attack on peaceful protesters in Mathabhango in West Bengal's Cooch Behar district. Now, the Bengal leader of opposition has said that the attack was carried out by the TMC bloc president Bishwajit Roy and other TMC goons. The financial crisis in Himachal Pradesh has led to delays in the salaries of government employees. Himachal Pradesh Minister Vikramaditya Singh says that the focus should be on solving this problem and criticized the BJP for politicizing the issue.
इसके ऊपर राजनीति कम होनी चाहिए, ये चाहे पक्ष में है चाहे विपक्ष में है, सबको इसके बारे में चिंतन मंथन करना चाहिए कि कैसे हम प्रदेश को जो ये डेट ट्रैप है इससे कैसे बाहर निकालना है, इसके ऊपर मंथन होना चाहिए और प्रदेश को वापस प्रगति की राह पर आगे ले जाने के लिए हमको सबको प्रयास करना चाहिए।
Congress leader Lakshman Singh, brother of Digvijay Singh, has labelled Sam Pitroda as the biggest enemy of Congress. Now, Singh has accused Pitroda of creating differences within the party, particularly between the father and the son. Now, this statement comes after Sam Pitroda praised Rahul Gandhi over Rajiv Gandhi. Lakshman Singh later deleted this post following the controversy. The Indian drone industry will showcase its capabilities for the Indian Army in high-altitude areas at an event in Ladakh on the September 17 and September 18. The event titled Him Droneathon 2 will be conducted under actual terrain and environmental conditions at an altitude of 4,000 to 5,000 meters.
In terms of weather and terrain, which our troops have to face, are enormous. And it is here that the drones can actually provide a solution to many of those problems which are faced by the troops operating in those high altitude areas.
A 70-year-old man identified as Anwar Khan has been arrested for molesting a 7-year-old Dalit Hindu girl in Uttar Pradesh's Sitapur. The girl had gone to the accused's shop where he gave her a toffee and then attempted to pull her into the shop by holding her hand. The girl's father has lodged a complaint with the police.
प्रकरण से संबंधित एफआईआर तत्काल सुसंगत धाराओं में पंजीकृत कर लिया गया था। इसके अभियुक्त की गिरफ्तारी भी कर ली गई है। प्रकरण चूंकि पॉक्सो एक्ट से संबंधित है और इस संदर्भ में सभी विधिक कार्रवाई को शीघ्रता से पूर्ण करके फास्ट ट्रैक कोर्ट से इसका विचारण कराया जाएगा।
7 fishermen from Rameshwaram who were arrested by the Sri Lankan Navy on the 23rd of July for alleged cross-border fishing have been released and have arrived at Chennai airport.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone
Time
brand.
for quick Moto headlines. Now, pictures that nail the role of Darshan in Hema Goswami murder probe have emerged. Key hearing on Kejriwal's bail be underway in the Supreme Court today. After Samajwadi Party, now Congress denounces the bulldozer action. India shines bright once again at the Paris Paralympics as the medal tally rises to 24. That's the highest ever. Trudeau government faces political challenge after ally NDP withdraws the support. Viewers, severe weather and heavy rains have caused significant disruptions in Gurugram, leading to traffic jams and waterlogging across the city. Now, commuters faced long delays as roads were flooded, adding to the chaos. Now, authorities are also working to restore normalcy. But this is Gurugram, viewers, formerly known as Gurgaon. Heavy rains have lashed the city. This is in the national capital region. And traffic chaos. Already the city is known for traffic and the condition has only worsened. You can see the level of water on the roads of Gurugram in Haryana, that is just adjacent to the national capital.
Which area? Okay, 29.
Now, viewers, the unprecedented rains in Andhra Pradesh have led to a catastrophic situation, claiming 32 lives and displacing 40,000 people. The National Disaster Response Force and Andhra Pradesh Disaster Response Force have evacuated thousands of flood victims in the state. The centre has constituted a team of experts that will visit the flood-hit areas of the state. Here's a report.
Andhra Pradesh is battered with floods caused by heavy rainfall in the state. The death toll has increased to 32 and those evacuated and shifted to relief camps have increased to over 45,000. The districts of Vijayawada, Guntur and Palnadu have been worst affected due to floods. Out of the 32 tragic deaths, Vijayawada accounted for 24 deaths, while 7 people died in Guntur and 2 Palnadu districts. Republic TV spoke exclusively to Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu, who said that a detailed report of the tragedy will be submitted.
Control, little bit water is adding, but we are watching very carefully. Now rehabilitation relief is going in a big way. We are confident 1 or 2 days everything will be normal. We will bring a maximum normalcy.
By when is the restoration work expected and what sort of the help government is going to give to the people, sir?
No, as on today food we are supplying, sanitation, drinking water, medical camps, everything is going on. Tomorrow onwards essential commodities we are going to supply.
So what's the help you are asking from the center, sir?
No, I am sending the report today. I am asking them to send team and liberally we are requesting them to announce liberally to rehabilitate.
The centre has assured all assistance and help to Andhra Pradesh. CM Naidu will send a detailed report to the centre and will be asking to send more teams for rescue and relief work. Meanwhile, several parts of Andhra Pradesh have started returning to normalcy and the floods continue to recede to a considerable extent.
Now, viewers, retirees took to the streets of Argentina's Buenos Aires after President Javier Milei announced he would block plans to raise pensions in line with Argentina's triple-digit inflation rates. Take a look at this report.
Retirees marched through the streets of Argentina's Buenos Aires. The protest was against President Javier Milei's veto of a bill passed by Congress to raise the minimum pension limits. The protests erupted after President Milei announced his decision to block plans for pension increase, which were intended to address Argentina's triple-digit inflation rates. During the violent clashes, police used pepper spray on demonstrators and struck them with batons. Meanwhile, Argentina's Senate stated that they approved a law to increase retirement benefits by more than 8% on August 22nd, but Milei vetoed it on September 2nd. The president described the measure as irresponsible and exorbitant.
And now let's take a quick stories making news from across the globe. The UNSC convened a meeting to discuss Israel-Hamas stalemate over ceasefire deal. The Palestinian ambassador demanded a ceasefire during the meeting of UN officials on peace building and humanitarian affairs. This comes a few days after Israel reported recovering the bodies of 6 hostages captured during Hamas's 7th of October attack that ignited the Gaza war, including Israeli-American Hersh Goldberg Polin, whose parents had led a high-profile campaign for the captives' release.
Israel has unleashed a full-fledged war against the Palestinian people. Israel is seeking to impose a military solution to the conflict by disappearing a nation. There is no denying these facts. From genocide to apartheid, Israel is showing the world its willingness and readiness to use the most despicable means to achieve its colonial aims.
A 14-year-old student opened fire at a Georgia high school, killing 2 students, 2 teachers, and injuring 9 others. Students recalled the horror, stating that they did not expect a shooting to occur at a school.
I was in the band room, so I was like on the absolute other side of the school when it was happening, but from there I still heard 2 shots.
Well, I just heard the first shot go off, and everybody just looked to the door, and I didn't think much of it. I thought it was just like a loud bang, you know. I just thought maybe someone made a noise or something to scare someone.
Former Republican Representative Liz Cheney has stated that her vote will be for Democrat Kamala Harris for president. Cheney made this announcement during a public event. Cheney, a conservative Republican who co-chaired the committees investigating the attack on U.S. Capitol Hill, has remained vocal about the danger she believes Trump poses to democracy. The Biden administration announced a wide-ranging action calling out Russian influence on the upcoming election. The State Department spokesperson Matthew Miller said that foreign governments should know that they will not tolerate the foreign actors intentionally interfering with and undermining free and fair elections. The smoke filled the air above Ecuador's capital as at least 2 forest fires broke out near the city. Officials say that they believed weather conditions had caused the blazes to erupt to the northeast of Quito. The Municipal Environmental Secretariat further said that the air quality in the capital had been compromised by the smoke and pollutants, with an increase in concentrations of harmful particles expected.
Hello, Motorola, India's best 5G
The social media platform X secured a legal win by partially blocking a California law that requires social media companies to publicly disclose their policies on handling disinformation, harassment, hate speech, and extremism. The 9th U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals overturned a lower court's decision that had previously allowed the law to be enforced. The law mandates detailed reports on content moderation practices, but must lawsuit argues it infringes upon the First Amendment rights. Abhaya's parents have made a big charge, saying Mamata police tried to bribe them. And the hearing is underway in 2020 Delhi riots case. State alleges that Sharjeel Imam and Umar Khalid led the riots. We get you the details. Stay tuned to Republic TV.
Director, the taste of success.
You're really talking very wisely, and I can't help but break up the statement you gave about Bhagavad Gita. Yes. And I could see the impact it has had on you, the way you're speaking right now. So how has it really helped you? If you could tell our viewers, do you read it daily, or how does it really come to your life?
So my mother is a Sanskrit and Hindi lecturer, and since childhood she is the one who actually kept me very disciplined and very what I had to do on priority. For example, if I have to do my homework or follow my routine and everything, she's the kind of person who would be like, you have to do it, that's your priority, do that first, and after that only I'll allow you for something else. So she kept me very disciplined and everything throughout my life. And now, so initially she only told me about Bhagavad Gita and everything. So she is the person who is like, she tells me about history, she tells me about Indian mythology, or I say it history, Indian history I say. So she tells me about all these stories and the actual history of India. And then now I was like, you know what, I should probably start reading Gita thoroughly. And I have this meditation guru who actually tells me 2 or 3 verses every day, so that it helps me in my general life as well. Because how old it may seem, as old as it may seem, it is relevant in today's life as well. You only have to actually sit and try and connect it with your daily life. So for me, so many verses are there, but especially I really love one. That do your karma and do not focus on the result.
कर्म करते जब फल की चिंता मत करो.
अपने कर्म पूरी निष्ठा से करो, फल की चिंता मत करो. तो ये चीज है. And my coach always says, Jaspal sir, he always says, you do not get what you want, you get what you deserve. So these sort of things will always keep my head.
Abhaya's parents make a big charge, says Mamata's police tried to bribe them. Hearing underway in 2020 Delhi riots case. State alleges Sharjeel Imam and Umar Khalid led the riots. In a spine-chilling interview, actor Soumya narrates how she was assaulted and raped by an influential director. Joint Parliamentary Committee holds crucial meeting on Waqf reform, calls for public suggestions. A key hearing on Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's bail plea underway in the Supreme Court. Yet another shocker from Bangladesh. After back-to-back attacks, Hindus now being profiled. Very good afternoon, viewers. You're watching Republic TV and I'm Rakshita Mishra with you. And now an exclusive interview with Republic TV. A prominent actor who has worked in both Malayalam and Tamil film industry has shared her harrowing experience of harassment and assault in this industry. Now, the revelation adds another chapter to the growing MeToo movement, shaking the foundations of Mollywood, the Malayalam film industry. An actor's account has brought to light the dark side of the South Indian film industry, exposing the deep-rooted issues of exploitation and abuse against women. Take a listen into this conversation.
Search about you in Wikipedia, your filmography is hardly seen. It's very clear that after some fantastic movies, a quick stint, you immediately left. So obvious question would be, what made you leave the industry abruptly?
So ever since I joined, because I had no exposure to films at all in the industry, I'd watched films. Ever since I joined, I had heard a lot of filth from day one. And I was very young. I was just I was 18, just had turned 18 when I started. So it was a scary place. And during my shoot, since we're talking about the Malayalam film industry, when I was in Kerala shooting, I found out that the people who stayed in the hotel, the director and the actors and everybody, would summon junior artists and hairdressers to their rooms at all times of night. That was shocking for me. And then some other incidents of really very disrespectful behavior on the sets throughout the shooting, different movies, made me realize that I wasn't a good fit for this place. And I didn't want to go through with this. And I was studying in college. So that gave me a good reason to exit quickly.
You just said that many junior artists were being summoned to these rooms and you have witnessed it. Is that right?
I didn't witness it, but I was informed that was happening. I knew it was happening and we were all in the same hotel. So that was very terrifying for a young girl who had never been exposed to anything like this.
And so this was a primary reason you were shocked and disgusted, but by what was informed, and that was
not the primary reason. Not the primary reason. So this happened that made me feel very unsafe on the sets, and then. I remember telling my close friend at that time that during the shoot, so during the rehearsal takes, everything would look a certain way. During the final take, sometimes, for example, there was a movie shoot in which we were having a fight sequence and the girl, me, the heroine, was being pulled and pushed by all these men. And we practiced it, we rehearsed it. And then when it came to final take, the villain of the movie, he had pan in his mouth and I had no idea. And out of the blue, he spat it entirely on my face during the final take. So my sense was they already knew. They had talked about how it would go. They never informed me. So the shock of that incident, I couldn't do anything about it. Another incident in the song that you were talking about, there is a Tulaharam sequence, right? So they made me sit on it, and it is interesting that in the set, so you have a set creator, they do all this in the temple, it broke, and in front of a crowd of, I don't know how many thousands of people, right? And I was just thinking, I could almost see them jeering, the assistant directors. There was a smile on one of their faces, right? And then they fixed it, and then it was fine. And I remember even as an 18-year-old thinking, if this had been Jairam, my co-star, would they have got away with this? So disrespectful behavior. And I told a friend of mine that when I was doing a song sequence with a hero, in the last minute, the hug would be so tight and I would be putting my hand in front because I was so uncomfortable with this man. So experiences like that made me leave.
Some bits and pieces of revelations have come from, many of the junior artists, many artists have come forward. After seeing this many women or people who have worked in industry, I'm not even talking about Malayalam film. Anybody who's watching this would want to come out and probably speak out. What is your message to those women who probably would have undergone the same kind of situation that you are in? What is it that you would expect them? Because you also have a doctorate in a field that is so close to human development. So what is it that you would want to tell those girls out there? Do they need to come out or do they need to hold it? What is it? What is the solution that you have come across for healing?
Ashwin, I'm not going to tell people what to do. Okay, they have to do what's comfortable with for themselves in their lives, in their situation. My situation is different. I have support now. I didn't have support before. So I'm not going to force anybody to talk about their situation, but I do want them to know. I'm speaking so that they know that this doesn't happen to only one kind of human being, somebody who comes from a village to the movie industry. It can happen to anybody. I was from an affluent family, well-educated. My parents were professionals, right? I was in a college. I was a smart.
To the seminar hall was sent from the office of Dr. Sandeep Ghosh, the then principal of the RG Kaur Medical College and Hospital. So once again, viewers, as it was been indicated that right after CBI investigation was ordered, this demolition was done to the room adjacent to the seminar hall. Now, the order for breaking of rooms and toilets of on-duty doctors in various departments. The meeting was held on the 10th. The body was recovered on the 9th of August, remember. And on 10th, a meeting was held in the principal's office when Sandeep Ghosh was the principal, and in that meeting a work order is created to break down the seminar room. That is the information coming in. Republic Bangla's news break, that's first on Republic TV. A big revelation that has been made, viewers. So this question was raised that time itself by Republic TV and Republic Bangla as we saw the demolition the demolition was happening. In fact, the Supreme Court had also pointed out that what was the need for demolition right after this incident. And of course, it amounts to tampering with evidence. But it's now confirmed, viewers. My colleague Moyuk Ghosh joins us on the phone line. For Moyuk, it's now confirmed that this order was coming in from Sandeep Ghosh's office. This has gone on to the Supreme Court. This has been noticed by the Supreme Court also, that why was there a need right after this incident that a demolition should take place right next to the seminar hall?
Exactly so, and imagine how insensitive it is. On 9th, Avaya was brutally murdered. She was raped. The entire seminar room was filled with outsiders. And on 10th, the principal, Sandeep Ghosh, has already ordered the demolition of a room next to the seminar hall. Remember, the seminar hall, whether this is actually the crime spot is still unknown because of the fact that we don't know whether this is actually the crime spot or whether the body was disposed of in seminar room, because CBI is still investigating and Kolkata police did not say exactly what happened. They just tried to cover up, they tried to divert the attention of media in time when people were seeking answers, and that's why the anger against Kolkata police can be seen. And clearly, the Health Secretary of West Bengal will be under question because of the fact that Health Secretary of Bengal also knew that a demolition is going to happen. Imagine a demolition is going to happen just next to the crime spot that has been indicated by Kolkata police. The Health Secretary of Bengal knew about it. The principal ordered it. The PWD, that's the Public Works Department of Kolkata, of Bengal police, of Bengal government, all of them knew that this demolition place is just adjacent to the seminar hall. So clearly something big was cooking, some big cover-up happened, and the demolition actually took place. So we don't know that whether there was some evidence that has already been destructive, and that's what has been raised time and again by senior advocate Tushar Mehta as well as Amaya's lawyer because of this Bhattacharya. That the crime scene must have been altered. CBI is also time and again probing the fact that whether the crime scene has fully been destroyed or not. So this is a crime, a criminal conspiracy that has happened, and clearly the anger of the people will be
Right, Mayuk, right, of course. That's a big update coming in, viewers. It's a notice that was issued by Soumya Ghosh, and that is the big update we have. It's been confirmed that this notice was issued by Soumya Ghosh. The seminar hall, remember, was right next to this room. And if this was not flagged, it might have been a seminar room that would have been, demolished next. And this was thankfully raised. Republic Bangla had shown what had happened inside. The night also, in the midnight, we saw the demolition, I beg your pardon, the ransacking, the vandalism that happened. A mob just ran amok and destroyed all the important evidences. And it's quite clear, the script is quite clear. And one part of it has been confirmed, that the notice was indeed issued by Soumya Ghosh, viewers. That's the latest update we have in the RG Kaur medical case. And viewers, the body was, remember, recovered on the 9th of August. The demolition ordered the next day. And this, of course, raises so many questions. What was the urgency? Remember, the Supreme Court had also pointed out that what was the urgency to do this demolition? There are many other places that need any sort of fixing. That includes the public toilets, washrooms for so many hospitals. But why this room right next to the crime scene, that is the seminar hall, was demolished? What was the urgency? You can see the priorities of the office of the principal. When a dead body has been found, a woman has been raped, brutally raped and murdered, they are busy issuing notices for a demolition of the room right next to the crime scene. And Republic TV, Republic Bangla, in fact, has got that notice, has accessed that notice. We will be getting you more updates on that, viewers, as the case, the Udaipur case, the Kannada Lal murder case, viewers, that was caught on camera. Now the accused has been granted bail. The High Court has granted bail to the accused Mohammad Javed. The division bench of Justice Pankaj Bhandari and Justice Praveen Bhatnagar has approved Javed's bail with conditions of 2 lakh rupees and surety of 1 lakh each. Now Javed played a key role in the conspiracy leading to Kannada Lal's murder by informing the main accused about the victim's whereabouts. So that is the big update we have right now, viewers. The Kannada Lal murder case. Remember, Kannada Lal was brutally killed. That murder was caught on camera, viewers. And my colleague Amardeep is joining us on the phone line for more. Amardeep, tell us the latest updates. On what basis has Mohammad Javed been granted bail by the High Court?
देखिए, कन्हैया लाल हत्याकांड एक बड़ा हत्याकांड था। उदयपुर ही नहीं बल्कि देश में इसकी जो थी सनसनी फैली थी। इसमें जावेद नाम के व्यक्ति को अक्यूज को जमानत मिली है। जयपुर हाई कोर्ट ने जो है जस्टिस पंकज भंडारी और जस्टिस प्रवीण भटनागर की खंडपीठ ने आदेश दिए हैं। अदालत ने 2 लाख रुपए की जमानत और 1 लाख रुपए के मुचलके पर यह जमानत दी है। और मोहम्मद जावेद का जो रोल था उसके बारे में अगर हम बताएं तो मोहम्मद जावेद जो था, गौस और रियाज जो कि मेन अक्यूज थे, उनको इस व्यक्ति ने कन्हैया की लोकेशन प्रोवाइड कराई थी और कन्हैया की दुकान पर जाकर के कन्हैया को देखने के बाद रियाज और गौस दोनों को ये बताया था कि अभी वो दुकान पे है और इसकी एक मेन प्लानिंग में हिस्सा था जावेद का। और अब इसे
Well, we have lost that connection, I guess, with Amardeep was getting us the details on that case. Viewers, that was the video that went viral, that horrific murder on camera. And High Court has now granted bail to the Kannada Lal's murder case accused. That's a big development coming in. Remember, the NIA court had framed the charges against 9 accused this February. It's a special NIA court that had framed the charges, including the anti-terror law UAPA against 9 people accused in this murder case. Remember, Kannada Lal was hacked to death at his own shop in the busy Hathipol area of Udaipur, viewers. That was in 2022, June 2022, by two clavers wielding men for allegedly supporting a social media post that they did not like. They called it that's something that did not go down well with them. And you can see the video that went viral after that. They were wielding that claver and were very proud of it, that they have committed this murder. Another High Court has granted bail to one of the accused. That's a shocker coming in, viewers, from the Rajasthan High Court, granting bail to the accused Muhammad Javed. And as my colleague was telling you, that he's one of the people who has also conspired. In fact, this was a fully planned murder, viewers. As you can see, this was a fully planned murder case. And now one of the accused have been granted bail by the Rajasthan High Court. They had beheaded Rajasthan tailor Kanhaiya Lal. And viewers, other accused include Mohsin Khan, Asif Khan, Wasim Ali, Muslim Khan, and Muhammad Mohsin and Farhad Muhammad Sheikh alias Babla. Sheikh was, remember, also granted bail last year. My colleague and political editor Aishwarya Kapoor joins us on the broadcast for more. Aishwarya, this of course a shocking development that's coming in. The High Court has granted bail to Kanhaiya Lal's killer Muhammad Javed. We'll try and reconnect with Aishwarya Kapoor. Viewers, remember, the charges have been framed against the accused, against the UAPA also, and the Arms Act. And now we see that Muhammad Javed, who's one of the accused in this case for this ghastly act, have been granted bail on a surety of 2 lakh rupees. That's of course a big development that is coming in. Kanhaiya's killer has been granted bail. That's the big update we have right now. Remember, this man called Muhammad Javed was arrested was arrested as the 8th accused in this Udaipur murder case, the beheading case. And he was arrested by the National Investigation Agency, that is the NIA, in July 2022 itself. And he's Muhammad Javed Masuri, and he was the one who informed Muhammad Riaz about Kanhaiya Lal's presence in the Maladas market, where Kanhaiya Lal was brutally beheaded in his own shop for a social media post. That's the big update we have right now, viewers. And this, of course, in fact, Amardeep is back with us. Amardeep, हमको और ज़्यादा जानकारी बताएं कि जो मोहम्मद जावेद हैं, इनका रोल क्या था और किस आधार पे जो है इनको बेल दी गई है?
देखिए, करीब 28 के आसपास कन्हैया लाल हत्याकांड में अक्यूज पकड़े गए थे, अपराधी पकड़े गए थे। उसमें से एक जावेद नाम का व्यक्ति भी था। जावेद का जो प्लानिंग थी वो सिर्फ गौस और रियाज, जो कि मुख्य हत्यारे थे, उनको इसने कन्हैया की लोकेशन दी थी कि कन्हैया सुप्रीम टेलर जो दुकान थी वहां पे खड़ा हुआ है कि नहीं। तो वहां पे उस वक्त जाकर के और उसकी लोकेशन जाकर के गौस और रियाज, जो कि मुख्य अपराधी थे, मुख्य हत्यारे थे, उनको बताई थी। इसी का रोल ये इस केस में पाया गया था। एनआईए ने इसको
We seem to have lost the connection, but thanks so much, Amardeep, for joining us. Remember, and this comes after we saw that what happened in the Ajmer case also. Even there also many questions were raised, viewers, and we will be getting you more updates in that case. But right now we step into a very, very short break as we continue to get you more updates coming in from the Waqf committee meeting. A crucial meeting will be held on the Waqf reform. Today we will be keeping a track from the national capital. Don't go anywhere, stay tuned. And also, viewers, that's not just all. Kejriwal's bail plea hearing underway in the Supreme Court. We'll get you more details from inside the court. Stay tuned, don't go anywhere. You're really talking very wisely, and I can't help but break up the statement you gave about Bhagavad Gita. And I could see the impact it has had on you, the way you're speaking right now. So, how has it really helped you? If you could tell our viewers, do you read it daily, or how does it really come to your life?
So my mother is a Sanskrit and Hindi lecturer, and since childhood, she is the one who actually kept me very disciplined and very, what I had to do on priority. For example, if I have to do my homework or follow my routine and everything, she's the kind of person who would be like, you have to do it, that's your priority, do that first, and after that only I'll allow you for something else. So she kept me very disciplined and everything throughout my life. And now, so initially she only told me about Bhagavad Gita and everything. So she is the person who is like, she tells me about history, she tells me about Indian mythology, or I say it history, Indian history I say. So she tells me about all these stories and the actual history of India. And then now I was like, you know what, I should probably start reading Gita thoroughly. And I have this meditation guru who actually tells me 2 or 3 verses every day, so that it helps me.
Hello Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Pictures that nailed the role of actor Darshan in the Arnab Goswami murder probe have surfaced. Key hearing on Arvind Kejriwal's bail plea underway in the Supreme Court. After Samajwadi Party, now the Congress has denounced bulldozer action. India shines bright once again at the Paris Paralympics. The medal tally rises to 24. Trudeau government faces political challenge after ally NDP withdraws support. Some more news from across the country. Viewers, the torrential rains in Jodhpur halted flying operations during the phase 2 of exercise Tarang Shakti 2024. The air warriors from friendly foreign countries turned this pause into an opportunity. Second leg of India's largest multilateral air exercise Tarang Shakti is being held at Air Force Station Jodhpur from the 30th of August to the 13th of September. The air forces of Australia, Greece, Sri Lanka, UAE, Japan, Singapore and the United States are participating in the exercise. After meeting with the Prime Minister of Singapore, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has announced that a Thiruvalluvar Cultural Centre will be opened in the city to promote and preserve Tamil language, civilization and culture. Following this, the Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman tweeted about the Prime Minister's announcement regarding the Cultural Centre in Singapore. Shiv Sena's Uddhav Thackeray will not be the Chief Minister face of Mahavikas Aghadi in the Maharashtra Assembly elections. The Congress and the NCP do not accept Sharad Pawar's party or Uddhav Thackeray as the Chief Minister's face. Now, both parties have stated that the candidate who wins more seats will become the Chief Minister. Sharad Pawar has emphasized that the person with the most MLAs will be the Chief Minister. Maharashtra Congress President Nana Patole also mentioned that there will be no CM face announced right now. The Joint Parliamentary Committee is holding the third meeting of the Waqf Amendment Bill today. The meeting witnessed participation of leaders from various sectors. The Congress MP K. Suresh has said that there is a strong objection to this bill from various Muslim organizations in Kerala, which demand the withdrawal of this bill. BJP leader Lakshman Nepa has resigned from the primary membership of the party. Now, following Nepa's resignation, BJP has fielded from former Sirsa MP Sunita Duggal from the Ratia Assembly constituency for the upcoming polls in Haryana. Now, from scrapping the angel tax to establishing a 1,000 crore venture capital fund for the space economy, the Union Budget 2024 seems to be on a mission to foster the startup culture in India. And we are delighted to announce Republic Digital Roundtable Edition 1, Decoding the Budget Blueprint for Startups 2024. The roundtable will delve into the key reforms set to reshape India's entrepreneurial landscape. Scan and watch more.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very good afternoon, viewers. It's 2 p.m. and you're watching Republic TV. I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar, and our top focus is Justice for Abhaya campaign. More and more skeletons are tumbling out. Republic's news breaks are being confirmed with each passing day. And the latest news break to be confirmed is the fact that the room next to the seminar hall was demolished. We'll get you all the latest details, but first let's take a quick look at the headlines.
Presented by Royal Global University. Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch bano.
Abhaya's parents make a big charge, say Mamta's police tried to bribe them. Hearing underway in 2020 Delhi riots case. State alleges Sharjeel Imam and Umar Khalid led the riots. In a spine-chilling interview, actor Soumya narrates how she was assaulted and raped by an influential director. Joint Parliamentary Committee holds crucial meeting on Waqf reform, calls for public suggestions. Key hearing on Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's bail plea underway at the Supreme Court. Yet another shocker from Bangladesh after back-to-back attacks, Hindus now being profiled.
Presented by Royal Global University. Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch bano.
Viewers, like I mentioned, the top focus is the Arjika rape and murder case. Now, another Republic news break has been confirmed. The fact that the room next to the seminar hall was demolished, it was done after the August 9th rape and murder horror. The day after Abhaya was raped and murdered on August 10th, Sandeep Ghosh held a key meeting. And in that meeting, he sent out a notice, and that notice pertained to the demolition of the room right next to the seminar hall where the body of Abhaya was found. This is the latest news break that has been confirmed. Remember, Republic TV told you just days after the case surfaced, and we also raised questions on how and why this entire structure that you see on your screens was demolished. Was this another bid to cover up the entire matter? We have Kishlay joining us live from the Kolkata newsroom. Good afternoon, Kishlay. Another Republic news break has been confirmed. This time about the room next to the seminar hall being demolished. Sandeep Ghosh had sent a notice for demolition. Tell us more about what exactly that notice was for and the reasons for the demolition.
Well, exactly, Deepak, this explosive information that has come to our hand now, right now, I'll show you the letter, and I'll show my viewers that this letter exposes everything that was going on. See, this has been issued by Office of the Principal, Arjikor Medical College. I'll mark out these so that our viewers can view it properly. Office of the Principal. Now look at the date, 10th of August 2024. I'll write here, on 9th, Abhaya was found dead. The murder happened on 9th. On 10th, immediately the day after, the day the body was found, this letter, this notice is issued. Now look at this letter. It is to the PWD Civil, the executive engineer. It talks about repair, renovation and reconstruction of on-duty doctor's room. The room that is just adjacent to the seminar hall where Abhaya was found. Now it's written here very clearly that it has to be done on an urgent basis. That is what the letter is saying. This has to be done on an urgent basis. Now, why on an urgent basis? That is a question that remains to be seen. Now we will look at this letter. I'll just mark out this part, that it has to be done on an urgent basis. Now, the next part, you are hereby requested to do the needful immediately. Now, Sandeep Ghosh is going crazy to prove that this whole matter, this whole demolition needs to be done immediately on an urgent basis. Now, he has also written here that the issue is already discussed and resolved in a meeting with the Principal Secretary, Department of Health, who is Narayan Swarup Nigam. So, he has already discussed this, and again he is writing, please do the needful immediately. This is Sandeep Ghosh's signature, dated on 10th of August. Now imagine this fact that a body is found in that horrific condition in the seminar hall, and then the day the body is found, there's a meeting that happens. In that meeting, Sandeep Ghosh is present. In that meeting, Narayan Swarup Nigam, the health secretary, is present, and they they hold a meeting and decide to demolish and reconstruct the room just beside that particular seminar hall and write in the letter that it needs to be done immediately, urgently, immediately, repeatedly saying that how quickly it needs to be done. The people of West Bengal are asking today, what kind of shameful attempt to demolish evidence is this? This letter exposes the administration, this letter exposes Sandeep Ghosh, and this letter exposes the connection and nexus of Sandeep Ghosh and the whole crime with the administration, because the health secretary Narayan Swarup Nigam was himself present on 10th in this meeting where that crucial room was destroyed. It exposes to the world the fact that evidence was attempted to be demolished, and it was in fact demolished once this reconstruction was done. This is an explosive letter, and this exposes everything that happened behind closed doors on the day the body was found. Deepak.
Right, Kishle, stay on with me, because we have another clinching testimony of Abhaya's parents, who claim that there was cover-ups on the multiple fronts. While one was the demolition of the room right next to the seminar hall, the other cover-up attempt was by the Kolkata police, by Mamta's police themselves. They tried to bribe Abhaya's parents. Listen into this testimony. Well, remember, viewers, we've been telling you about Kolkata police's botched up probe, because after Abhaya was found raped and murdered, the Kolkata police met with the parents of Abhaya. And on their cell phone was when Mamata Banerjee spoke to the parents. It was on Vineet Goel's cell phone that they spoke to the parents, where the state government tried to, pay off Abhaya's parents to keep mum on the entire matter. And in fact, Abhaya's parents have also claimed the same. Listen.
যখন আমার মেয়ের দেহ আমার ঘরে সাহিত্য ছিল, তখন ডিসি নর্থ আমাদের ঘরের একটা গলিতে ঢুকে ঘরের ভেতরে তিনি আমাকে টাকা দেওয়ার চেষ্টা করেন, এবং তার সাথে জবাব দেওয়ার আমরা সঙ্গে সঙ্গে সেই জবাবটা দিই। যখন আমার মেয়ের দেহ আমার ঘরে সাহিত্য ছিল, তখন ডিসি নর্থ আমাদের ঘরের একটা গলিতে ঢুকে ঘরের ভেতরে তিনি আমাকে টাকা দেওয়ার চেষ্টা করেন, এবং তার সাথে জবাব দেওয়ার আমরা সঙ্গে সঙ্গে সেই জবাবটা দিই। যখন আমার মেয়ের দেহ আমার ঘরে সাহিত্য ছিল, তখন ডিসি নর্থ আমাদের ঘরের একটা গলিতে ঢুকে ঘরের ভেতরে তিনি আমাকে টাকা দেওয়ার চেষ্টা করেন, এবং তার সাথে জবাব দেওয়ার আমরা সঙ্গে সঙ্গে সেই।
Kishle, this is appalling, and this is the betrayal on the top order, because the Kolkata police, they not only tried to bribe them but also blamed them, is what Abhaya's parents claim.
Well, exactly. Deepak, if you can repeat the question, I missed the question actually.
We have some technical difficulties, but we'll get Kishle back with us on your screens. But let's tell you what exactly happened, viewers. According to the parents, the DCP of North region held a separate meeting with them. This after... All right, we have another breaking news coming in with respect to the same Arjika rape and murder case. This time, a section of media is accused of spreading fake videos in the ongoing investigation case, including claims that the parents of the victim were bribed. Another video which has gone viral shows the parents rejecting any form of bribery and calling for justice. The TMC now has condemned these false reports and stressed that the investigation's progress remains unknown. The parents must not be pressured by any political party. That's what the TMC claims. The TMC is now pinning the blame on the media, saying that there are a lot of false videos that are being aired on several channels. But let us tell you, viewers, the videos that Republic TV has been playing since August 9th have all been confirmed, including that video in which you can see Sandeep Ghosh's aide in the seminar hall with a group of people. Now, Kishle is back with us. Kishle, now TMC knows only to deflect and blame the others. They're very good at this game of blame game. And this is what exactly they're doing time and again. First, they blamed the victim. They tried to pass it off as a suicide case. And now they're blaming the media, saying that we are spreading false videos and false information.
Well, there was a very clear press conference yesterday by Abhaya's parents. All of her family members were present yesterday when the whole city was out in the streets in the midnight lighting flames. Abhaya's parents held a press conference where the words were pretty clear. The father was saying that the police tried to give them money. What does that mean? He said very emphatically how Abhaya was cremated hurriedly and they didn't even have to pay for the cremation. They don't know who did. The father very emphatically re-emphasized how the body was cremated hurriedly and they were not allowed to go near the body for 3 hours. Now, is the TMC trying to prove that Abhaya's parents are lying? They are falsifying statements. That is what the TMC wants to prove today, is what the people of Bengal are asking. Now, TMC leader and one of the ministers of West Bengal, Shashi Paja, held a press conference, as well as Bratto Boshu. What they are saying amounts to the fact that whatever we are showing is not true, but whatever we are showing is what the parents are saying. We are showing it directly, and we are showing it exactly in as per what statements they have given. Now, if we are showing something false, then the parents are lying and they are falsifying. Does that mean that the TMC wants to prove today that the parents of a girl, a lady doctor who was brutally murdered at her workplace and for whom the whole world today is uniting, is lying in front of the camera holding a press conference? That is what they are trying to prove. And if that is what they are trying to prove, then the people of West Bengal have shown them what they mean and what they want when they unitedly came on the streets yesterday. And for all these whole 3 or 4 weeks after Abhaya was found, and one of the demands is very clear. They want resignation of the chief minister along with the police commissioner, is what the people of West Bengal are saying. And therefore, it might be possible that the TMC is baffled now and doesn't know how to cater to the situation and how to handle the situation, and that is the reason they are trying to give these vague reasons and excuses. Deepak.
Right, Kishle, many thanks for joining me with those details. TMC's desperation is clearly evident, and their only last resort is to indulge in blame game. So much so that they're blaming the victim's parents. We'll get our focus back on that story as and when the breaking news developments come in, but it's time for us to shift our focus on another breaking news coming in. This time, the breaking news is from Munich, where the police have fired shots at a suspicious person on Thursday in an area near the Israeli consulate and a museum which symbolizes the city's Nazi-era history. The police said on social media X that the person was hit in the shooting, but didn't give any further details. They say that these incidents are connected. They said there was no evidence of any more suspects connected to the incidents. There was no immediate information on why the person was considered suspicious. The incident took place in the Caroline Platz area near downtown Munich. Police said they had increased their presence in the city, Germany's third biggest, but they had no indication of incidents at any other locations or of any other suspects. Israel's foreign ministry said that the consulate in Munich was closed when the shooting occurred and that no consulate staff had been affected by the incident. Well, those were the visuals where you could hear the gunshots being fired at the suspect. We have Krutat also joining me from the Noida newsroom. Krutat, tell us what exactly happened and the larger picture of this entire incident. Is there something that the police are suspicious about?
Indeed, Deepak, good afternoon, and this is a very concerning image that we are seeing right now from Munich, where this incident happened not exactly outside the consulate, but somewhere near the Israeli consulate in Munich, and it was near the Museum of National Social History, is what we are being told. Now, as for the information that has been released by the Munich police so far, they were following a person who was suspicious of nature, and subsequently, leading to some escalation, a shooting was carried out and the person was shot. As far as the person was whether shot dead or not, the information is uncertain, so it is believed that only a shooting has taken place. Now, from what we recollect, as far as the security situation is concerned, the Munich police has cordoned off the entire area and people are advised not to go over there. A helicopter and a severe police presence was also deployed in the entire area. What is even more concerning is that this happened on the anniversary of the 52nd anniversary of the Israeli Olympic attacks that happened back during the Munich Olympics. Let me remind our viewers, and Deepak, to you as well, it was the 52nd anniversary of the 1972 Munich massacre, in which 11 Israeli athletes were murdered by Palestinian terrorists during September, during the Olympics back then. So on this concerning day, an activity such suspicious happening close to the Israeli embassy is one that is extremely concerning. From what we recollect, information from the Israeli embassy and the foreign ministry is that no consulate members were injured in the incident, as the consulate was closed today. However, this entire incident has once again put into focus the Israeli-Palestinian conflict that is escalating, and perhaps there are suspicions whether the suspicious person who was shot by the Munich police had any links to this conflict, although we do not have any information yet on the motivations of the shooter or what was the exact nature of it. As far as the Munich police is concerned, they are saying that the individual that they shot was operating independently and no other individuals were cited or any group has been so far cited in connection to this entire shooting event. So far, the Munich police will now go into deeper investigation into the matter is what we have, Deepak, so far. But the most important fact being that a shooting close to the Israeli consulate in Munich happening on the 52nd anniversary of the terrible 1972 Munich massacre is surely a matter of concern, both for Israelis and for the authorities in Munich. Deepak.
Right, Krutat, many thanks for joining me with those details. The entire area has been cordoned off and the investigation is currently underway. It's time for us to shift our focus on the other top stories that we're tracking from across the nation in Bharat in 2 minutes. Torrential rains in Jodhpur halted flying operations during Phase 2 of exercise Tarang Shakti 2024. The air warriors from friendly foreign countries turned this pause into an opportunity. The second leg of India's largest multilateral air exercise Tarang Shakti 2024 is being held at Air Force Station Jodhpur from August 30th to September 13th. The air forces of Australia, Greece, Sri Lanka, UAE, Japan, Singapore and the United States are participating in the war drills. After meeting with the Prime Minister of Singapore, Prime Minister Modi announced that a Tiruvalluvar Cultural Centre will open in Singapore to promote and preserve Tamil language, civilization and culture. Following this, Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman tweeted about the Prime Minister's announcement regarding the Cultural Centre. Shiv Sena's Uddhav Thackeray will not be the CM face of Maha Vikas Aghadi in the Maharashtra Assembly elections. Congress and NCP do not accept Sharad Pawar's party or Uddhav Thackeray as the CM face. Both parties have stated that the candidate who wins more seats will become CM. Sharad Pawar has emphasized that the person with the most MLAs will be the CM. Maharashtra Congress President Nana Patole also mentioned that there will be no CM face announced now. The Joint Parliamentary Committee is holding the third meeting on the Waqf Amendment Bill today. The meeting witnessed participation of leaders from various sectors. Congress MP K. Suresh stated that there is a strong objection to this bill from various Muslim organizations in Kerala, which demands the withdrawal of the bill.
chairman of Joint Parliamentary Committee of Board Bill, which was moved in the Lok Sabha. Then Parliament, both houses of Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha constituted a Joint Parliamentary Committee for examining the bill, Board Bill. So in Kerala, this bill is very strong objection from the various Muslim organizations. They demand to withdraw this bill, totally withdraw this bill. This is the demand from the various Muslim organizations in Kerala.
BJP leader Lakshman Napa has resigned from the primary membership of the party. Following Napa's resignation, BJP has fielded former Sirsa MP Sunita Duggal from the Ratia Assembly constituency for the upcoming Haryana Assembly elections. Meanwhile, the BJP has renominated MLA Leela Ram Gurjar for the Kaithal Assembly seat. We have more breaking news coming in a big blow to the BJP in Haryana and a major political development. Haryana Cabinet Minister Chaudhry Ranjit Singh Chautala has resigned from his ministerial post. He was upset over being denied a ticket from the Rania Assembly seat by the BJP. Chautala has vowed to contest the seat at any cost. He rejected the BJP's offer to contest from Dabbali and is preparing for a roadshow to demonstrate his political might. It's a big setback for the BJP in Haryana ahead of the assembly elections. Remember, yesterday, BJP released the list of candidates for the Haryana assembly elections. And Cabinet Minister Chaudhry Ranjit Singh Chautala's name was not mentioned. And in light of the ticket denial, Mr. Chautala has now vowed to contest independently and at any cost. He is also preparing for a roadshow to demonstrate his political strength. A big show of strength by Chautala. He will be taking out a roadshow and also vow to contest the seat, the Rania Assembly seat, at any cost. That's the latest that's coming in. Rumblings within the BJP ahead of the Haryana Assembly elections. The ticket fallout is now out in the open. A cabinet minister is upset with the BJP leadership and has vowed to contest the Rania Assembly seat at any cost. We have Lalit joining us live from Chandigarh. Lalit, tell us about this big setback for the BJP ahead of the assembly election. The cabinet minister now being upset over the ticket being denied to him.
If we talk about the Haryana Assembly polls, after the tickets were being released, now setback for the Haryana BJP. Now the cabinet minister in the Naib Singh Saini government and the former government of Khattar, Mr. Ranjit Singh Chautala, has resigned from the cabinet post. He is very upset as his name is not being in the list which was being released yesterday. Other than that, if we talk about Mr. Karandev Kamboj, who is the OBC state president of Haryana, has also resigned from his post. So, if we talk about after the list has been released, to a total of 4 people.
Well, Ranjit Singh Chautala has resigned from his cabinet post, and it seems like the BJP has upset him with the ticket allocation.
Ailing left stalwart Sitaram Yechury was put on artificial breathing, indicating a further worsening of his health. The CPIM General Secretary was earlier put on ventilator support after being admitted to AIIMS Delhi with a respiratory infection. The former long-time parliamentarian was put on ventilator after a deterioration in his health earlier today. The 72-year-old left leader is admitted in the intensive care unit of the Premier Hospital.
The tall communist leader Sitaram Yechury is hospitalized for the last 3 days at the AIIMS hospital in Delhi. His condition is said to be a little critical after he complained of breathlessness and other issues 3 days ago. A team of 7 doctors is treating him and also looking at him very carefully for the last many days. Yesterday, he was shifted to the ventilator facility after he complained of severe breathing issues. Sitaram Yechury's official health status has not yet been given, as the AIIMS hospital is yet to release a medical bulletin on his health status. The 72-year-old leader from the Communist Party of India is the General Secretary of the party and has played a very crucial role in uniting all the communist parties together, and has also been a pivotal opposition leader for a very long time.
He was admitted to AIIMS in Delhi on the 19th of August after developing a chest infection akin to pneumonia. The CPIM earlier lost Politburo member and former Bengal Chief Minister Buddhadev Bhattacharjee, who passed away at 80 after prolonged illness.
With that, it's time for a quick break. But on the other side, we'll tell you about another shocker from Bangladesh, where Hindus are now being profiled. Stay tuned.
Director, the taste of success.
He floated like a butterfly, stung like a bee, and shook up the world. Born in 1942 as Cassius Clay Jr., Muhammad Ali was destined for greatness right from the start.
Ali moving in on London. A fuselage of punches by Muhammad Ali.
At the age of 18, he won the Olympic gold. At 22, he shocked the world by defeating Sonny Liston to become a heavyweight champion. But it wasn't just his victories, his records that makes Muhammad Ali special. It was how he won. He was not just a fighter, he was a poet in motion. His footwork was unlike anything boxing had ever seen. Quick, elusive and graceful. Ali revolutionized the sport with his unorthodox style. He did not only beat his opponents physically, he outsmarted them. So here's why Muhammad Ali has been hailed as the greatest ever. Ali won the Olympic gold at 18 years of age to kickstart the legendary career in the year 1960. In 1964, he became the world champion, defeating Sonny Liston to claim his first heavyweight title. In the same year, he converted to Islam and became Muhammad Ali. Outside the ring, Ali was larger than life. He was charismatic, witty and fearless. A master of mind games, he was known for getting into his opponents' heads long before the first bell rang. Ali's boldness extended far beyond boxing. He risked it all right when he was at the peak of his career. In 1967, he refused to fight in the Vietnam War, citing his religious beliefs and opposition to the conflict. He was stripped of his titles, banned from boxing and faced imprisonment. Ali sacrificed everything for what he believed in, becoming a global symbol of resistance, courage and
Presented by Royal Global University. Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch pano.
Abhaya's parents make a big charge, says Mamata's police tried to bribe them. Hearing underway in 2020 Delhi riots case, state alleges Sharjeel Imam and Umar Khalid led the riots. In a spine-chilling interview, actor Soumya narrates how she was assaulted and raped by an influential director in Tamil film industry. Joint Parliamentary Committee holds a crucial meeting on Waqf reform, calls for public suggestions. Key hearing on Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's bail plea underway in the Supreme Court. Yet another shocker from Bangladesh. After back-to-back attacks against Hindus, now the Hindus are being profiled in the country.
Presented by Royal Global University. Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch bano.
Viewers, in an exclusive interview with Republic TV, a prominent actor from South Indian film industry who has worked both in Malayalam and the Tamil film industry shares her harrowing experiences of harassment in the industry. Now, this revelation adds another chapter to the growing MeToo movement that shakes the foundations of Mollywood and, in fact, other film industries as well. Now, the actor's account has brought to light the dark side of the South Indian film industry, exposing the deep-rooted issues of exploitation and abuse. Take a listen in.
You know, when you search about you in Wikipedia, your filmography is hardly seen. It's very clear that after some fantastic movies, a quick stint, you immediately left. So obvious question would be, what made you leave the industry abruptly?
So ever since I joined, because I had no exposure to films at all in the industry, I'd watched films. Ever since I joined, I had heard a lot of filth from day one. And I was very young. I was just out of I was 18, just had turned 18 when I started. So it was a scary place. And during my shoot, since we're talking about the Malayalam film industry, when I was in Kerala shooting, I found out that the people who stayed in the hotel, the director and the actors and everybody, would summon junior artists and hairdressers to their rooms at all times of night. That was shocking for me.
And we switch our focus to West Bengal viewers. A notice to demolish the room adjacent to the crime scene, that is the seminar hall at the RG Kaur Medical College, was indeed sent from the office of Dr. Sandeep Ghosh, who was the principal that time. And now, this comes just a day after the body was recovered. Now, that happened just after the body was recovered on the 9th of August. And the following day, a meeting was held in the principal's office, resulting in an order to break down the rooms and the toilets used by on-duty doctors in various departments. And clearly, we can see the cover-up attempt. One by one, viewers, there is evidence coming out that there was indeed a cover-up by RG Kaur. There was a cover-up by Sandeep Ghosh, who is now in CBI custody. And it was Sandeep Ghosh, his office, that ordered this frantic order, that notice for the demolition. My colleague Kisholay, in fact, is joining us live from our Bangla newsroom in Kolkata. Now, Kisholay, clearly we can see what we have been talking about since this story broke, that why demolition was taking place right after this incident. The Supreme Court had also questioned the same, and now the proof is out. We'll try and reconnect with Kisholay there. There seems to be a problem with the audio. But remember, viewers, the body was recovered on the 9th of August. And the demolition notice had come in the very next day on the 10th of August. The notice that Republic Bangla is getting to you clearly shows how the Sandeep Ghosh's office, the then principal, who was later on, of course, after the investigation picked up pace, we saw how he was transferred to some other college, in fact, a higher post. And later on, we saw that the pressure had been mounting on the authorities in West Bengal and Mamata government. And he has been just arrested. He is in CBI custody. But viewers, the cover-up attempt is very much clear. As we talk about this, the contents of the notice, this was sent by Sandeep Ghosh's office, who was the principal. Kisholay, clearly we can see that there was a cover-up attempt that was being made by Sandeep Ghosh right after this incident took place. The priority was to, in fact, demolish, not probe the incident, but demolish the room next to seminar hall right away, and this was flagged by the Supreme Court as well. All right, viewers, we'll try and reconnect. Seems to be a problem. But viewers, remember, on one hand, the investigation is picking up pace and the clamour for justice continues. There have been major reclaim the night protests across West Bengal. Abhaya's parents also joined the doctors' protest, accusing the police. Now, it's a big claim that is being made by the parents of Dr. Abhaya. They've accused the police of attempting to bribe them with money to suppress this case, to hush them down. And their allegations have now fueled further outrage and intensifying the calls for justice as protests continue across the state. Remember how we have seen there has been a call that is growing louder for the resignation of the Commissioner of Police, Vineet Kumar Goyal. Let's take a listen into the parents of Abhaya.
যখন আমার মেয়ের দেহ আমার ঘরে সাহিত্য ছিল তখন ডিসি নর্থ আমাদের ঘরের একটা গলিতে ঢুকে ঘরের ভেতরে তিনি আমাকে টাকা দেওয়ার চেষ্টা করেন এবং তার সাথে জবাব দেওয়ার আমরা সঙ্গে সঙ্গে সেই জবাবটা দিই যখন আমার মেয়ের দেহ আমার ঘরে সাহিত্য ছিল তখন ডিসি নর্থ আমাদের ঘরের একটা গলিতে ঢুকে ঘরের ভেতরে তিনি আমাকে টাকা দেওয়ার চেষ্টা করেন এবং তার সাথে জবাব দেওয়ার আমরা সঙ্গে সঙ্গে সেই জবাবটা দিই যখন আমার মেয়ের দেহ আমার ঘরে সাহিত্য ছিল তখন ডিসি নর্থ আমাদের ঘরের একটা গলিতে ঢুকে ঘরের ভেতরে তিনি আমাকে টাকা দেওয়ার চেষ্টা করেন এবং তার সাথে জবাব দেওয়ার আমরা সঙ্গে সঙ্গে সেই জবাবটা দিই
The police tried to bribe us. That's what the parents have alleged. It's a big allegation that they've made against Mamata police that is right now under scrutiny already. It's facing the wrath of the people of West Bengal. They have now come together from all walks of life, not just the doctors, viewers, but from all walks of life. People in West Bengal are coming together. And my colleague Kisholai has joined us on the phone line for more. Kisholai, well, this is a big allegation that is being made by the parents of Dr. Abhaya, that it was the Mamata police who were trying to hush them down, trying to silence them and bury this case by offering them bribe to the parents of a doctor who has been brutally raped and murdered.
Exactly, Rakshita. At one hand, the parents allege that they were bribed by Kolkata police. That's at one hand. On the other hand, other form of destroying evidence is what I have right beside me, this letter. This notice issued by Office of the Principal of Arjikor Medical College. It clears up how that particular day on 10th of August, 9th, the incident happened, horrific incident. 10th, this letter was issued, this notice, memo number RKC 4197 to the executive engineer, where it is said, repair, renovation, reconstruction of on-duty doctor's room on an urgent basis. This doctor's room was just beside the seminar hall where Abhaya was found just a few meters away. It's written here, Sandeep Ghosh issued this letter. He wrote here, you are hereby requested to do the needful. Immediately, Sandeep Ghosh was going crazy to ensure that the particular room just adjacent to the seminar hall is destroyed immediately. Again, please do the needful immediately. Which government notification has this word so many times? In this particular case, Sandeep Ghosh has used this word 3 times. Principal of Arjikor Medical College, Sandeep Ghosh, his signature dated 10/8/2024. Not only that, his writing here, the issue is already discussed and resolved in the meeting with Principal Secretary, Department of Health, which means that the whole issue was known to the administration. Narayan Swarup Nigam, the Health Secretary, Goswami, he was present in the meeting on evening of 10th of August, 6 p.m., where this decision was taken that the room has to be destroyed. At one hand, a room is destroyed just adjacent to where Abhaya was found. So blatantly and shamefully, the evidence is demolished like this in this manner, where in the letter it said 3 times that immediately the room needs to be demolished and reconstruction needs to be made. On the other hand, Abhaya's parents are alleging that the police tried to bribe them. It's a clear statement by Abhaya's father yesterday night, in the middle of the night, when the whole city was on the streets. The parents were holding a press conference where they pointed out how money was offered to them. At one hand, blatant attempt to destroy evidence. On the other hand, this shameful attempt to bribe the parents clears and exposes how the case was handled by the state administration and state police in the very initial phase. And this is shameful, to say the least. Rakshita.
And let's not forget, Kisholai, how immediately after that we saw the mob going on a rampage, and there was further destruction of evidence that was attempted very clearly at the RG core. And not just that, that desperate attempt is now being proved, and the Mamata government continues to be desperate to cover up. A section of media is being accused by the TMC of spreading fake videos in the ongoing investigation that includes the claims that the parents of the victim were being bribed. Another video which has gone viral is showing the parents rejecting any form of bribery and calling for justice. Now, the TMC has tried to latch on to this and condemned these false reports, stressing that the investigation's progress remains unknown and that the parents must not be pressurized by any political party. Clearly, Kisholai, we can see how the TMC is one by one trying to cover up every angle possible, but they're only being exposed right after that. And they're trying to say that, Abhaya's parents are lying.
Well, the video that TMC is trying to allegedly publish and trying to emphasize on, this video is an old video according to sources, and this was recorded according to sources by police station, Ghola police station, and allegedly this video was made without the presence of any magistrate. These are all the allegations that have come up. But the statement made yesterday by Abhaya's parents were in front of thousands of people, protesters who were present, and in front of the whole media fraternity of West Bengal, where the father very emphatically in clear and strong words mentioned that there was an attempt to offer money from the police officers present there and they rejected that offer. That video is recorded by all media persons present there. There were multiple cameras and a whole huge crowd of protesters, where the father made this statement yesterday night. Yesterday night, it was very clear that there was an attempt by the police to stop the parents from going near the body for 3 hours, and in those 3 hours, unknown people came near the body who were present within the vicinity of Abhaya after she was found. The parents mentioned that there were 300 to 400 policemen covering their house and restricting their movement. The Abhaya's parents and especially the father mentioned how this whole attempt of the police to cover up was exposed yesterday. So this video lies in no way in any way near the truth. And yesterday the truth was exposed by the parents themselves. Rakshita.
Absolutely, viewers. And Republic Bangla will continue to get you the latest news breaks, as Bengal will refuse to accept any such injustice that is continuing in the system of West Bengal under Mamata Banerjee. Thank you so much, Kisholai, for joining us with those updates coming in, viewers. That was in our Bangla exclusive news break that we are getting to you first on Republic TV. Now we shift our focus to some more stories making news from across the country. Torrential rains in Jodhpur of Rajasthan has halted flying operations during the phase 2 of exercise Tarang Shakti 2024. The air warriors from friendly foreign countries turned this pause into an opportunity. And the second leg of India's largest multilateral air exercise Tarang Shakti 2024, is being held at the Air Force Station Jodhpur from the 30th of August to the 13th of September. The air forces of Australia, Greece, Sri Lanka, UAE, Japan, Singapore and the United States are participating in this exercise. After meeting with the Prime Minister of Singapore, Prime Minister Narendra Modi announced that a Thiruvalluvar Cultural Centre will open in Singapore to promote and preserve Tamil language, civilization and culture. Following this, Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman has tweeted about the Prime Minister's announcement regarding the cultural centre. Shiv Sena's Uddhav Thackeray will not be the chief ministerial face of the Mahavikas Aghadi in Maharashtra Assembly elections. Congress and the NCP do not accept Sharad Pawar's party or Uddhav Thackeray as the chief ministerial face. Now, both parties have said that the candidate who wins more seats will become the chief minister. Sharad Pawar emphasizes that the person with the most number of MLAs will be the chief minister. Maharashtra Congress President Nana Patole also mentioned that there will be no chief ministerial face announced now. The Joint Parliamentary Committee is holding the third meeting of the Waqf Amendment Bill today. The meeting witnessed the participation of leaders from various sectors. Congress MP K. Suresh stated that there is a strong objection to the bill from various Muslim organizations in Kerala, which demands the withdrawal of the bill. BJP leader Lakshman Nepa has resigned from the primary membership of the party. Following Nepa's resignation, BJP has fielded former Sirsa MP Sunita Duggal from the Ratia Assembly constituency for the upcoming polls in Haryana. Meanwhile, the BJP has renominated MLA Leelaram Gurjar for the Kaithal Assembly seat. Yep. Big breaking news coming in, viewers. Amidst the attacks on Hindus now, the chief advisor of the interim government of Bangladesh, Muhammad Yunus, has made bizarre claims now. Muhammad Yunus has said that the issue of attacks on Hindu minorities in Bangladesh is exaggerated. That is what he has called these attacks, the rise in attacks. And Abhishek Kapoor, my senior executive editor, joins us on the phone line for more. Abhishek, well, there have been more than 200 attacks at least recorded against Hindus, and now Muhammad Yunus, who had also spoken to the Prime Minister, and he had also assured in a speech that he will be, taking cognizance of the matter in the attacks against minorities. Now he calls them exaggerated.
Yeah, exactly. So, what is normal then? 200 attacks, which are a matter of record, it does not seem like an event for the caretaker head of the Bangladesh government. Obviously, there is something amiss, and one least expected this from someone as mild and, suave as Muhammad Yunus to be saying that, but unfortunately he is doing that same thing. Remember the kind of intimidation that has been carried out, the kind of threats that have been carried out, the kind of violence that has been carried out, while the Bangladeshi establishment might say that it is only a subset of the larger targeting of Awami League supporters, and a majority of the Hindu community in Bangladesh happens to be Awami League supporters. But the fact of the matter is there is a clear undertone of religious targeting. There is a clear attempt at communalizing the whole situation and targeting the Hindu minority and other minorities. There have been n number of press conferences that have been carried out by the minority groups to focus attention on the fact that the violence has been turning communal. In fact, just last week we saw a press conference where Hindu teachers were forced to really come out crying and to say that they have been asked to forced to resign. And there have been videos of these radical elements within the larger Bangladeshi community forcing those teachers to resign, 49 to be precise, from the vice chancellor level to the lecturer level in various educational establishments. So obviously there is a targeting of Hindu community that has happened just yesterday, just in the morning. Rakshita, we broke the story of bureaucrats being profiled and a list being prepared of Hindu officers above joint secretary rank. So obviously Muhammad Yunus has wrong people briefing him.
Absolutely.
As to what's happening on the ground.
Yes, he's been meeting even the extremist leaders that have also raised many concerns. Thank you so much, Abhishek, for joining us. We'll sip into a very, very short break, viewers, but don't go anywhere. We will continue to get you the latest on this development coming in. Muhammad Yunus there making a big, bizarre remark as calling the attacks against Hindus exaggerated.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
You're really talking very wisely, and I can't help but break up the statement you gave about Bhagavad Gita. And I could see the impact it has had on you the way you're speaking right now. So how has it really helped you? If you could tell our viewers, do you read it daily, or how does it really come to your life?
So my mother is a Sanskrit and Hindi lecturer, and since childhood she is the one who actually kept me very disciplined and very what I had to do on priority. For example, if I have to do my homework or follow my routine and everything, she's the kind of person who would be like, you have to do it, that's your priority, do that first, and after that only I'll allow you for something else. So she kept me very disciplined and everything throughout my life. And now so initially she only told me about Bhagavad Gita and everything. So she is the person who is like, she tells me about history, she tells me about Indian mythology, or I say it history, Indian history I say. So she tells me about all these stories and the actual history of India. And then now I was like, you know what, I should probably start reading Gita thoroughly. And I have this meditation guru who actually tells me 2 or 3 verses every day, so that it helps me in my general life as well. Because how old it may seem, as old as it may seem, it is relevant in today's life as well. You only have to actually sit and try and connect it with your daily life. So for me, so many verses are there, but especially I really love one that.
And there's more breaking news coming in, viewers. Russian President Vladimir Putin has made a big statement, and he has said that he's ready for talk with Ukraine after having previously rebuffed the idea of negotiations. But at the same time, he has made a very big statement that India can play a big role. India, China, Brazil could mediate in this peace talk. That's what Vladimir Putin has said. He was responding to a question-answer session at the Russia's Eastern Economic Forum in Vladivostok. My colleague Kruta joins us from the newsroom. Kruta, the big statement coming in from the president of Russia himself. He has signaled peace talks, willingness towards peace talks, and to much of the disappointment of the opposition leaders in the country, in India itself, that he does believe that India can play a major role in the peace talks.
Absolutely, Rakshita, and this is a larger geopolitical story that we are looking at here. Russian President Vladimir Putin, for the first time since the Istanbul talks in 2022 fell apart between peace negotiations between Russia and Ukraine, has hinted that he is always open for negotiations. And it is very interesting, Rakshita, if you see the nations that he has named as potential mediators. It is China, India and Brazil, all 3 members of the BRICS coalition that we have. So it increasingly shows that how in the modern day world we are moving towards a more multilateral approach, where regional organizations like BRICS will also have an important role to play in the Ukrainian conflict. But what is interesting here to note is absolutely Prime Minister Narendra Modi's role in the entire mediation effort that has now suddenly raked up, and India has now been looked at as a potential mediator, with Vladimir Putin himself naming it. Let us look at briefly the timeline of events that has happened in the last 6 to 8 weeks. It was on July 8 and 9th when Prime Minister Modi made national and international headlines when he visited Moscow for the first time since the start of the conflict and his official summit with Putin. And we saw how closely the 2 leaders were associated with each other, and a lot of talks happened at the backdrop. After that, 6 weeks later, Prime Minister Modi landed up in Kiev. And it was on August 23 that he held talks with Zelensky. After coming back, just in 4 days, he had a call with US President Biden on August 23rd. And then on August 27th, on August 27th, he had a call with President Biden. And on August 28th, a call with President Putin. And now 9 days later, Putin has said that India can also potentially act as a mediator. So you see the sequence of events has certainly shaked off the entire balance in the conflict. The cold ice that was existing between Ukraine and Russia is sort of breaking, with Putin now signaling potentially towards a peace approach. Although there is a big caveat here. Putin has said that he will only go to the negotiating table if they pick up the peace talks where they left off with Istanbul in 2022, where Turkey was attempting to be sort of a mediator. So Zelensky's 10-point plan that he also tried to impose on Prime Minister Narendra Modi, that he has come up with his Western allies, is not one that they are looking at. Istanbul is the talks from which they want to carry on. Rakshita.
More on that.
character, the taste of success.
He floated like a butterfly, stung like a bee, and shook up the world. Born in 1942 as Cassius Clay Jr., Muhammad Ali was destined for greatness right from the start.
Ali moving in on London. A fuselage of punches by Muhammad Ali.
At the age of 18, he won the Olympic gold. At 22, he shocked the world by defeating Sonny Liston to become a heavyweight champion. But it wasn't just his victories, his records that makes Muhammad Ali special. It was how he won. He was not just a fighter, he was a poet in motion. His footwork was unlike anything boxing had ever seen. Quick, elusive and graceful. Ali revolutionized the sport with his unorthodox style. He did not only beat his opponents physically, he outsmarted them. So here's why Muhammad Ali has been hailed as the greatest ever. Ali won the Olympic gold at 18 years of age to kickstart.
You know what? I should probably start reading Gita thoroughly. And I have this meditation guru who actually tells me 2 or 3 verses every day. So that it helps me in my general life as well.
Rahul Gandhi must stop reducing everything down to caste. He met some trackmen of the Indian Railways and said, most shockingly, that they are like the Mahadalits of the Indian Railways. What does he mean? If you introduce this kind of extremely divisive logic all the time, you will break the million-plus strong workforce of the Indian Railways into different groups with animosity towards each other. And in the process, you will destroy the unity of the Indian Railways, which is in itself one of the greatest unifiers and greatest institutions of this country. This extreme division, which is a short-term political tactic, may appeal to certain vote banks, but let me tell you, this will break our nation forever. This is exactly the language that both the American deep state and the Chinese intelligence machinery would want to hear. Republic and I are for national unity. When our nation's unity is openly under threat by extremely divisive forces from within, make your choice too.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome. I am Pragya Bakshi Sharma reporting from the Noida studios of Republic. It's 3 p.m. and we are getting you the top stories from across the nation after the headlines.
Presented by Royal Global University. Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch bano.
Abhaya's parents make a big charge, say Mamata's police tried to bribe them. Republic accesses August 10 notice issued by Ghosh asking for room next to the crime scene to be demolished. Hearing underway in 2020 Delhi riots case. State alleges Sharjeel Imam and Umar Khalid led the riots. In a spine-chilling interview, actor Soumya narrates how she was assaulted and raped by influential director. Yet another shocker from Bangladesh. After back-to-back attacks, Hindus now being profiled. Vladimir Putin bats for peace talks, says China, India and Brazil could act as mediators.
Presented by Royal Global University. Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch bano.
The hearing on charges in the 2020 Delhi riots case is currently underway, with the state making severe allegations against the accused. The prosecution claimed that Sharjeel Imam and Umar Khalid controlled the protest sites, strategically placing women and children at the forefront. The state is pressing for stringent action as it continues to present its case in the court. This is in the 2020 Delhi riots investigation, which Republic had brought to you 4 years ago. All the details from the Republic investigation now being cited in the court. My colleague Riyanka is live with us. Riyanka, please take us through the arguments.
That's right. Today we are seeing that there is a hearing that is underway in the Delhi High Court in terms of the court. We saw that it had denied giving an urgent hearing to the bail application which was filed by the accused in the Delhi riots 2020 conspiracy case. I'm talking particularly about Sharjeel Imam. Now we know that the Delhi High Court said that 7th October is the date which has been given for the hearing in this matter, which is why they will not be taking up the bail application for Sharjeel Imam anytime soon. So 7th October is the day, and they have said we have given the date of the next month for hearing the bail plea. The Delhi court said that the hearing is 70-80 service related cases every day. That is what they have cited. Remember, Sharjeel Imam had filed a petition demanding an early hearing in this case, which has been denied. Now what we are also getting to know that the state informed court that in January, when the US president that time Donald Trump had visited India, there was a conspiracy that led to the 2020 Delhi riots, and it is clearly mentioned that Sharjeel Imam and Umar Khalid were collectively involved in this, and it was a completely calculative and scripted situation that was created, and they had in fact decided to keep women and children at the forefront. And also what we are getting to know that the state argued that the riots were premeditated. This has been seen time and again, how there have been there have been evidences how this entire thing was already planned and premeditated, and the state also tells the court that their meetings, Sharjeel Imam and Umar Khalid's meetings had taken place. There were communications that show that the riots were planned. So this is the details that has been shared with the court. On that basis, the Delhi High Court will be listening into this case and taking note of the bail petition which has been filed by Sharjeel Imam on 7th of October.
Riyanka, as far as the role of the key accused Sharjeel Imam and Umar Khalid is concerned, what are the arguments that have been made by the state? What are the charges?
Right. The state very clearly says, and I quote, Sharjeel Imam along with others decided to escalate the protest by throwing glass, stones, etc. during the protest. The state is very clearly mentioning the fact that Sharjeel Imam, Umar Khalid and others who were a part of this very conspiracy that led to the Delhi riots back in the year 2020, they escalated the entire protest by throwing stones, by throwing glasses, all these things during the protest. And the state also argued that there were several meetings that were held right before these protests that took place, and they said that there were proper planning done. Very important. The state has mentioned in front of the court that a proper planning was done. It was a premeditated situation that was created. There was a larger conspiracy behind the entire riots that had taken place back in 2020, and we know that Sharjeel Imam and Umar Khalid control the protest site. But very importantly, this is also has been mentioned by the state that Sharjeel Imam and Umar Khalid, they were the ones who were controlling the protest site. They were the ones who were involved in escalating the protest by throwing stones and glass pieces, and also the fact that they had consciously decided to keep women and children in the forefront in order to cover up. So these have been clearly mentioned by the state, argued by the state in front of the Delhi High Court.
Right, Riyanka, thank you so much for those details. We will keep following up on this hearing. Moving on to another story from Bengal, a notice to demolish the room adjacent to the seminar hall at the RG Kar Medical College was sent from the office of now former principal Dr. Sandeep Ghosh. This came just a day after the body was recovered on August 9th. The following day, a meeting was held in the principal's office, resulting in an order to break down rooms and toilets used by on-duty doctors in various departments. This has raised several questions, so a cover-up is clearly out there for all to see. I am being joined by my colleague Kishalay from Republic Bangla. Kishalay, please take us through this detail.
Well, Pragya, this explosive letter that we have into this letter exposes how there was a clear attempt to destroy evidence. I'll show you the letter here, the notice. Government of West Bengal, Office of the Principal. I'll mark out the portions which is important for our viewers to see today. Office of the Principal, and Sandeep Ghosh was the time. Date is 10th of August 2024. 9th of August, the incident of murder happened. Abhay raped and killed. On 10th, a notice is issued to the executive engineer. And what is being said here, repair, renovation and reconstruction of an on-duty doctor's room. This on-duty doctor's room is just beside the seminar hall, about 5 meters distance. And what is written here is that this reconstruction needs to be done on an urgent basis. So Sandeep Ghosh wanted this particular room to be destroyed urgently. Again, I'm showing you here. You are hereby requested to do the needful immediately. So he doesn't want any time to be wasted. Immediately he wants the room to be destroyed. The issue is already discussed and resolved in the meeting with the Principal Secretary, Department of Health, and Narayan Swarup Nigam, the Principal Secretary of Health, is aware about this. He's saying, Sandeep Ghosh is saying, again he's saying, please do the needful immediately. 3 times he's saying, this work needs to be done immediately, and this is the signature of Sandeep Ghosh, and this is the date. It exposes how the state administration, including the health secretary, Narayan Swarup Nigam, was present, and he was aware about the fact that on 10th there was a meeting in which it was decided that the room adjacent to where Abhaya was found needs to be destroyed, and it amounts to destruction of evidence according to the parents and the junior doctors. And this letter exposes how Sandeep Ghosh himself ordered it on 10th, just the next day after which, just the next day on which Abhaya was killed, murdered, raped brutally. It exposes how the room was destroyed on an immediate basis. In this letter, I'll remind you, there are words like urgent, immediate, and thus it is proved that how evidence was destroyed under the supervision of Sandeep Ghosh himself, and the administration was aware about it.
Right, Kishalay, I would like to just show the viewers the visuals of the vandalism near the scene of the crime in RG Kar Hospital. The visuals on your screens of vandalism. This was on 15th of August, 5 days after demolition was done in the hospital next to the scene of crime, and a demolition that was formally ordered by the then principal Sandeep Ghosh. Kishalay, please stay with us. Coming back to you with another question. As far as now this is a damning proof of cover-up. So as far as the investigation against Sandeep Ghosh is concerned, where is it likely to head? We know that he is under the CBI net in the financial irregularities case, but in the Abhaya rape and murder case, after this proof of notice of demolition, of tampering the crime scene, where can this investigation head towards?
Well, Pragya, if there is a question towards me, I'll very clearly say today that this evidence, this letter, this notice is very clear evidence of the fact that Sandeep Ghosh was sitting there inside his office organizing a meeting and deciding how the crime scene needs to be altered. Any sane principle of any institution cannot and would not alter and demolish a crime scene where a doctor's body has been found in such a dangerous and horrific situation just the day before. It was 10th of August on which Sandeep Ghosh along with the health secretary sat there inside Arjikor and decided to destroy the adjacent room, and this letter is the proof of that. This letter, I have marked out several portions where he has said that it needs to be done on urgent basis, it needs to be done immediately, it needs to be done immediately. That is what he's saying, repeating the word, how urgent is it. He wants to prove to the PWD executive engineer that this work needs to be done on an urgent basis, and that urgency itself proves that Sandeep Ghosh was very worried about something and he needed this to be done immediately. And I believe, and the people of West Bengal believe, that now Narayan Sharup Nigam, the health secretary, also needs to be questioned because he was also aware and present in this decision making process, and he, being the health secretary, needs to answer a lot of questions. Exactly.
Right, Kushalai, please continue to stay with us as we take the viewers through some more angles in this story. Abhaya's parents have joined the ongoing doctors' protest, accusing the police of attempting to bribe them with money to suppress the case, to suppress the investigation. Their allegations have fueled further outrage, intensifying calls for justice as protests continue across the state.
যখন আমার মেয়ের দেহ আমার ঘরে সাহিত্য ছিল, তখন ডিসি নর্থ আমাদের ঘরের একটা গলিতে ঢুকে ঘরের ভেতরে তিনি আমাকে টাকা দেওয়ার চেষ্টা করেন এবং তার সাথে জবাব দেওয়ার আমরা সঙ্গে সঙ্গে কি জবাবটা দিই। যখন আমার মেয়ের দেহ আমার ঘরে সাহিত্য ছিল, তখন ডিসি নর্থ আমাদের ঘরের একটা গলিতে ঢুকে ঘরের ভেতরে তিনি আমাকে টাকা দেওয়ার চেষ্টা করেন এবং তার সাথে জবাব দেওয়ার আমরা সঙ্গে সঙ্গে কি জবাবটা দিই। যখন আমার মেয়ের দেহ আমার ঘরে সাহিত্য ছিল, তখন ডিসি নর্থ আমাদের ঘরের একটা গলিতে ঢুকে ঘরের ভেতরে তিনি আমাকে টাকা দেওয়ার চেষ্টা করেন এবং তার সাথে জবাব দেওয়ার আমরা সঙ্গে সঙ্গে কি জবাবটা দিই।
A section of the media is accused of spreading fake videos in the ongoing investigation case, including claims that the parents of the victims were bribed. Another video, which has gone viral, shows the parents rejecting any form of bribery and calling for justice. The TMC has condemned these false reports and stressed that the investigation progress remains unknown. The parents must not be pressured by any political party. Kishalai, coming back to you, if you could elaborate on this for us.
Well, the TMC spokesperson and several TMC leaders as well as TMC supporters are now spreading a video, a particular video of the parents, which is about 15 or 12 or 15 days old, allegedly, according to sources. That particular video, according to sources, allegedly was shot and recorded by Khola police station, and allegedly, according to sources, there were no magistrate present while that video was recorded. Therefore, the video that was recorded that particular day, which is now shown by TMC, is not recorded in front of any magistrate or in front of anyone else other than Khola police officials. This is what we are getting to know according to our sources, and these are the allegations. But the statement made by the father yesterday in front of the whole media fraternity of West Bengal makes it very clear that the police were trying to offer them money. It was yesterday midnight when the whole Kolkata was down on the streets protesting. The father and the mother, the parents, held a press conference making it clear that there was an attempt to bribe and offer money. That bite is recorded by all media channels and newspapers, and there were thousands of protesters present. So this video that is allegedly being spread by TMC is under deep question, and whether it is true or not is not confirmed by the parents as well. But what statement the parents gave yesterday is a very clear evidence and clear allegation of the parents saying that the police tried to offer them money, but why did they do so? It's very clear.
We are facing some technical issues with your audio. We will come back to you on this story. Moving on to some other stories from across the country, a roundup of the same. Let's have a look. Torrential rains in Jodhpur halted flying operations during Phase 2 of exercise Tarang Shakti 2024. The air warriors from friendly foreign countries turned this pause into an opportunity. The second leg of India's largest multilateral air exercise, Exercise Tarang Shakti 2024, is being held at Air Force Station Jodhpur from August 30th to September 13th. The air forces of Australia, Greece, Sri Lanka, UAE, Japan, Singapore and the United States are participating in the exercise. After meeting with the Prime Minister of Singapore, Prime Minister Narendra Modi announced that a Tiruvallur Cultural Centre will open in Singapore to promote and preserve Tamil language, civilization and culture. Following this, Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman tweeted about the PM's announcement regarding the cultural centre. Shiv Sena's Uddhav Thackeray will not be the CM face of the Mahavikas Aghadi in the Maharashtra Assembly elections. Congress and NCP do not accept Sharad Pawar's party or Uddhav Thackeray as the CM face. Both parties have stated that the candidate who wins more seats will become CM. Sharad Pawar has emphasized that the person with the most MLAs will be the CM. Maharashtra Congress President Nana Patole also mentioned that there will be no CM face announced now. The Joint Parliamentary Committee is holding the third meeting on the Waqf Amendment Bill today. The meeting witnessed participation of leaders from various sectors. Congress MP K. Suresh stated that there is a strong objection to this bill from various Muslim organizations in Kerala, which demands the withdrawal of the bill.
Chairman of Joint Parliamentary Committee of Waqf Board Bill, which was moved in the Lok Sabha. Then Parliament, both houses of Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha constituted a Joint Parliamentary Committee for examining the bill, Waqf Board Bill. So in Kerala, this bill is very strong objection from the various Muslim organizations. They demand to withdraw this bill, totally withdraw this bill. This is the demand from the various Muslim organizations.
BJP leader Lakshman Napa has resigned from the primary membership of the party. Following Napa's resignation, BJP has fielded former Sirsa MP Sunita Duggal from the Ratia Assembly constituency for the upcoming Haryana Assembly elections. Meanwhile, the BJP has re-nominated MLA Leela Ram Gurjar for the Kaithal Assembly seat. The Biden administration announced wide-ranging actions meant to call out an alleged Russian influence in the upcoming US presidential elections, unsealing criminal charges against 2 employees of a Russian state-run media company and seizing internet domains used by the Kremlin to spread what it calls disinformation. Here's a report.
It's 2016. Republican candidate Donald Trump comes to power. Soon after, there's a buzz suggesting Russian interference in the US elections. Is the suspicion back to haunt the American democracy once again? The Biden administration seized Kremlin-run websites and charged 2 Russian state media employees in its most sweeping effort.
Foreign governments should know that we will not tolerate foreign malign actors intentionally interfering and undermining free and fair elections. The United States will continue to both expose these state-sponsored actors who attempt to undermine our democratic institutions and hold them accountable for those actions.
The administration has justified their actions under the garb of Russian attempts to spread disinformation ahead of the November presidential elections. Washington has said that Moscow, which intelligence officials have said has a preference for Republican Donald Trump, remains the primary threat to elections. The United States further went on to drag Russian media RT into this situation surrounding a disinformation campaign.
According to information made public today by the Department of Justice, we now know that RT, formerly known as Russia Today, has moved beyond being simply a media organization. We know that RT has contracted with a private company to pay unwitting Americans millions of dollars to carry the Kremlin's message to influence the US elections and undermine democracy. RT's leadership has created and directed this enterprise.
Not only this, the US government also went on to establish newly formed visa regulations.
We are announcing a new policy to restrict visa issuance to certain individuals who, acting on behalf of Kremlin-supported media organizations, use those organizations as cover for covert activities and are responsible for or complicit in these malign efforts.
This comes at a time when an FBI investigation is already underway to probe the Iranian hack during Donald Trump's campaign. With the geopolitical to and fro heating up ahead of the key presidential elections, will the United States and Russia navigate the implacable decline in bilateral relations?
Well, that's all in this bulletin. Thanks for watching and stay tuned for more stories after this break. In a spine-chilling interview, actor Soumya narrates how she was assaulted and raped by influential director. Yet another shocker from Bangladesh after back-to-back attacks, Hindus now being profiled.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
You're really talking very wisely, and I can't help but break up the statement you gave about Bhagavad Gita. Yes. And I could see the impact it has had on you, the way you're speaking right now. So how has it really helped you? If you could tell our viewers, do you read it daily, or how does it really come to your life?
So my mother is a Sanskrit and Hindi lecturer, and since childhood she is the one who actually kept me very disciplined and very what I had to do on priority. For example, if I have to do my homework or follow my routine and everything, she's the kind of person who would be like, you have to do it, that's your priority, do that first, and after that only I'll allow you for something else. So she kept me very disciplined and everything throughout my life. And now, so initially she only told me about Bhagavad Gita and everything. So she is the person who is like, she tells me about history, she tells me about Indian mythology, or I say it history, Indian history I say. So she tells me about all these stories and the actual history of India. And then now I was like, you know what, I should probably start reading Gita thoroughly. And I have this meditation guru who actually tells me 2 or 3 verses every day, so that it helps me in my general life as well. Because how old it may seem, as old as it may seem, it is relevant in today's life as well. You only have to actually sit and try and connect it with your daily life. So for me, so many verses are there, but especially I really love one, that do your karma and do not focus on the result.
कर्म करते जब फल चिंता मत करो.
अपने कर्म पूरी निष्ठा से करो, फल की चिंता मत करो. तो ये चीज है. And my coach always says, Jaspal sir, he always says, you do not get what you want, you get what you deserve. So
6 Maoists were killed and 2 security personnel were injured in Telangana in an encounter. Let's have a look at this report.
6 Maoists were killed and 2 security personnel were injured during an operation carried out in Telangana's Bhadradri-Kottagudem district. The incident was reported near the Andhra-Chhattisgarh border. The operation, conducted by Telangana Special Police Forces Greyhounds, resulted in a cache of weapons and ammunition being recovered.
Well, in a major operation which was carried out earlier in the morning by the Greyhounds officials in Bhadradri-Kottagudem, which is one of the areas where Naxalites and Maoists have been residing since all of these years. This is the district, a neighboring district to Chhattisgarh, and also at the same time what we have been seeing is that 6 Maoists have been gunned down by the officials, and also in this particular operation 2 security personnel have received injuries. However, they are undergoing treatment at the hospital. But amid all of these operations, now 6 Maoists have been gunned down, and also some of the arms and ammunition have also been recovered.
The incident also comes just a few days after 9 Maoists were neutralized in another encounter operation.
That's a wrap on this bulletin. I'll be back with you with more updates from across the country. This is Pragya Bakshi Sharma signing off.
Director, the taste of success.
One of the things that we are really proud about is the fact that India, Bharat, is the fastest growing major economy in the world, and will continue to be so. In fact, the way we've been going for the last 10 years, in the next 5 to 10 years, if we have political stability, if everything is right, there are no major risk factors, then we will be in a situation to be rivaling China, and in 20 to 30 years surpassing China. It's a reality that we are a competing nation, and one of the reasons why the Chinese and the Americans are using their deep states against us, are conspiring against us. And as I have been saying repeatedly over the last few weeks, the reason that they have been using their intelligence agencies to try and surround India with difficulties, use Indian political parties and Indian political leaders as their agents, as their Mir Jafars, is because they want to contain India. I would now like to give you an example of what happens should there be wrong political leadership in any state. Should any political party get its fundamentals wrong, then the example I'm going to share with you is what can happen across India. I will give you the example of Himachal Pradesh. Just recently, the Congress party won the elections in Himachal Pradesh, and there is a government there which has now landed the state in a little over a year into a situation of financial catastrophe. There is a financial emergency. There is a massive financial
A very good afternoon, viewers. It's 3:30 and you're watching Republic TV with me, Deepak Suresh Kumar. Back-to-back news breaks of Republic TV have been confirmed, but TMC, on the other hand, continues to cry foul. We'll get you all the latest on the Arjika rape and murder, but first the headlines. Abhaya's parents make a big charge, say Mamta's police tried to bribe them. Republic accesses August 10th notice issued by Sandeep Ghosh asking for the room next to the crime scene to be demolished. Hearing underway in the 2020 Delhi riots case, state alleges Sharjeel Imam and Umar Khalid led the riots. In a spine-chilling interview, actor Soumya narrates how she was assaulted and raped by an influential director. Yet another shocker from Bangladesh after back-to-back attacks, Hindus now being profiled. Russian President Vladimir Putin bats for peace talks, says China, India and Brazil could act as mediators. First up, viewers, let's talk about the room right next to the seminar hall at the RG Kar Hospital. A demolition notice was issued by Sandeep Ghosh on August 10th, a day after the horrific crime took place at the RG Kar Hospital. And in fact, Republic TV had also questioned why the crime scene, or the room next to the crime scene, was demolished. Was there a bid to tamper with the evidence? Now we have clear-cut proof of who issued the order for the demolition of the room right next to the seminar hall. It was Sandeep Ghosh, the former principal of RG Kar Medical College, who is now embroiled in a corruption case. Principal, he's the Dr. Sandeep Ghosh. This came just a day after the body was recovered on August 9th. And the very next day, a meeting was held in the principal's office, resulting in an order to break down the rooms and toilets used by on-duty doctors in various departments. In fact, we also have that document which Kishlay will shed light on. Kishlay, a very good afternoon. Sandeep Ghosh, his bid to cover up the entire matter has been exposed. This time, a documentary proof has also been accessed by Republic TV. Take us through the details, Kishlay.
Well, Deepak, this is explosive, to say the least. We have been saying time and again that there was an attempt to tamper with the evidence, and this is a clear proof. This is the document with me right now. I'll be showing to our viewers, marking out the important portions. This is from the office of the principal, RG Kar Medical College. And look at this date, 10/8/2024. 9th of August, Abhaya was murdered and raped. 10th of August, this particular notice is issued. Memo number is RKC 4197, and this is to the Executive Engineer, PWD, Electrical and Civil. The subject says this is about repair, renovation and reconstruction of on-duty doctor's room. This room is just adjacent to the seminar hall where Abhaya was found. This is very important and urgent. That is what this notice says. This needs to be done on an urgent basis. The next statement, you are hereby requested to do the needful immediately. This needs to be done immediately. This is according to Sandeep Ghosh. He also says that the issue is already discussed and resolved in a meeting with the Principal Secretary, Department of Health. So Narayan Swarup Nigam, the Health Secretary, knew about this. On the other hand, he again writes, please do the needful immediately. He is continuously repeating the word immediately. And this is signed by Sandeep Ghosh, Principal RG Kar, 10/8/2024. This letter exposes how Sandeep Ghosh, just after the body was recovered and the day after the heinous murder and rape was committed, Sandeep Ghosh had a meeting with the Health Secretary of the state, Narayan Swarup Nigam, and he gave out this notice seeking immediate destruction, immediate reconstruction of the room which is adjacent to the seminar hall. How a room which is so close to the seminar hall where Abhaya was found was reconstructed and demolished is a question that we were raising all along, and now it is crystal clear that Sandeep Ghosh was the person behind it. But what is more important, Deepak, is that the Health Secretary of West Bengal knew about the whole matter. He was present in the meeting, and therefore Mamata Banerjee now has no way to escape from the fact that her administration was well aware that the whole crime scene was altered, and it is not just about Sandeep Ghosh, not just about an individual, but it is about the whole system that Mamata Banerjee has erected, and the system which is full of flaws, corruption, according to people of West Bengal, and now these criminal charges against the whole system, including Narayan Swarup Nigam, the Health Secretary. These raises serious question on the intention of the administration in order to hide and suppress evidence in order to tamper with the facts and what happened at RG Kar. Deepak.
Right, Kishle, the state has deliberately tried to suppress, like you mentioned, and they have betrayed Abhaya and her parents as well, because Abhaya's parents, who have now joined the protests with the doctors, have accused the police of attempting to bribe them with money to suppress the entire case. In fact, their allegations have fueled further outrage, intensifying the calls for justice, viewers, as even protests continue across the state. The parents have claimed that the DCP tried to even blame them and bribe them. Listen in.
যখন আমার মেয়ের দেহ আমার ঘরে সাহিত্য ছিল, তখন ডিসি নর আমাদের ঘরের একটা গলিতে ঢুকে ঘরের ভেতরে তিনি আমাকে টাকা দেওয়ার চেষ্টা করেন এবং তার সাথে জবাব দেওয়ার আমরা সঙ্গে সঙ্গে সেই জবাবটা দিই। যখন আমার মেয়ের দেহ আমার ঘরে সাহিত্য ছিল, তখন ডিসি নর আমাদের ঘরের একটা গলিতে ঢুকে ঘরের ভেতরে তিনি আমাকে টাকা দেওয়ার চেষ্টা করেন এবং তার সাথে জবাব দেওয়ার আমরা সঙ্গে সঙ্গে সেই জবাবটা দিই।
Now, despite our news breaks being confirmed by Kolkata police themselves, the TMC continues to cry foul. They continue to blame media. They continue to accuse media of spreading fake videos in the ongoing investigation, including claims that the parents of the victim were bribed. In fact, you just heard about it, viewers, the parents themselves claiming that the police tried to bribe them. And another video which has gone viral shows the parents rejecting any form of bribery and calling for justice. The TMC has now condemned these false reports and stressed that the investigation's progress remains unknown. And they also claim that the parents must not be pressured. Now, these are the visuals, viewers, where Abhaya's parents have also taken to the streets. They've joined the ongoing protests by the doctors demanding justice for their daughter Abhaya. Now, the parents have also claimed that there was a bid to suppress them. In fact, the West Bengal governor yesterday also joined in solidarity with the protest. He also turned off the lights at the Raj Bhavan. The entire Kolkata went dark yesterday, and these are the visuals from Raj Bhavan, where the governor's office has gone dark in solidarity with the candlelight protests that were held. And these are the visuals of the candlelight protests that were taken out last evening in Kolkata, demanding justice for Abhaya. The entire city stood in solidarity by turning off their lights. And they also sang songs against Mamata Banerjee, holding up their flashlights of their phones. These are the visuals from the protests. Yesterday, the protesters sang a song against Mamata Banerjee, and it's a symbolic protest that they've held. And while the TMC rolled out the Reclaim the Night protest, the doctors rolled out Reclaim the Light in response to that, in a bid to demand justice for Abhaya. And these are the visuals of Dark Streets for a Brighter Future protest that was held in Kolkata again. A lot of these protests surfaced last night, where the entire city went dark in solidarity. and joined the chorus for justice for Abhaya. Coming back to you, Kishle, there is multiple proof, there is evidence, and there is also confirmation of, the cover-up bid. And despite that, Kishle, the TMC government tries to blame the media for trying to spread what they call false news, because Kolkata police initially denied allegations of evidence tampering by the mob that ransacked the RG Kar hospital, but later they came out and clarified that there was indeed tampering of evidence. And in fact, they also confirmed the video that we played saying it was from the seminar hall. They initially said that this is a viral video, it has no sort of authenticity, but the very next day, the SP or the Kolkata police came out and also confirmed that video as well. And now they're saying that the parents' claims of bribery that is being portrayed by a section of media is also false. But we have proof again of that, with Abhaya's parents coming out in the open and claiming that they were tried to bribe and also tried to suppress the entire matter, Kishle.
Well, exactly. The video that Kolkata police, that particular video that TMC is showing, in fact, that's quite old, I'll remind you. And that video, allegedly, according to sources, was shot about 15 days ago or 13 days ago by Ghola police station police personnel or police officials. This is according to source. That video is not verified by the parents themselves, and there were no magistrate or anyone else present during which that video was shot, where the parents are saying that we were not offered money. That particular video, which is quite old and was shot according to sources in the absence of any magistrate, was shot in a way or recorded in a way that could well be tampered, or the parents could well be pressurized according to junior doctors and the opposition parties. But the video that we are talking about is from yesterday. The whole city was on the streets, and Abhaya's parents held a press conference where thousands of protesters were present, and whole media fraternity of West Bengal and the country was covering this press.
Right, we seem to have some technical glitches there. We'll fix that in just a moment, but it's all there right before you, viewers. The parents there, their statement is right before you, but TMC continues to cry foul. They claim that there was no attempts made by the Kolkata police to bribe the victim's family, but Abhaya's parents themselves have come out and they've openly claimed that the police tried to offer them money and they tried to suppress the entire matter. It's not some hearsay, it is a statement by Abhaya's parents themselves that nobody can deny, not even the TMC, because it's out there in the open. Abhaya's parents have made that claim. Now let's move on, viewers, to the other top stories that we're tracking from across the nation. A large number of people gathered outside Sanjoli Masjid in Shimla to protest against the alleged illegal construction by the mosque. The mosque's construction has been center of a heated debate in Himachal Pradesh, with around 44 hearings already held in the court regarding the same.
ये मस्जिद है, ये अवैध बनी हुई है, जिसमें कि कल अनुज सिंह जी ने भी विधानसभा में अपनी बात रखी है। ये 4 मंजिलें इसकी अवैध है। अगर यह हमारा आधा इंच छज्जा भी बढ़ता है तो उसे तुरंत तोड़ दिया जाता है। 10 सालें हो गई है, ये इस मस्जिद पर कार्रवाई क्यों नहीं हो रही है? और हम चाहते हैं कि अवैध जो मस्जिद है ये यहाँ पर गिरनी चाहिए, ये हमारी मांग है।
Rahul Gandhi, who has begun a whole campaign in Jammu and Kashmir, that stated that restore the statehood to J&K after coming to power. In response, former Union Minister Anurag Thakur stated that the Home Ministry had clearly stated that Kashmir would be granted full state status once the assembly elections are held.
धारा 370 को हटाने के बाद यहाँ पथराबाजी की घटनाओं को खत्म किया, यहाँ आतंकवाद अलगाववाद को कुचलने का काम किया, यहाँ पर पीस, प्रॉस्पेरिटी और प्रोग्रेस, शांति, विकास, समृद्धता, संपन्नता, इसको लाने का काम भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने किया है। यहाँ की जनता में खुशी है, तभी तो राहुल गांधी जी और प्रियंका गांधी जी यहाँ आकर बर्फ के गोलों के साथ खेल सकते हैं।
Security has been heightened in Jammu and Kashmir ahead of the assembly polls following a terrorist encounter near Thana Mandi in Rajouri district. Additional security personnel have also been deployed on highways and vital road links in Srinagar and adjacent districts to prevent any sort of untoward incident from happening. Haryana Cabinet Minister Chaudhry Ranjit Singh Chautala resigned from his position in the Naib Singh Saini's cabinet. Chautala expressed his frustration with the BJP for not giving him a ticket from Rania Assembly seat. He announced his intention to contest the elections from Rania and emphasized his determination to demonstrate his strength through a roadshow. The VHP and Delhi Sant Mahamandal has submitted an MOU to Union Home Minister Amit Shah concerning the atrocities against Hindu minorities in Bangladesh. The General Secretary of the Delhi Sant Mahandaleshwar stated that they met with the Home Minister to express their concerns about the situation of the Hindu community in neighboring Bangladesh.
आदरणीय गृह मंत्री जी से हम लोग मिले संतों के साथ और परिषद के अधिकारियों के साथ। उनने हमें बड़ी गंभीरता से सुना है। हमने चिंता व्यक्त की है कि वहाँ का जो हिंदू है वो बांग्लादेश का ही नागरिक है और अपने नागरिक की रक्षा करना वहाँ की सरकार का कर्तव्य होता है, तो उन्हें करना चाहिए। और मुझे लगता है हमारी सरकार ने कहा है कि जो प्रारंभ में हुआ सो हुआ, अब किसी हिंदू के साथ अन्याय नहीं होगा। उसके लिए हम सतत वहाँ की सरकार से संपर्क में हैं और हम हिंदुओं की रक्षा करें।
2 people died and 3 are in a critical condition after a bus carrying 32 students from Loyola School on the outskirts of the city of Manvi in Karnataka collided with a government transport bus that was heading towards Raichur. Few of the injured children's legs have been amputated and many are grievously injured. 6 Maoists were killed and 2 security personnel were injured during an operation carried out in Bhadradri district of Telangana. This incident was reported near the border of Chhattisgarh. The operation was conducted by the Telangana Greyhounds, resulted in a cache of weapons being recovered. The incident comes just a few days after 9 Maoists were eliminated in another encounter operation by the security forces. Following a major storm in the Malayalam film industry, Mollywood, representatives from the Karnataka film industry, including social activist Vijayamma, actor Chetan and Shruti Hariharan, met the Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah. The delegation requested for the formation of a committee similar to the Justice Hema Committee to address their concerns in the sandalwood. The film industry for rights and equality has supported the demand and called for a government-backed committee to investigate the sandalwood film industry.
Time he talked nicely, he took the report, but at the same he took the petition with 153 names from inside the industry and outside. But he also asked a question. He said while he was leaving with 1 minute, he said, I'll talk to you later. But he said, is there really sexual harassment in the film industry? Now, he asked the question, is there truly sexual harassment? We said, yes, we are all fighting. We have people who have been victims of it. We will give you evidence through complaints. We will give you anything. Then we will definitely show him that. But if this question is really an intentional lack of awareness, we can teach and we can explain and we can show him evidence.
Now moving on, viewers, the Indian Armed Forces always embody the essence of heroism and selflessness. This video will shed light on the behind the scenes of their military might.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
Welcome back, viewers. Now, Republic TV has accessed the images from inside the shed where Renuka Swami was brutally murdered after meting out shock treatment and also assaulting him with not just wooden sticks but also a lathi. He was also pushed and hit against a lorry or a truck, which Renuka Swami is also seen in the images that we have accessed. This is the image, viewers. There you can see Renuka Swami shirtless. He's crying. He's pleading for his life. And still, Darshan and his gang pushed him against the lorry and they brutally assaulted him before they murdered and discarded his body near sewage in Bengaluru. We have Sri Lakshmi also joining us live from our Bengaluru newsroom. Very good afternoon to you, Sri Lakshmi. Shocking images have been accessed by Republic Kannada. These images clearly show the kind of brutality that Renuka Swami was subjected to. The photo that is on our screens, Sri Lakshmi, clearly show how Renuka Swami is pleading for his life. And despite his calls and pleas, he was brutally assaulted, murdered, and his body was discarded.
Yes, Deepak, in a horrifying incident, the photos in which Renuka Swami has been tortured and in a very brutal way have been surfaced. Since today morning, Republic Kannada have accessed all these photos exclusively, which shows the brutality conducted on Renuka Swami by Darshan and gang. It seems this gives a major twist to the whole incident. These photos emerge after the submission of 3,991 pages of charge sheet against Darshan and his team by Karnataka police. And it is also said that just before conducting this brutal torture upon Renuka Swami, this Darshan and team goes to Stony Brook restaurant and sits there, and this is a well thought process which they have conducted. They plan it step by step, and then they come into this Patanagere shed, and there they conduct this brutal activity. And after the death of Renuka Swami, they take a selfie. It is said that they take a selfie in front of the dead body, and Republic Kannada has has also accessed the photo of the dead body of Renukaswamy after all this brutal torture. And the latte which was used to torture him is completely broken. And they use this electric megger. Look at the mindset. They use this electric megger to give shock, current shock to his private parts. Hardly 40-50 kilos of a body. Renukaswamy is such a, I mean, he was pleading to all of them to save his life at least. He was like asking sorry and all the things, whatnot he did. But still, Darshan and gang did not have even an iota of mercy upon him. And later on, after the murder, they go back to this Stony Brook restaurant and sits there and again continue partying. Later on, next day, Darshan goes to a puja program at his wife's house. It is also said that while police was interrogating these the people who were in this gang, they told that it is to Vijay Lakshmi, this Renukaswamy used to send messages to cover up Pavitra Gowda's name from the incident. But later on, this person called Raghavendra, who picked up Renukaswamy from Chitradurga, who kidnapped Renukaswamy, after this khaki treatment, he explained everything that it is for Pavitra Gowda, Darshan did all these things. That's why Pavitra Gowda, it seems, named as A1 and Darshan is named as A2 in the charge sheet.
Right, Sri Lakshmi, many thanks for joining me with those details. Well, the charge sheet that has been filed, close to 4,000 pages of charge sheet has been filed against Darshan, Pavitra Gowda and the other accused involved. And the charge sheet clearly narrates the kind of ordeal that was subjected to Renukaswamy. And we'll get you all the details as and when we get those images, those clinching images of the murder weapon.
Just days after Prime Minister Modi's visit to Russia and Ukraine and his calls with Putin and Biden, Russian President Vladimir Putin, for the first time in quite a long time, has come out and said that he's ready for peace and mediation talks. Interestingly, he has named India as one of the countries who can come and play the role of the mediator. For more on this story, stay tuned to Republic TV as we come right back with more news and updates.
You're really talking very wisely, and I can't help but break up the statement you gave about Bhagavad Gita. Yes. And I could see the impact it has had on you the way you're speaking right now. So how has it really helped you? If you could tell our viewers, do you read it daily, or how does it really come to your life?
So my mother is a Sanskrit and Hindi lecturer, and since childhood she is the one who actually kept me very disciplined.
Gandhi must stop reducing everything down to caste. He met some trackmen of the Indian Railways and said, most shockingly, that they are like the Mahadalits of the Indian Railways. What does he mean? If you introduce this kind of extremely divisive logic all the time, you will break the million-plus strong workforce of the Indian Railways into different groups with animosity towards each other. And in the process, you will destroy the unity of the Indian Railways, which is in itself one of the greatest unifiers and greatest institutions of this country. This extreme division, which is a short-term political tactic, may appeal to certain vote banks, but let me tell you, this will break our nation forever. This is exactly the language that both the American deep state and the Chinese intelligence machinery would want to hear. Republic and I are for national unity. When our nation's unity is openly under threat by extremely divisive forces from within, make your choice too.
You know what, I should probably start reading Gita thoroughly, and I have this meditation guru who actually tells me 2 or 3 verses every day, so that it helps me in my general life as well.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very good afternoon, viewers. You're watching Republic TV and I'm Raksha with you. In this bulletin, we will get you the top story that we are tracking from West Bengal. There has been a shameful cover-up. The parents of Dr. Abhaya have made scathing allegations against Mamata police. Also, we'll tell you how the RG Core evidence tampering case is also picking steam. Republic TV will be getting you the latest input on that. But first up, the headlines this hour.
Presented by Royal Global University. Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch bano.
August 10 notice by Mamata's department exposes the cover-up. Room next to the crime scene asked to be demolished. Hearing underway in 2020 Delhi riots case. State alleges Sharjeel Imam and Omar Khalid led the riots. In a spine-chilling interview, actor Soumya narrates how she was assaulted and raped by an influential Tamil director. Yet another shocker from Bangladesh, back-to-back attacks against Hindus. Now he says that now what we are getting to know is that Hindus are being profiled in the state. Meanwhile, the chief advisor to the interim government, Mohammad Yunus, says that the attacks are exaggerated, the reports are exaggerated. Vladimir Putin bats for peace talks, says China, India and Brazil could act as mediators in the peace talks.
Presented by Royal Global University. Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch bano.
A notice to demolish the room adjacent to the seminar hall that was the crime scene at the RG Kaur Medical College was sent from the very office of then Principal Dr. Shandeep Ghosh, who's right now in CBI custody. And this comes just a day after the body was recovered on the 9th of August. And the following day, a meeting was held in the principal's office, resulting in an order to break down the rooms and the toilets used by on-duty doctors in various departments. What is RG Kaur's administration trying to hide? What is the Mamata Banerjee's state government trying to hide? That is the big question, as this is a clear proof of evidence tampering at the RG Kaur. Remember, this was also rigged up by the Supreme Court. That was pointed out by the Supreme Court bench. So that's the big update we have. Republic Bangla getting you the latest on that. In fact, my colleague Kisholai will tell us the details of this notice. Kisholai, tell us how this shameful cover-up was done. A body is found. Their own employee doctor, junior doctor, is raped and murdered. She is bleeding. The body is lying on the floor. And there are frantic measures the very next day to, in fact, conduct demolition on the room right next to the crime scene. Like, what does this really say? Clearly indicates how the allowed RG Kaur principal, then principal, Shandeep Ghosh, was desperate to cover up. And maybe there's a lot more to this story, because the way this case has been handled by Shandeep Ghosh actually shows that there was a bigger picture to it.
Well, not just Shandeep Ghosh, Rakshita. The whole system was engaged in this matter of destruction and tampering of evidence. The Health Secretary Narayan Swarup Nigam himself knew about it, and this notice, which I am showing repeatedly to our viewers, it is important to show again that this notice exposes the hand of West Bengal's administrative heads in this matter. The memo number of this notice is RKC 4197. It is given to the executive engineer engineer of PWD and also executive engineer PWD Civil and Electric, and this is 10th of August 2024. I'll remind the viewers, on 9th of August, Abhaya was found dead, and the whole incident happened on 9th, and 10th, early wee hours, Abhaya's body was found. The subject is repair, renovation and reconstruction of an on-duty doctor's room. I'll remind you, this on-duty doctor's room is just adjacent to the seminar hall where Abhaya was found. So this is just a few meters away from that place. Now see what the principal writes here. He says that this needs to be done on an urgent basis. So immediately the doctor's room needs to be destroyed and reconstruction needs to be made. He's saying you are hereby requested to do the needful immediately. Immediately. You do it right now. Break the room, tamper with the evidence. That is what he means here. And he's saying that the issue is already discussed and resolved in a meeting with the Principal Secretary, Department of Health and Family Welfare. And the person is Narayan Swarup Nigam, with whom he has already had a meeting, he's saying. And he's saying, please do the needful immediately. And this is his signature, Principal of Arjikor Shondip Ghosh, 10th of August 2024. So it's not just Shondip Ghosh, Rakshita. This is a whole system betraying Abhaya. This is a whole system. This is a whole administration betraying a lady doctor who went to her workplace to serve the people of West Bengal by providing them treatment and care. She was murdered in a room in that area. Her body was found 9th of August. This heinous crime happens. 10th of August, wee hours, her body is found. And 10th of August, in the evening, there's a meeting in that same hospital where the principal and the health secretary of the state, close to Mamata Banerjee, is present, and they decide that let's break and let's demolish the room just adjacent to the seminar hall. How is this even sane? How is this even possible? We are asking questions about how and why the state's health secretary won't be questioned now after his name has come up in this whole matter of tampering with the evidence. So it is not just one individual, it is the whole system and administration of West Bengal which was involved in tampering with the evidence. That is what the junior doctors are saying, Rakshita.
Absolutely, and the principal also then gets rewarded after this incident with a plum posting in another college. And then we see that there is vandalism. A mob is clearly allowed to run amok and vandalize the entire hospital, and that quite visibly shows the chronology of the events and indicates towards the possibility of the state government's direct involvement in the case. Mamata Banerjee and her leaders continue to say that what has the CBI found out till now? What have they got in the investigation up until now? But what do they really say about this? What answer will the Mamata Banerjee police have when these proofs actually emerge? Because even the Supreme Court has pointed this out and asked that what was the urgency to conduct this demolition?
Exactly. The bench of the Chief Justice of Supreme Court was surprised that such a demolition could take place in the vicinity of the crime scene. And it's actually a system to secure the whole area. And it was the responsibility of Kolkata police to ensure that the whole area is secured. They not only allowed all the strangers to come inside the seminar hall in the vicinity of the body found, they also stopped the parents from going there for 3 hours. That is what the parents have alleged yesterday. And they also allowed this shameless demolition and tampering of evidence to happen. And this is now a proof of the shamelessness of West Bengal's administration, including the Health Secretary Narayan Swarup Nigam, who needs to answer right now, who needs to come out in the open and clear his hands of this blood, because he has, according to the junior doctors, blood in his hand because he tampered. He actually catalyzed the process of tampering with the evidence. Just imagine the fact that a body in that condition is found and immediately a meeting takes place, and the body is of whom? A lady doctor of that hospital itself, raped, murdered brutalized, and the immediate evening they come and sit for a meeting and they decide that yes, today we immediately need to make another room for the doctors. We need to reconstruct the whole room. Are they thinking that the people of West Bengal are foolish? Then they are mistaking, because people of West Bengal are right now aware of the endeavors by the administration to tamper with the evidence, and that is the reason people of West Bengal are right now out in the streets every day, every night, and yesterday as well we saw the whole city turn dark because people switched off the lights in order to demand justice and demand punishment for these culprits who ensured that the evidences are tampered so that the criminals could not be found. But they are mistaking. I'll repeat again, people of West Bengal are very angry right now, anguished. Rakshita.
Right. Thank you so much, Kisholai, for putting out the details. And of course, Republic TV's and Republic Bangla's investigation viewers in this horrific case will continue. And as, of course, the justice for Abhaya chorus continues to grow, the protests continue unabated on the streets of West Bengal against Mamata Banerjee. In fact, Kisholai, we will continue to get more updates from you, because there is, on the other hand, the parents also, how they are indicating at this cover-up. They've also spoken about the bribe that was offered, apparently, at what they are in fact claiming that a bribe was offered by Mamata police cops to hush them up. That clearly again shows that that Mamata Banerjee realized, that the police realized that they are in a big big trouble, and there are many things that would get uncovered in this investigation, and henceforth they try to even hush up the victims' parents.
Well, Rakshita, the TMC has come up with a video where it is seen that the parents are saying that we were not bribed. This after yesterday the parents came out in public saying that they were offered money by the police. I'll remind our viewers and I'll inform our viewers that the video that TMC is publishing right now is, according to sources, 13 to 15 days old, and it was recorded, according to sources, by police officials of Ghola police station in the absence of any magistrate or anyone else. It's not the rule or law to get a statement recorded in the absence of a magistrate. So according to sources, the police officials went there, recorded this statement, which is now being pushed forward by the TMC. But the statement that was given by the father and the mother yesterday, the parents and the family member, are important, crucial, because it was given in front of the whole media fraternity. At least 100 cameras were present yesterday, and thousands of protesters were present at the location where Abhaya's parents were holding a press conference yesterday in the middle of the night, when the whole city was awake protesting. The father very emphatically and clearly said that money was offered to us by the police. This is recorded. This is recorded by every camera present there and in front of thousands of people live on television. The father said that we were offered money by the police. We rejected that money. So that bite, that sound bite, proves that there were endeavors to not only tamper with the evidence which is proven by this letter, but also to suppress the voice of the parents by offering them money. So both angles are important. At one hand, the administration tried to tamper all the evidence that was present at the spot by doing such reconstruction work immediately. On the other hand, the police was offering money to the parents, according to the parents, alleged by the father, and this was done in order to shut their mouth so that they don't speak up and this matter doesn't blow up. But the parents did not keep shut. They rejected the money, according to them, and henceforth exposed the role, the dirty role that the police played in this whole matter.
Right, Kisholai. Thank you so much for putting out those details coming in on Republic and Bangla's news break on that investigation. Viewers will keep a track of the latest updates coming in on that story. And viewers, now the inaugural edition of the International Solar Festival is all set to take place in New Delhi, and the Prime Minister has also addressed the people on the nation ahead of this very special day. Take a listen to what he had to say.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi addressed the nation ahead of the ceremony to mark the first International Solar Festival.
I am glad to welcome you all to the first International Solar Festival. I congratulate the International Solar Alliance for this wonderful initiative. Friends, the Vedas were texts composed thousands of years ago. One of the most popular mantras of the Vedas is about the sun. Even today, millions of Indians chant it daily. Many cultures across the world have respected the sun in their own ways. Most regions also have festivals related to the sun. This International Solar Festival brings the whole world together to celebrate the sun's impact. This is a festival that will help us build a better planet. Friends, in 2015, the ISA began as a small sapling. It was a moment of hope and aspiration.
The two-day festival aims to bring together solar power stakeholders from around the world to share knowledge and promote innovation.
And viewers, the latest updates coming in on the hearing on charges in the 2020 Delhi riots case with the state has, now remember the state has made severe allegations against the accused Sharjeel Imam and Umar Khalid, and the prosecution claims that Sharjeel Imam and Umar Khalid controlled the protest sites, strategically placing women and children at the forefront. Now the state is pressing for stringent action as it continues to present its case in the court. For more details on this, my colleague Riyanka is joining us on the broadcast for more. Riyanka, what are you picking up from the court as far as this hearing is concerned?
Well, when it comes to the Delhi riots conspiracy case of 2020, we know that the Delhi High Court has denied giving an early hearing date for Sharjeel Imam, the accused, who has in fact sought an early bail hearing first. Secondly, what we are getting to know that the state had made several arguments in front of the court, claiming that Sharjeel Imam and Umar Khalid, both of them, they were the ones who were taking note of the entire protest. They were the ones who were responsible for somewhere escalating the protest back then in 2020. They were the ones who were responsible in throwing stones and pieces of glass, which indeed escalated the entire matter. The state also argued in the Delhi High Court that it was Sharjeel Imam and Umar Khalid who had been holding several meetings, and there were several evidences that this was a planned and premeditated event which had been undertaken back then. Also, it has been revealed by the state to the High Court that these two accused, it was under their conscious decision that they had kept women and children in the forefront of the protest, and they had acted upon a cover-up in terms of keeping the women and children in front, and this is what was happening behind. So there were several arguments that have been made, and stringent action has been constantly demanded for the accused. Remember, the court, the Delhi High Court, will be hearing the matter in terms of the bail for Sharjeel Imam on the 7th of October.
All right. Thank you so much, Priyanka, for joining us with the updates coming in, viewers. So, the state has made those allegations that it was Umar Khalid and Shajil Imam who are leading and orchestrating these tensions, these riots in the national capital in the year 2020. Now, viewers, in a big blow to the Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, a key ally, New Democratic Party, withdrew the support to the ruling alliance, reducing his government to a minority less than a year before the next general elections. Now, turning the screws on his government, the opposition demanded snap elections. Development comes as a significant setback to Trudeau, who counts on the NDP's support earlier to push through his legislative agenda. Here's a report for more.
Dealing a massive blow to Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, key ally National Democratic Party withdrew support to his government less than a year before the next general election. While potentially hurting his prospects in the next general election on October 20th, 2025, the NDP's pullout also makes it harder for the Prime Minister to push through his legislative agenda in his immediate term. Going for the kill, with Trudeau's Liberal regime wobbling with a reduced majority, the opposition called for early election.
Well, so far as the current position is concerned, maybe Justin Trudeau is not losing his government, though maybe since it's a minority government, it's going to have impact on day-to-day business of running the government in terms of legislation. And Trudeau might need support from some smaller parties in the House of Commons, as it is called, the Parliament in Canada.
Releasing a detailed statement after pulling out of the Trudeau government, NDP leader Jagmeet Singh said the Prime Minister doesn't deserve another term in office. Accusing Trudeau of yielding to corporate greed, the NDP leader said it was now time for the people to have their voices heard.
Today, I notified the Prime Minister that I've ripped up the Supply and Confidence Agreement. Canadians are fighting a battle for the future of the middle class. Justin Trudeau has proven again and again he will always cave to corporate greed. The Liberals have let people down. They don't deserve another chance. There is an even bigger battle ahead. The threat of Pierre Poilievre and conservative cuts from workers, from retirees, from young people, from patients, from families. He will cut in order to give more to big corporations and wealthy CEOs. The fact is, the Liberals are too weak, too selfish, and too beholden to corporate interests to fight for people.
Significantly, the blow to the ruling Liberal government comes at a time when Canada's bilateral ties with India have sunk to an all-time low. Setting off a protracted diplomatic standoff in New Delhi, Trudeau earlier alleged an Indian involvement in the killing of Khalistani leader Hardeep Singh Nijjar. India dismissed the claim even as tit-for-tat expulsions of diplomats by the two countries signaled a worsening of ties. With his key ally now out of the picture, the big question is, will Trudeau see out the remainder of his term, or is Canada headed for snap polls?
And viewers, we continue to get you the latest on the Himachal mosque controversy, as the Himachal minister's remark on the illegal mosque construction is now exploding. Shimla residents are staging protests on the streets. And in a spine-chilling interview, actor Soumya tells Republic TV how she was assaulted and raped by an influential director from Tamil Nadu film industry. We'll get you the latest. Stay tuned.
some trackmen of the Indian Railways and said, most shockingly, that they are like the Mahadalits of the Indian Railways. What does he mean? If you introduce this kind of extremely divisive logic all the time, you will break the million-plus strong workforce of the Indian Railways into different groups with animosity towards each other. And in the process, you will destroy the unity of the Indian Railways, which is in itself one of the greatest unifiers and greatest institutions of this country. This extreme division, which is a short-term political tactic, may appeal to certain vote banks, but let me tell you, this will break our nation forever. This is exactly the language that both the American deep state and the Chinese intelligence machinery would want to hear. Republic and I are for national unity. When our nation's unity is openly under threat by extremely divisive forces from within, make your choice too.
A very good evening, viewers. It's 4:30 and you're watching Republic TV. I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar. Our focus is on demolition, the vandalism and the cover-up bid in the Arjikar rape and murder case. We'll get you all the details, but first, let's take a look at the headlines. August 10th notice by Mamta's department exposes cover-up. Room next to the crime scene asked to be demolished. Big controversy over Himachal minister's remark on illegal mosque. Shimla residents stage protest. Hearing underway in 2020, Delhi riots case. State alleges Sharjeel Imam and Umar Khalid led the riots. In a spine-chilling interview, actor Soumya narrates how she was assaulted and raped by an influential director. After back-to-back attacks, Hindus now being profiled, but Yunus says issue is being exaggerated. Vladimir Putin bats for peace talks, says India, China and Brazil could act as mediators. First up, viewers, after Himachal Pradesh minister has stoked a controversy saying that a mosque was illegal. In his own words, Shimla residents have staged a protest, this time over his remark calling the mosque illegal. This after he said that there was an illegal construction of the Sanjoli Masjid in Shimla. In Himachal Assembly, the area witnessed a massive protest by locals. Let's take a look at this report filed by my colleague Lalit from Shimla.
Controversy have erupted over the illegal construction of mosque in Shimla, Sanjoli. So these are the visuals here where you can see that hundreds of the Hindu organization members are protesting and marching. They are saying that the illegal construction of the mosque building, which has been done from 2010 onward, should be demolished. Looking into this now, the hundreds of Hindu organization members are on road. They are protesting, they are marching, they are sloganing and saying that these structures should be demolished, and they have given an ultimatum to the state government and to the MC authorities as this case is pending with them. So the final decision would be taken on Saturday as the case is pending. But the issue has been raised in the Himachal Vidhan Sabha by the Cabinet Minister Anirudh Singh and Vikramaditya Singh, saying that in the ambit of law, if the building structure is illegal, that illegal structure should be demolished as being demanded by the Hindu organization groups here in Shimla. So in huge number today, the members are protesting. They have marched in the Sanjoli Chowk. Looking into this, a heavy deployment of police is seen so that any sort of undue incident does not happen here. But right now, the protest is going on. It's a peaceful protest, but hundreds of Hindu organization members have marched here in the Shimla Sanjoli Chowk. With video journalist Krishna, this is Lalit Sharma for Republic TV, Shimla, Sanjoli. Controversy has been erupted over the illegal structure of the mosque which has been constructed here in Shimla, Sanjoli. Right now, I am standing near the mosque where you can see that the 4-story the structures have been made from 2010 onwards, and the Hindu organization groups and the localites are demanding that if it's an illegal construction which has been done, that should be demolished. And looking into this, today a huge protest was marked by Hindu groups and the localites here in Shimla, Sanjoli. Heavy deployment of police was being done so that any undue incident does not happen here. So you can see behind me that the ground floor, which is of green color, that was the original mosque which was constructed in 1960. But after that, the 4 stories which have been constructed, that have been constructed after 2010 onwards, and the localites and the Hindu groups are demanding that these are the illegal structures and these should be razed and demolished. Regarding that, the cabinet ministers of Himachal Pradesh, Anirudh Singh and Vikramaditya Singh, voiced their thing in the Himachal Vidhan Sabha and have said that if these are illegal structures, they should be demolished, but under the act of law. Other than that, if we talk about the localites are also saying that a large number of notorious people come here every Friday, and the number is increasing, due to which it's becoming very difficult for them to reside here. And regarding that only, these protests are being marked. An ultimatum has been given as the matter is already under the MC. The hearing of this matter would be done on Saturday. Regarding that, now the Hindu groups have given an ultimatum to the MC and to the state government, and the Hindu groups have very clearly said that if these are illegal structures, they should be demolished under the act of law. With video journalist Krishna, this is Lalit Sharma for Republic TV, Shimla, Sanjoli.
Let's take a look at the other top stories that we're tracking. Rahul Gandhi, who has begun his poll campaign in Jammu and Kashmir, stated that his party would restore the statehood to J&K after coming to power. In response, former Union Minister Anurag Thakur stated that Union Home Ministry has clearly stated that Kashmir would be granted full state status once the assembly elections are held. Security has been heightened in Jammu and Kashmir ahead of the assembly polls following a terrorist encounter near Than Mandi in Rajouri district. Additional security personnel have been deployed on highways and also vital road links in Srinagar and adjacent districts to prevent any untoward incident. Haryana Minister Chaudhry Ranjit Singh Chautala resigned from his position in the Naib Singh Saini cabinet. Chautala expressed his frustration with the BJP for not giving him a ticket from Rania assembly seat. He announced his intention to contest the elections from Rania and emphasized his determination to demonstrate his strength through a road show. The VHP and Delhi Sant Mahamandal submitted an MOU to Union Home Minister Amit Shah concerning the atrocities against Hindu minorities in Bangladesh. The General Secretary of Delhi Sant Mahamandaleshwar stated that they met with the Union Home Minister to express their concerns about the situation of Hindu community in neighboring Bangladesh.
आदरणीय गृह मंत्री जी से हम लोग मिले संतों के साथ और परिषद के अधिकारियों के साथ। उन्होंने हमें बड़ी गंभीरता से सुना है। हमने चिंता व्यक्त की है कि वहाँ का जो हिंदू है वो बांग्लादेश का ही नागरिक है और अपने नागरिक की रक्षा करना वहाँ की सरकार का कर्तव्य होता है, तो उन्हें करना चाहिए। और मुझे लगता है हमारी सरकार ने कहा है कि जो प्रारंभ में हुआ सो हुआ, अब किसी हिंदू के साथ अन्याय नहीं होगा। उसके लिए हम सतत वहाँ की सरकार से संपर्क में हैं और हम हिंदुओं की रक्षा करें।
2 people died and 3 are in a critical condition after a bus carrying 32 students from Loyola School on the outskirts of Manvi city in Karnataka collided with a government transport bus that was heading towards Raichur. Few of the injured children's legs have been amputated and many are grievously injured. 6 Maoists were killed and 2 security personnel were injured during an operation carried out in the Bhadradri Kothagudem district of Telangana. This incident was reported near the border of Chhattisgarh. The operation was conducted by the Telangana Greyhounds, resulting in a cache of arms being recovered. This incident comes just a few days after 9 Maoists were eliminated in another encounter operation by the security forces. Following a major storm in the...
He took the petition with 153 names from inside the industry and outside. But he also asked a question. He asked a question. He said while he was leaving with 1 minute, he said, I'll talk to you later. But he said, is there really...
और मैं चाहूंगा कि आप में से जो कंपनियां उस दिशा में भी आगे आना चाहती हैं तो उसके लिए भी अवकाश है। एनर्जी सेक्टर में यहां पर काफी चर्चा हुई, ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन की, अमोनिया की। हमने पूरी दुनिया को एक वादा किया है और हम ग्लोबल वार्मिंग को जो चैलेंज मानते हैं उसमें हम सिर्फ अपनी संवेदना व्यक्त कर करके अटकने वाले नहीं है, हम सॉल्यूशन देने वाले लोग हैं। और हमने 500 गीगावाट का लक्ष्य टारगेट किया है और 2030 तक मुझे करना है। और उसमें मैं न्यूक्लियर की तरफ भी उतना ही जाना चाहता हूं, हाइड्रो पर भी जाना चाहता हूं, सोलार पर भी जाना चाहता हूं, विंड पर भी जाना चाहता हूं। उसी प्रकार से हमने बायोफ्यूल की पॉलिसी बनाई है, उसकी दिशा में भी एक बहुत बड़ा काम। और आपने G20 समिट में भी हमारे जो आउटकम है उसमें बायोफ्यूल की बात आपके ध्यान में आई होगी। भारत उसको लीड करना चाहता है। मैं चाहूंगा ऐसे अनेक क्षेत्र हैं एनर्जी से जुड़े हुए जिसके कारण ग्रीन जॉब की पूरी संभावना है, उसके लिए भी हम काफी इनिशिएटिव ले रहे हैं। मैं आपसे आग्रह करूंगा आप आइए। हम देश में दूसरे प्रकार से भी एनवायरनमेंट को एड्रेस करना है, जैसे हमारी स्क्रैपिंग पॉलिसी, ये इतनी बड़ी अपॉर्चुनिटी है। मैं सरकार के सारे पुराने व्हीकल स्क्रैप करने की दिशा में जा रहा हूं। इतने बड़े देश में सारे पुराने व्हीकल स्क्रैप होना है, इतना बड़ा काम है। अगर आपकी कंपनियां मान लीजिए इन्वेस्टमेंट करें या खुद इस दिशा में आए, और उसके कारण इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल का बहुत बड़ा नया मार्केट बनेगा। जैसे मेरे मन में है कि मैं मेरे देश की मेरी पहली प्रायोरिटी सारे एम्बुलेंसेस, जितने पुराने एम्बुलेंस हैं उन सारे एम्बुलेंस को स्क्रैप कर देना और उन सबको नए, और वो भी हाइब्रिड इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल भी हो और हमारे जो रेगुलर जिस प्रकार का फ्यूल का उपयोग करते हैं, ताकि कभी एम्बुलेंस को रुकने की नौबत ना आ जाए। अब आप कल्पना कर सकते हैं हिंदुस्तान जैसे इतने बड़े देश में कितनी बड़ी आवश्यकता होगी पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट। तो स्क्रैपिंग का एक ऐसा बड़ा क्षेत्र है, अगर आप वहां की कंपनियों को फाइनेंस की मदद कर सकते हैं और थोड़ा शुरू में, क्योंकि एक प्रकार से ग्लोबल गुड के लिए है, ये एनवायरनमेंट की दृष्टि से बहुत बड़ा काम है, तो आपके लिए एक बहुत बड़ा अवसर के रूप में। आप जानते हैं मैं पहले भी कह चुका हूं, रिफॉर्म के क्षेत्र में मेरी सरकार बहुत प्रतिबद्ध है और हम रिफॉर्म हमारे देश की आवश्यकता, हमारे देश के भविष्य को ध्यान में रख के कर रहे हैं, लेकिन हम ग्लोबल स्टैंडर्ड को मीट करने वाले रिफॉर्म्स भी कर रहे हैं। और रिफॉर्म परफॉर्म ट्रांसफॉर्म करके संकल्प को लेकर के हम चल रहे हैं। और जैसा गौतम जी ने उल्लेख भी किया मेरे लास्ट भाषण का, मैं तो कहूंगा हम रिफॉर्म करेंगे, आप परफॉर्म कीजिए। अवसर ही अवसर है और इसलिए मैं आप सबको, और आप जानते हैं जहां तक पॉपुलेशन के हिसाब से दुनिया में हमारा जितना है हिस्सा, पहली बार हम उस स्थिति पर पहुंचे हैं कि हमारे पॉपुलेशन का जितना परसेंटेज है उतना ही परसेंटेज, उससे +1 हम ग्लोबल गुड में कंट्रीब्यूट कर रहे हैं। यानी एक वैश्विक जिम्मेवारियों को संतुलित रूप से निभाना, ये बहुत कम लोग कर सकते हैं जो आज इतना बड़ा भारत देश कर रहा है। तो मैं मानता हूं कि इसको आप आगे जाकर के अपने फायदे में भी कैसे बदल सकते हैं। आप देखते हैं फिनटेक ने दुनिया में, भारत के पास टैलेंट भी है, उसका लाभ तो मिलेगा, लेकिन भारत के लोग टेक्नोलॉजी के एडॉप्ट करने में कितने तेज है। आज फिनटेक की दुनिया में हमारा यूपीआई, फाइनेंशियल डिजिटल ट्रांजैक्शन, दुनिया में जितना रियल टाइम ट्रांजैक्शन होता है उसका 50% अकेले इंडिया में होता है। इसका मतलब ये ऐसा क्षेत्र है कि जिसमें इसका मतलब ये हुआ कि फिनटेक की दुनिया में अगर ग्लोबल लीडर बनना है तो भारत को केंद्र बिंदु बना करके बड़ी आसानी से आप फिनटेक की दुनिया में आप आगे आ सकते हैं। स्टार्टअप के अंदर हमने काफी रिफॉर्म की है। इस बजट में भी हमने स्टार्टअप को काफी रिलैक्सेशन दिए हैं। भारत में Tier 2, Tier 3 सिटी में भी बहुत तेजी से स्टार्टअप ग्रो कर रहे हैं। 10 साल के भीतर हम करीब 10 साल पहले 100 स्टार्टअप थे, आज करीब 100,000 से भी ज्यादा स्टार्टअप है। बहुत बड़ी मात्रा में ग्लोबली लोग इन्वेस्ट कर रहे हैं और सक्सेसफुल स्टोरी है कि बहुत बड़ी मात्रा में उसमें से यूनिकॉर्न्स बन रहे हैं। मैं चाहूंगा कि आपके यहां जो फाइनेंस के वर्ल्ड से जुड़े हुए लोग हैं, भारत के स्टार्टअप की दुनिया को अगर तराशेंगे तो उनके सामने बहुत बड़ी संभावना है। हम बहुत एग्रेसिवली सेमीकंडक्टर के क्षेत्र में जा रहे हैं। अब तक करीब 5 कंपनियां ऑलरेडी अपना काम शुरू कर चुकी हैं, आगे भी औरों की संभावनाएं हैं और हम पूरी इकोसिस्टम को लाने वाले हैं। हम कोई एक छोटा सा टुकड़ा, एक आध हिस्सा करके अटकने वाले नहीं है। भारत के पास टैलेंट है। आज दुनिया में जितने भी चिप्स हैं, अगर उसका राइटिंग का काम है तो हो रहा है। सब बड़ी कंपनियों के रिसर्च यूनिट वहीं पर है। अब हम चाहते हैं कि हम खुद ही यहाँ पर उस दिशा में आगे बढ़े, तो आपके लिए वो भी एक बहुत बड़ा स्कोप है। भारत में एक स्टेबिलिटी है, पॉलिटिकल स्टेबिलिटी है, लेकिन हम हमारी नीतियों में प्रिडिक्टेबल नीतियां लेकर के चल रहे हैं, लेकिन प्रोग्रेसिव पॉलिसी लेकर के भी चल रहे हैं। हम दुनिया में जो भी संभावना है उन नीतियों को और लिए काफी ओपन हो। कोई सीक्रेसी और फिर बाद में जाकर के कुछ दूसरा और फिर कोई तीसरी डेफिनेशन, हम उस दिशा में जाने वाले लोगों में से नहीं है। एंड एक ट्रांसपेरेंसी के साथ, पूरे कमिटमेंट के साथ दुनिया के सब लोगों को आ रहे हैं। आज मैं सिंगापुर में इतने बड़े महत्वपूर्ण फोरम में बैठा हूं तो मैं याद दिलाना चाहता हूं, भारत तो प्रगति कर रहा है, लेकिन भारत में जो सरकार है वो सरकार पिछले 10 साल में जो काम किया है उससे 3 गुना काम इस 5 साल में करने के मिजाज से काम कर रही है। वो विश्वास लेकर के हम कर रहे हैं। अभी मेरी सरकार नहीं हुए है, अंदर सिर्फ हमारे जो नीति निर्णय हुए हैं, शायद दुनिया के किसी देश में 5 साल में जो निर्णय नहीं हो सकते होंगे वो मेरे 100 डेज में हुए हैं। हमारी स्पीड है, स्केल भी आप कल्पना कर सकते हैं। सिर्फ हमने गरीबों के लिए घर बनाए, 4 करोड़ घर। अब ये यानी कितने सिंगापुर बन जाए, 4 करोड़ घर, यानी ये स्केल है। हमारे यहां करीब 100 सिटीज मेट्रो बनने वाला है। इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर एक बहुत बड़ा काम है, नए सिटीज की हमारी जरूरत है, वो एक बहुत बड़ा काम है। यानी मैं कहता हूं कि स्काई इज द लिमिट वाली व्याख्या भी भारत के लिए छोटी पड़ती है, क्योंकि हम तो स्पेस में भी उतना ही काम कर रहे हैं। स्पेस में आज दुनिया में हमने जिस प्रकार से काम किया है और स्पेस को हमने ओपन अप कर दिया है। मेरे यहाँ पॉलिसी में अब स्पेस को हमने सरकारी एक इकाई के रूप में नहीं रखा है, इसको हमने ओपन अप किया है। आज सिर्फ स्पेस में मेरे यहाँ 200 से ज्यादा स्टार्टअप्स हैं और 22-25 साल के बच्चे खुद अपने सैटेलाइट लॉन्च कर रहे हैं। यानी आप कल्पना कर सकते हैं कि कितना तेजी से विकास हो रहा है। और इस विकास की यात्रा में मैं आप सबको भागीदार बनने के लिए निमंत्रण देता हूं। मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगा, आप सबने समय निकाला। आप में से बहुत से साथी हैं जिनको कभी न कभी मुझे मिलने का अवसर मिला है। कुछ लोगों से सामूहिक मिला हूं, कुछ लोगों से व्यक्तिगत मिला हूं। जब मैं सिंगापुर में आप सबसे मिलता हूं तो मुझे ऐसा लगता नहीं है कि मैं किसी नए लोगों को मिल रहा हूं या नई बात सुन रहा हूं। तो इतना हमारे बीच में, और शायद किसी एक सरकार के साथ इतना निकट ओपन नाता बन जाए, ऐसा बहुत रेयर होता है। जो आज मैं देखता हूं कि सिंगापुर के बिजनेस वर्ल्ड का भारत की सरकार के साथ है। ये मेरे लिए सबसे बड़े संतोष की बात है कि आप सबको लग रहा है कहा यार ये सरकार हमारी है, ये सरकार हमारा सुनती है, ये सरकार में हम खुलकर कुछ कह भी सकते हैं। ये नाता जो है वो हमारी सबसे बड़ी पूंजी है। और इसलिए मैं आप सबसे आग्रह करूंगा कि अवसर है, अवसर को जाने मत दीजिए। और जितने भी नए क्षेत्रों में आप आना चाहते हैं, मैं तैयार हूं। कुछ क्षेत्र ऐसे होंगे कि जिसमें शायद हमारे पास नीति नहीं होगी, आप लेकर के आइए, मैं नई नीति बनाने के लिए तैयार हूं। लेकिन भारत संभावनाओं का क्षेत्र है। इन संभावनाओं के क्षेत्र को आप अपने नसीब के लिए उपयोग कीजिए और आपके लिए फिर कभी कोई रुकावट नहीं होगी, ये मैं आपको विश्वास दिलाता हूं। मैं फिर एक बार आप दोनों महाशय यहाँ इस समय निकाल करके आए, मैं आपका भी बहुत बहुत आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। आप सबका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Well, that was the Prime Minister speaking at the business summit in Singapore. It is a roundtable conversation that the Prime Minister had with the top CEOs in Singapore, and also urging them and also welcoming them to invest in Viksit Bharat. He spoke about the success of UPI, the success of India in the space sector, and also India's policies towards a greener and better future for not just India, but for the entire world as well. Now let's shift our focus to what happened in Karnataka. A bus carrying students collided with another government bus on the outskirts of a city called Manvi in Karnataka, where 3 people have died and several others are critically injured. Take a look at this report.
A school bus and a transport bus collided in Karnataka's Raichur district. The accident took place when a bus carrying students from Loyola School collided with a government transport bus heading towards Raichur on the outskirts of Manvi. 32 students were travelling in the bus. At least 2 were killed in this incident. Videos of the aftermath show the horrific nature of the accident and the injured students and their bags strewn on the ground. The students were heard crying out in pain. Local residents gathered at the scene to aid in relief efforts. The impact of the crash was so severe that few of the children's legs were amputated. 3 of the children are in critical condition and the other injured are undergoing treatment at various hospitals.
It's time for the other top stories that we're tracking in Bharat in 2 minutes. Torrential rains in Jodhpur halted flying operations during phase 2 of exercise Tarang Shakti 2024. The air warriors from friendly foreign countries turned this pause into an opportunity. the second leg of India's largest multilateral air exercise. The exercise Tarang Shakti 2024 is being held at Air Force Station Jodhpur from August 30th to September 13th. The Air Forces of Australia, Greece, Sri Lanka, UAE, Japan, Singapore and the United States are taking part in the war drills. After meeting with Prime Minister of Singapore, Prime Minister Modi announced that a Thiruvalluvar Cultural Centre will open in Singapore to promote and preserve Tamil language, civilization and culture. After this, Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman tweeted about the Prime Minister's announcement regarding the cultural centre. Shiv Sena's Uddhav Thackeray will not be the Chief Minister face of the Mahavikas Aghadi in the Maharashtra Assembly elections. The Congress and NCP have decided not to accept his face as the CM face for the upcoming polls. Both the parties have stated that the candidate who wins more number of seats will become the Chief Minister. Sharad Pawar has emphasized that the person with the most MLAs will be the next Maharashtra Chief Minister. The Joint Parliamentary Committee is holding the third meeting on the Waqf Amendment Bill today. The meeting witnessed participation of leaders from various sectors. Congress MP K. Suresh stated that there is a strong objection to this bill from various Muslim organizations in Kerala which demand the withdrawal of the bill.
Chairman of Joint Parliamentary Committee of Waqf Bill, which was moved in the Lok Sabha. Then Parliament, both houses of Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha constituted a Joint Parliamentary Committee for examining the bill, Waqf Board Bill. So in Kerala, this bill is very strong objection from the various Muslim organizations. They demand to withdraw this bill, totally withdraw this bill. This is the demand from the various Muslim organizations in Kerala.
BJP leader Lakshman Napa has resigned from the primary membership of the party following Napa's resignation. BJP has fielded former Sirsa MP Sunita Duggal from the Ratia Assembly constituency for the upcoming Haryana Assembly polls. Meanwhile, the BJP has renominated MLA Leela Ram Gurjar for the Kaital Assembly seat.
Just days after Prime Minister Modi's visit to Russia and Ukraine and his calls with Putin and Biden, Russian President Vladimir Putin, for the first time in quite a long time, has come out and said that he's ready for peace and mediation talks. Interestingly, he has named India as one of the countries who can come and play the role of the mediator. For more on this story, stay tuned to Republic TV as we come right back with more news and updates.
Director, the taste of success.
He floated like a butterfly, stung like a bee, and shook up the world. Born in 1942 as Cassius Clay Jr., Muhammad Ali was destined for greatness right from the start.
Ali moving in on London. A fuselage of punches by Muhammad Ali.
At the age of 18, he won the Olympic gold. At 22, he shocked the world by defeating Sonny Liston to become a heavyweight champion. But it wasn't just his victories, his records that makes Muhammad Ali special. It was how he won. He was not just a fighter, he was a poet in motion. His footwork was unlike anything boxing had ever seen. Quick, elusive and graceful. Ali revolutionized the sport with his unorthodox style. He did not only beat his opponents physically, he outsmarted them. So here's why Muhammad Ali has been hailed as the greatest ever. Ali won the Olympic gold at 18 years of age to kickstart the legendary career in the year 1960. In 1964, he became the world champion, defeating Sonny Liston to claim his first heavyweight title. Sometimes people start, scrutinizing you also. also. Does it really affect you?
Like they were not there when you actually needed somebody's help or somebody's love or somebody's appreciation. So it doesn't really bother me that much.
You're really talking very wisely, and I can't help but break up the statement you gave about Bhagavad Gita. Yes. And I could see the impact it has had on you the way you're speaking right now. So how has it really helped you? If you could tell our viewers, do you read it daily, or how does it really come to your life?
So my mother is a Sanskrit and Hindi lecturer, and since childhood she is the one who actually kept me very disciplined and very what I had to do on priority. For example, if I have to do my homework or follow my routine and everything, she's the kind of person who would be like, you have to do it, that's your priority, do that first, and after that only I'll allow you for something else. So she kept me very disciplined and everything throughout my life. And now so initially she only told me about Bhagavad Gita and everything. So she is the person who is like, she tells me about history, she tells me about Indian mythology, or I say it history, Indian history I say. So she tells me about all these stories and the actual history of India. And then now I was like, you know what, I should probably start reading Gita thoroughly. And I have this meditation guru who actually tells me 2 or 3 verses every day, so that it helps me in my general life as well. Because how old?
Largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Of Hindus in Bangladesh are pouring into our newsrooms while the Yunus government meets terrorists in Bangladesh. This is one of our top stories that we are covering today. Let's go to that more after the headlines.
Presented by Royal Global University, Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch bano.
August 10 notice by Mamata's department exposes cover-up. Room next to crime scene asked to be demolished. Big controversy over Himachal minister's remark on illegal mosque. Shimla residents staged protest. Hearing underway in 2020 Delhi riots case. State alleges Sharjeel Imam and Umar Khalid led the riots. In a spine-chilling interview, actor Soumya narrates how she was assaulted and raped by influential director. After back-to-back attacks, Hindus now being profiled, but Yunus says issue is being exaggerated. Vladimir Putin bats for peace talks, says China, India and Brazil could act as mediators.
Presented by Royal Global University, Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch bano.
Getting in a big breaking news. Following Wikipedia's failure to comply with High Court order, the Delhi High Court has issued contempt of court notice to Wikipedia. The High Court further added that if they don't like India, that is Wikipedia, if it doesn't like India, then they should stop working in India. This is over a case of defamation that has been filed by ANI against Wikipedia. And Wikipedia was told by the High Court earlier to disclose information which it failed to do, and now a contempt of court notice has been issued by the Delhi High Court. So this is the news coming in from the national capital, where the Delhi High Court has slapped Wikipedia with a contempt of court notice. More details coming in on this story. This is over the case of slander that has been made by ANI against Wikipedia. According to ANI, Wikipedia had permitted defamatory alterations on its page and Wikipedia had allowed the edited information that called ANI the government's propaganda tool, quote unquote propaganda tool. Here's a reaction coming in from the BJP on this story. Let's listen in.
So what we have seen that Delhi High Court has issued contempt of court order to Wikipedia for not complying with its order.
Any order of the Honorable Supreme Court or the Honorable High Court in a state, and in this case the Delhi High Court, has to be complied with. The law of the land is going to apply equally. If an organization is not going to follow the law of the land, then they have to ensure that they cannot exist here. Because as an old phrase goes, if you are in Rome, you will do as the Romans do. Basically, the law of the land will apply to anybody and everybody who is there. Nobody can say they are beyond the law of the land, and especially if a change is taking place about somebody's reputation within the country and the court is asking for those information, one cannot shield themselves from submitting to the majesty of the court.
What we have seen that the court has further said that if you don't like to work India, don't work for India, right? So these are the very strong statements given by the court.
A strong statement is required in the contempt jurisdiction. If the court proceedings are in some way or the other if someone is choosing to disregard a court order, a court direction, then they are inviting a contempt proceeding. And obviously a strong observation will flow in that. Contempt proceedings are not proceedings that would otherwise happen. They are proceedings that are serious proceedings, and the court is in a way expressing its anguish to someone who is not complying with its directions.
In its order, court further noted that they will request the government to block Wikipedia.
That is for the government to see, and I will not be able to comment on that. Under due process, if a certain organization does not comply with a court order, and particularly if it is being represented by any lawyer on its behalf, then the court may issue a direction to an agency that deals with it or the government at large, the government as a whole, to consider what are the other options, including closure.
A notice to demolish the room adjacent to the seminar hall at RG Medical College was sent from the office of then Principal Dr. Sandeep Ghosh. This came just a day after the body of Abhaya was recovered on August 9. The following day, a meeting was held in the principal's office, resulting in an order to break down rooms and toilets used by on-duty doctors in various departments. And we have the copy of the notice of demolition that was issued by the principal's office. In this order copy, you can see that it is 3 times. You can see the desperation of the Mamata government. They mention that the demolition should be implemented on an urgent basis, that the demolition should be conducted immediately. 3 times the notice asks for the demolition to be conducted urgently and immediately and immediately. I am being joined by my colleague Kishale from Republic Bangla. Kishale, please take us through the detail of this case. If you
can ask that question again. I believe there is some audio issue in this.
Kishale, about the notice of demolition that has come to the forefront, exposing the possible involvement of the highest chair of Mamata's government. If you could elaborate on that for us.
Well, exactly, Pragya. Now, just not a possibility, but this is clear evidence. I have that letter, that notice behind me in this surface, and I'll show you, Pragya, how the whole demolition was done in a systemic manner. This notice by the office of the principal RG, the memo number is RKC 4197, dated 10th of August 2024. I'll remind our viewers that on 9th, the brutal rape and murder happened. On 10th, this notice is being given out to the executive engineer, PWD, civil and electrical. Now, what does it say? It says that repair, renovation and reconstruction of on-duty doctor's room. Now, this on-duty doctor's room is just beside the seminar hall where Abhaya was found. That seminar hall is just a few meters away from this doctor's room. And this needs to be done on an urgent basis is what Sandeep Ghosh is saying here. He is also saying, you are hereby requested to do the needful immediately. Immediately the demolition has to be done. And now the proof that West Bengal government's highest authority was aware about this comes here. The issue is already discussed and resolved in the meeting with Principal Secretary, Department of Health. This is Narayan Swarup Nigam, and he was aware about this whole thing. And Sandeep Ghosh is saying that today in the boardroom of PIB of RG Medical College and Hospital, there was a meeting with the Health Secretary where this decision was taken. Please do the needful immediately. Again, Sandeep Ghosh says, here is Sandeep Ghosh's signature, dated 10/8/2024. Now, just in order to make our viewers understand the seriousness of this issue, there's a body of a doctor of the same medical college found in that horrific condition. She was raped and murdered, and the next day, the principal of that organization sits in a meeting with the health secretary of the state in that same hospital and decides that the room adjacent to where the body was found will be destroyed, demolished, and reconstruction work will be done immediately. And as soon as this letter was issued, as soon as this whole notice was issued, the construction work started in a few hours. But in West Bengal, we know that there's a huge delay in government works usually. When a notice is being served, then the work starts after many weeks. And this work started in a few hours and the whole room was demolished. Therefore, it is very evident that Narayan Swarup Nigam himself, the health secretary, was in Arjikor, sitting with this Sandeep Ghosh, planning the demolition of the crime site, and the tampering of evidence was strategically done in a way so that later on no evidence is found, is what the people of West Bengal and the junior doctors are saying. They are saying this is a planned move by the state administration, and the greatest proof in that matter is the health secretary himself was present, who is very close to Mamata Banerjee, and they decided together to destroy and demolish the room adjacent to the seminar hall. This is a chilling piece of fact which completely turns the way the case was investigated before. Now this evidence completely puts all the light on the state administration and how there was an endeavor to destroy evidence at the highest level. Pragya.
And it's so shocking that 5 days after, I believe on 15th August, the crime scene was also vandalized, and there was this entire attempt. Now I think it's safe to say that there was an attempt to make it look as if there was no demolition, that the crime scene was tampered only due to vandalism.
Well, Pragya, there were multiple attempts to tamper evidence at the crime scene. First attempt, after the body is found, multiple strangers, unknown people and people close to TMC and Sandeep Ghosh reached at the location even before the family was called. They were there in the vicinity of the body and they were clearly walking around, touching things, tampering with the evidence. First attempt. Second attempt, the room adjacent to the seminar hall, like I showed in this letter, in this notice, it was demolished by the approval of the highest authority. Third attempt, a huge crowd went there, completely destroyed many departments of the hospital, including the emergency, and they tried to destroy this particular seminar hall as well, because we heard people saying that let's go to the seminar hall. There are video clips where these goons are saying we have to go to the seminar hall now. That is what they were saying. Therefore, 3 clear attempts to destroy the seminar hall and adjacent areas. All these attempts only imply that it was done with the approval of the highest authority, and now we have this piece of evidence where it's written clearly. I will clear this mark so that I can show again to our viewers. The issue is already discussed and resolved in the meeting with the Principal Secretary, Department of Health and Family Affairs, Government of West Bengal. And where is it decided? Today in the boardroom. It is decided today in the boardroom of RG Kaur Medical College, signed by Sandeep Ghosh. So it is clear they were sitting inside the boardroom of RG Kaur Hospital, where a body of their doctor, their colleague, was found. A doctor, lady doctor, is murdered, raped, completely blood all around. They are sitting in a meeting about reconstruction of a toilet and doctor's on-call room. Do they think that the people of West Bengal are foolish not to understand this clear attempt to tamper with the evidence, not once but thrice? Pragya.
Kishalai, thank you for that update. We are closely following this story, the investigation being done by Republic Bangla. Moving on to another story from Bangladesh now. There is a video that is going viral on social media where a Hindu boy is reportedly being brutally lynched in the presence of the police, of Bangladeshi police. The persecution of Hindus in Bangladesh continues hours after Republic broke the story that Hindu bureaucrats are being profiled, they are being identified by their name by the interim Bangladesh government. Chief Advisor Muhammad Yunus has now said that the issue of attacks on Hindu minorities in Bangladesh is exaggerated. This same statement was made by a BNP leader, senior BNP leader, on our channel yesterday, and a clear attempt to downplay or completely brush under the carpet the attack on Hindus. In fact, there are reports that a Hindu boy was killed over blasphemy allegations, a video of which is going viral on social media. And reports claim that he was killed in the presence of the Bangladeshi police. My colleague Rakshita will be joining us on this story, which we are closely covering. Profiling of Hindus is being done, Hindu officials is being done in Bangladesh so that they can be identified. And then you get reports of persecution of minorities and Hindus in Bangladesh. Rakshita, coming to you, joining us from Republic Newsroom. Rakshita, what is the latest update that we have?
Well, this comes right after we have got our viewers the reports on the profiling, as you mentioned, about the officers in Bangladesh. And, right from the moment Sheikh Hasina fled the country, we've seen how the radical extremists took on the streets, and there was a clear state of anarchy in Bangladesh, and it was quite visible the way many of the extremist leaders were given a free run. We saw the videos that came out, and this man, Muhammad Yunus, remember, he's a Nobel Peace Laureate, and there's an expectation that he will bring about peace and resolve the situation, and bring about some peace in Bangladesh. But clearly, he is not at all serious about his job and what he's known for, maybe, because he says that these claims are exaggerated. Now, what does it mean when he says these are exaggerated? There are more than 200 cases of attacks against minorities that have been recorded in the past 1 month, and this is a proof enough how this is a never seen before situation in a country like Bangladesh, Bangladesh, yes, there have been attacks for decades against minorities, but the way the Sheikh Hasina government was toppled and those scenes that had emerged right after those rioting situation on the streets of Dhaka and beyond as a clear message. And the way he spoke to the Prime Minister of India, and now he says that I've told the Prime Minister that it was exaggerated. He also talks about that it has several dimensions. He talks about that there is an upheaval in the country. But the fact remains that there were attacks. He has to accept the fact. And in a way he is accepting it, but to play it down, it is almost criminal here, Pragya, because we've seen videos emerging of Hindus who are literally pleading how their homes have been ransacked. To trivialize this matter by saying that there are many dimensions to it actually shows the potential intentions of this new interim government of Bangladesh and raises an alarm also for the minorities in the country.
Rakshita, thank you for that update. We will keep coming back to you following this story closely from the neighboring country of Bangladesh, where situation is grim for the minorities. Moving on to some top stories from across the country, let's have a look. A large number of people gathered outside Sanjoli Masjid in Shimla to protest against the alleged illegal construction of the mosque. The mosque's construction has been the center of a heated debate in Himachal Pradesh, with around 44 hearings already held in the court regarding the matter.
ये मस्जिद है, ये अवैध बनी हुई है, जिसमें कि कल अनुज सिंह जी ने भी विधानसभा में अपनी बात रखी है। ये 4 मंजिलें इसकी अवैध है। अगर यह हमारा आधा इंच छज्जा भी बढ़ता है तो उसे तुरंत तोड़ दिया जाता है। 10 सालें हो गई है, ये इस मस्जिद पर कार्रवाई क्यों नहीं हो रही है? और हम चाहते हैं कि अवैध जो मस्जिद है ये यहाँ पर गिरनी चाहिए, ये हमारी मांग है।
Rahul Gandhi, who has begun his poll campaign in Jammu and Kashmir, stated that his party would restore statehood to Jammu and Kashmir after coming to power. In response, former Union Minister Anurag Thakur has said that the Home Ministry had clearly stated that Kashmir would be granted full state status once assembly elections are held.
धारा 370 को हटाने के बाद यहाँ पथराबाजी की घटनाओं को खत्म किया, यहाँ आतंकवाद अलगाववाद को कुचलने का काम किया, यहाँ पर पीस, प्रॉस्पेरिटी और प्रोग्रेस, शांति, विकास, समृद्धता, संपन्नता, इसको लाने का काम भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने किया है। यहाँ की जनता में खुशी है, तभी तो राहुल गांधी जी और प्रियंका गांधी जी यहाँ आकर बर्फ के गोलों के साथ खेल सकते हैं।
Security has been heightened in Jammu and Kashmir ahead of the assembly elections following a terrorist encounter near Thanmandi in Rajpuri district. Additional security personnel have been deployed on highways and vital road links in Srinagar and adjacent districts to prevent any untoward incident. Haryana Cabinet Minister Chaudhry Ranjit Singh Chautala resigned from his position in the Nayab Saini cabinet. Chautala expressed his frustration with the BJP for not giving him a ticket from Rania assembly seat. He announced his intention to contest the elections from Rania and emphasized his determination to demonstrate his strength through a roadshow. The VHP and Delhi Sant Mahamandal submitted an MOU to Union Home Minister Amit Shah concerning the atrocities against Hindu minorities in Bangladesh. The General Secretary of Delhi Sant Mahamandal, Mahamandaleshwar, stated that they met with the Home Minister to express their concerns about the situation of Hindu community.
आदरणीय गृह मंत्री जी से हम लोग मिले, संतों के साथ और परिषद के अधिकारियों के साथ। उनने हमें बड़ी गंभीरता से सुना है। हमने चिंता व्यक्त की है कि वहाँ का जो हिंदू है वो बांग्लादेश का ही नागरिक है और अपने नागरिक की रक्षा करना वहाँ की सरकार का कर्तव्य होता है, तो उन्हें करना चाहिए। और मुझे लगता है हमारी सरकार ने कहा है कि जो प्रारंभ में हुआ सो हुआ, अब किसी हिंदू के साथ अन्याय नहीं होगा। उसके लिए हम सतत वहाँ की सरकार से संपर्क में हैं और हम हिंदुओं की रक्षा करें।
2 people died and 3 are in critical condition after a bus carrying 32 students from Loyola School on the outskirts of the city in Manvi in Karnataka collided with a government transport bus that was heading towards Raichur. Few of the injured children's legs have been amputated and many are grievously injured. 6 Maoists were killed and 2 security personnel were injured during an operation carried out in the Bhadradri Kothagudam district of Telangana. This incident was reported near the border of Chhattisgarh. The operation was conducted by the Telangana Greyhounds, resulting in a cache of weapons being recovered. This incident comes just a few days after 9 Maoists were eliminated in another encounter operation by the security forces. Following a major storm in the Malayalam film industry, Mollywood representatives from the Karnataka film industry, including social activist Vijay Amma, actor Chetan and Shruti Hariharan, met with Karnataka CM Siddaramaiah. The delegation requested for the formation of a committee similar to the Justice Hema Committee to address their concerns. The Film Industry for Rights and Equality has supported the demand and called for a government-backed committee to investigate the sandalwood film industry.
He talked nicely, he took the report, but at the same, he took the petition with 153 names from inside the industry and outside. But he also asked a question. He asked a question, he said while he was leaving with 1 minute, he said, I'll talk to you later. But he said, is there really sexual harassment in the film industry? Now, he asked the question, is there truly sexual harassment? We said, yes, we are all fighting. We have people who have been victims of it. We will give you evidence through complaints. We will give you anything. Then we will definitely show him that. But if this question is really an intentional lack of awareness, we can teach and we can explain and we can show him evidence.
The Biden administration has announced a wide-ranging actions meant to call out an alleged Russian influence in the upcoming US presidential election, unsealing criminal charges against 2 employees of a Russian state-run media company and seizing internet domains used by the Kremlin to spread disinformation. Here's a report.
It's 2016. Republican candidate Donald Trump comes to power. Soon after, there's a buzz suggesting Russian interference in the US elections. Is the suspicion back to haunt the American democracy once again? The Biden administration seized Kremlin-run websites and charged 2 Russian state media employees in its most sweeping effort.
Foreign governments should know that we will not tolerate foreign malign actors intentionally interfering and undermining free and fair elections. The United States will continue to both expose these state-sponsored actors who attempt to undermine our democratic institutions and hold them accountable for those actions.
The administration has justified their actions under the garb of Russian attempts to spread disinformation ahead of the November presidential elections. Washington has said that Moscow, which intelligence officials have said has a preference for Republican Donald Trump, remains the primary threat to elections. The United States further went on to drag Russian media RT into this situation surrounding a disinformation campaign.
According to information made public today by the Department of Justice, we now know that RT, formerly known as Russia Today, has moved beyond being simply a media organization. We know that RT has contracted with a private company to pay unwitting Americans millions of dollars to carry the Kremlin's message to influence the US elections and undermine democracy. RT's leadership has created and directed this enterprise.
Not only this, the US government also went on to establish newly formed visa regulations.
We are announcing a new policy to restrict visa issuance to certain individuals who, acting on behalf of Kremlin-supported media organizations, use those organizations as cover for covert activities and are responsible for or complicit in these malign efforts.
This comes at a time when an FBI investigation is already underway to probe the Iranian hack during Donald Trump's campaign. With the geopolitical to and fro heating up ahead of the key presidential elections, will the United States and Russia navigate the implacable decline in bilateral relations?
The leads to the cover-up in the Kolkata rape and murder case are emerging day by day. Republic TV will be getting you how the office of Shandip Ghosh had in fact ordered for the demolition of the room right next to the seminar hall, the crime scene. We'll also get you the grave charges made by the parents of Dr. Abhaya against Mamata police on Across the Republic at 6 p.m.
He floated like a butterfly, stung like a bee, and shook up the world. Born in 1942 as Cassius Clay Jr., Muhammad Ali was destined for greatness right from the start.
Ali moving in on London. A fuselage of punches by Muhammad Ali.
At the age of 18, he won the Olympic gold. At 22, he shocked the world by defeating Sonny Liston to become a heavyweight champion. But it wasn't just his victories, his records that makes Muhammad Ali special. It was how he won. He was not just a fighter, he was a poet in motion. His footwork was unlike anything boxing had ever seen. Quick, elusive and graceful. Ali revolutionized the sport with his unorthodox style. He did not only beat his opponents physically, he outsmarted them. So here's why Muhammad Ali has been hailed as the greatest ever. Ali won the Olympic gold at 18 years of age to kickstart the legendary career in the year 1960. In 1964, he became the world champion, defeating Sonny Liston to claim his first heavyweight title. In the same year, he converted to Islam and became Muhammad Ali. Outside the ring, Ali was larger than life. He was charismatic, witty and fearless. A master of mind games, he was known for getting into his opponents' heads long before the first bell rang. Ali's boldness extended far beyond boxing. He risked it all right when he was at the peak of his career. In 1967, he refused to fight in the Vietnam War, citing his religious beliefs and opposition to the conflict. He was stripped of his titles, banned from boxing and faced imprisonment. Ali sacrificed everything for what he believed in, becoming a global symbol of resistance, courage and integrity.
Well, starting this edition with that breaking news now coming in from Kolkata. There was a question that was raised about whether at all there has been a massive cover-up as far as Abhaya's case is concerned. Ladies and gentlemen, Republic Bangla has now got you full details of what really happened in a room adjacent to the scene of crime. It turns out there was a demolition order that was given. Questions now being raised that this notice that was actually issued by the health department. Important to point out here is that the health department comes under the chief minister. And not just that, this notice was signed by Principal Dr. Sandeep Ghosh, who reports to Mamata Banerjee. This came just a day after the body was recovered on 9th of August. The following day, a meeting was held in the principal's office, resulting in an order to break down the rooms and toilets used by the on-duty doctors in various departments. We'll also take you through those images of the demolition that took place. In fact, this was a question that was also raised by the Central Bureau of Investigation when Sandeep Ghosh was being questioned. Let me go across to my colleague Kishala, who's getting us the latest details. Kishala, it's abundantly clear that this was done by the health department. The health department comes under the chief minister.
Well, Shawan, this was not an activity or order by Sandeep Ghosh alone. That is what is most important. I'll show you the notice. I'll show our viewers the notice, and I'll show how the health department and health secretary himself was present at RG Kar when the body was found that same day, and he decided to tamper with the evidence by demolishing the room adjacent to the seminar hall. This is the particular letter that we are talking about. I'll mark out important portions here right now quickly so that our viewers are aware about what happened. This is the seal that we are talking about, Government of West Bengal, Office of the Principal, Arjikor Medical College. Look at this date, Shawan. This is 10/8/2024. On 9th, the brutal murder and rape happened. On 10th, these people are giving out a notice saying what? I'll show you now. This is to the executive engineer, PWD Electrical and Civil. Memo number is RKC 4197. These are the technical details. Now look at this. Repair and renovation and reconstruction of an on-duty doctor's room. This is what the letter says in subject, and this on-duty doctor's room is just beside the seminar hall, about a few meters away. Now look at how they are saying that this needs to be done in an urgent basis. So it needs to be demolished quickly. We don't have time. That is what they are saying. Again, you are hereby requested to do the needful immediately. Break down the room immediately. Demolish the evidence immediately. That is what they mean here. And now, the most explosive part. The issue is already discussed and resolved in the meeting with the Principal Secretary, Department of Health and Family Welfare. This is Narayan Swarup Nigam, very close to Mamata Banerjee. And where did this meeting happen? This meeting happened today. That means 10th of August in the boardroom of Arjikor Medical College Hospital. And again, please do the needful immediately break this down. And signed by Sandeep Ghosh on 10th of August 2024. This means that the whole demolition activity was carried out on a war food basis in an immediate manner, so that everything is demolished in no time. And it was discussed with the Health Secretary, Narayan Swarup Nigam, who is very close to Mamata Banerjee. Narayan Swarup Nigam came down to Arjikor, sat in that particular boardroom the day Abhaya was found. 9th, the murder was committed. 10th, the whole matter was happening, and these people were sitting in a boardroom deciding to reconstruct a seminar hall, the doctor's room and the toilet. This is what was happening. This is unbelievable and shocking, and exposes the direct link with the administration of the state of West Bengal, and how Mamata's administration was closely linked with this whole endeavor of tampering evidence and destroying whatever was there just adjacent to where the body of Abhaya was found. Shawan.
Well, in fact, just to tell our viewers as to what really happened, the entire sequence, why there are direct instructions, and that is exactly what is also being probed by the central agencies. The fact that this order was given just a day after the body was recovered. In fact, there was a meeting that took place in the evening around 6 o'clock. And not just that, you've had the officials carrying out a survey of the scene of crime. That is exactly why, Kishalay, you've had the central agency coming on record indicating that the scene of crime was actually tampered with.
Shawan, there were 3 strong attempts to destroy evidence and to tamper with whatever was there. Firstly, when Abhaya was found, even before the police came, even before the parents came, there were strangers and outsiders in the vicinity, close to Abhaya, handling the things, touching things, roaming all around, and this is exposed by the viral videos that Republic Bangla has been showing again and again. Number 1. Number 2, this meeting happens between the Health Secretary and Sandeep Ghosh, and then a survey happens of PWD officials, and they start breaking the area, they start breaking the whole rooms in the whole area and in the vicinity of that crime scene, and this is the second attempt proven to destroy evidence. Thirdly, there is a crowd that comes in on 14th night, comes in and destroys the emergency building and goes to the seminar room as well. In the video it is heard that people in that crowd, goons in that crowd, are saying that now we have to go to the seminar room. There is the place where we have to go. That's the place where we have to go. So 3 attempts, 3 strong attempts, all proven by video evidence and documentary evidence, which show that there was an attempt and strategy from the highest level of administration to tamper with the evidence, so that if there is an investigation later on by any agency, nothing can be found. Everything was, even the parents are saying that everything, when we went there, everything was completely set up. It was looking like everything was set up by people there. Everything was placed very orderly, and this is not how a crime scene is after a brutal rape and murder. So these 3 actions taken by the officials, including Kolkata police, shamefully exposes the endeavor of the highest level of administration in order to tamper with evidence and in order to delay justice to Abhaya. Shravan.
In fact, there is a pattern. Number 1, that this order comes in just a day after the body was found. Number 2, the Kolkata police made absolutely no arrest when it came to the tampering of evidence. The fact that the scene of crime was accessed by many, and the fact that you've had hospital authorities carrying out a full-fledged survey. This was done on the 10th. This order was actually passed on 11th. There is a meeting that takes place on the 10th itself, and then the order is passed on 11th. So this appears that Mamata's department actually weighed in, not only looked into what really happened on the ground, and thereafter giving specific instructions to carry out the demolition. And this demolition, for all our viewers, is just adjacent to the scene of crime, which was not protected by Kolkata police. This is exactly what the Central Bureau of Investigation also had to tell the court, Kishala. So number 1, the big cover-up that we are talking about is the access that many had to the scene of crime. Number 2, there was no arrest that was made by Kolkata police as far as the hospital authorities are concerned. Number 3 is the fact that when the call actually was made by the hospital authorities to the family members of Abhaya, they said that this was a case of suicide. 3 aspects, all 3 not looked into by Kolkata police. And now you still have Kolkata police saying that they've carried out a full-fledged investigation.
Well, the most important, crucial part is what you highlighted, Shravan, that in spite of the fact that there are video evidences of strangers and outsiders in the location, Kolkata police not only tried to arrest or apprehend those people, but actually wanted to cover it up by saying that some of them are our officials, Kolkata police officials. How? I'll tell you. There was a person, a junior doctor called Abhig De, close to the TMC. Indira Mukherjee, DCDD, allegedly of Kolkata police, allegedly comes out, does a press conference and gives out images of who were present in that area and marks out on Abhig De that he is a fingerprint expert. Kolkata police is actually completely lost. Kolkata police has actually completely lost faith from the common people of West Bengal. No one trusts them anymore. Look at their social media accounts. Whatever they're posting there from Kolkata police accounts or pages, people are just saying that you guys cannot do anything. Therefore, you just don't post anything. That is what people's emotions are on the ground. Right now, Kolkata police, how they handled the whole case since first day is completely condemned by the people of West Bengal and as well the whole country. The way they tried to say that Abhig De, who is a junior doctor close to TMC, is a fingerprint expert is funny to say the least. What can I say? It was completely condemnable. On the other hand, Kolkata police did not stop this area from being demolished, where the standard protocol is to protect the whole area of crime and some 100 meters beyond that. But this area was only 5 meters beyond the crime scene. Speaks volumes about how Kolkata police, in fact, did not only stop the demolition and tampering of evidence, but actually
Kishala, just so that our viewers understand the notice and why it is very crucial right now. as far as this investigation goes. I just want to go back to the notice. If you can actually show our viewers when this notice was written, what exactly are the content of that notice? Were the specific instructions actually given about that particular room? And do we know anything about, was this pre-planned? Because there was an attempt, there is a narrative that is essentially being built that this was planned much earlier, executed later. But it turns out that's not true. They have admitted themselves the meeting took place on September 10th. A handwritten note was prepared, and on the 11th, this order was passed. Can you just once again go back and show our viewers what is this notice all about? What does this essentially mean, and why it raises some very serious concerns?
Exactly. That is what I'll be showing again. I'll be showing again how this letter, explosive notice, exposes the intent of the administration, highest authorities in the state. I'll first show you. This is Government of West Bengal, Office of the Principal, RG Medical College. This notice comes from there. And this is the memo number of that notice, RKC 4197. Look at this date. It is 10/8/2024, the fateful day when Abhaya was found. 9th, Abhaya was raped and murdered. 10th was the day when the whole investigation was going on by Kolkata police, I'll remind you, and this was happening adjacently, parallelly. This letter is to the executive engineer, PWD Electrical and PWD Civil. Now, what is the subject of this letter? Look at this language. Repair, renovation and reconstruction of on-duty doctor's room. What is this on-duty doctor's room? This is a room adjacent, a few meters away from the seminar hall where Abhaya was found. And now look at the words used here. This has to be done on an urgent basis. Urgent basis, right now. There's no time to waste. You are hereby requested to do the needful immediately. Do it right now. Come and destroy all the evidence right now is what it means here, I believe. Now, this is the most important part. The issue is already discussed and resolved in the meeting with Principal Secretary, Department of Health and Family Affairs. This is Narayan Swarup Nigam, close to Mamata Banerjee. And when did this happen? This happened today. How is it pre-planned? If the meeting about the construction happened today, which means 10th of August, where did this meeting take place? It took place in the boardroom of Arjikor Hospital. I'll remind you, Abhaya is lying unconscious in the seminar hall. On the other hand, these guys are holding a meeting in the boardroom to make new constructions and new toilets. And again, please do the needful immediately. I don't remember when I saw a last government notification from West Bengal where 3 times these words has been used. Yes.
Kishala, just a quick update, because this particular notice mentions that there was a meeting that took place on the 10th. Do we know the exact timing when the meeting actually took place? Because it turns out that there was a 40-minute delay between the call that was made by the assistant professor to the outpost and thereafter the call that went to Tala police station. So there is a 40-minute mystery, a story that was broken by Republic TV just about a few days ago, and the fact that this was under investigation. So much so, top sources within the Central Bureau of Investigation indicated that they are still trying to find out what really happened between 9:30 in the morning and about 10:10 in the morning on 10th of August. When did this meeting take place? Because it turns out that they are still trying to find out whether at all there were certain calls that were made between this very period and the fact that there was also a call that went to the family members, changing the entire narrative.
Well, Shravan, that 40-minute in the morning is, of course, mysterious in order to explain what happened in that whole sequence where the parents were informed first that it was a suicide. Later on, they came to know, first of all, it was said that the lady doctor was sick. Later on, they were informed that she committed suicide, and still later they came and waited for 3 hours to see their daughter. This meeting was taking place at 6:30 p.m. in the evening, according to sources. The same time when the post-mortem of Abhaya was going on, in the hospital, same hospital. Abhaya was taken for post-mortem by whom? Debashish Shom, a person very close to Sandeep Ghosh. He's an outsider. He's ex-forensic teacher of Arjikor. He flew down, he came here and then started doing this whole post-mortem, which again the parents say that is doctored and is manipulated. So at one hand, the post-mortem of this girl was going on, and on the other hand, there was a meeting in the boardroom discussing about a new toilet and a new construction just adjacent 5 meters away from where Abhaya was found. This exposes the fact that the principal and the health secretary, along with the other people named here, I'll show you the names: Principal Secretary, Department of Health; Director of Medical Education, Department of Health; Director of Health Services, Department of Health; Superintendent Engineer, PWD; MSVP, Arjikor. All of them were present. All of them were either present personally or they were on call. So this meeting exposes the fact that while Abhaya was taken for post-mortem by a person who is outsider, not even from Arjikor, the same time these people were sitting in a cold-minded way and in a cold-blooded manner. They planned to reconstruct and demolish the whole area adjacent to where Abhaya was found. This, if you think about this, this is a bone-chilling thought that these people who were supposed to take care of their employees and take care of the security of them were planning how to demolish areas around the crime scene, sitting there in the same hospital. Shawan.
Well, in fact, just to take our viewers through the fact that how exactly the Chief Minister's role basically comes under the scanner right now. The fact that you have this particular department and a key aide, that is Dr. Sandeep Ghosh, the man who first told at the Central Bureau of Investigation. I'm told that Governor of West Bengal is speaking. Let's go across.
Honorable Home Minister, within 2 days we have started seeing action. Their feelings we understand. What they want is also justice. The entire Bengal society seeks justice. Justice will be done. Justice should be done. What I see in Bengal today, especially the administration, is going from wrong to wrong. They should realize two wrongs, even if they are mutually contradictory, will not constitute one right. Government has to act. Government has to take the people in confidence. The wrongdoers should be brought to book. Punishment should be given. People should feel that they can expect justice from the government. Now that feeling is not there. That is what is reflected in a massive protest that culminated yesterday in the candlelight procession at midnight. You know, passing legislation is one thing. Implementing it is more important. Otherwise, you know, it is a certainty of punishment rather than the severity which acts as a deterrent crime. This is a soft state Bengal now. Law is there, law is not implemented properly, or certain people are given protective discrimination by law. The police, the portion of the police is criminalized, a portion is corrupt, a portion of the police is politicized. This does not speak well of the police force anywhere. This is not an indictment of the entire police force. The general caliber of the police force in West Bengal is really good. They are brave soldiers, but some of them have fallen into the political quagmire. That is the main problem which I see here. The government has to act. Law has to be implemented. The constitution needs to be respected. There should be the rule of law in the land. Now that is not there. That is where the society has come forward. I am sure that the voice of the people is the voice of God. We have to respond to it fairly, faithfully. We know what the Honorable Rashtrapati has said about it. I would also repeat that as a humble governor. Enough is enough. People want action, not an alibi for inaction. People want justice, not an excuse for not giving them justice. Bengal should get justice. Bengal should come back to the time where the mind is without fear and the head is held high.
Not only that, one video released by police today, in which video the parents say police police is not giving right to them. That is fair treatment. And the victim's family, they now are telling that police pressurize them to shoot that victim.
Sir, yesterday the victim's mother and parents, they said that we are asked to take money, and that was the police who actually asked us to take money.
Yes, yes.
Now, today TMC also claimed that no, it is not the version. Earlier they said they are not pressurized to take any money and there is no question of taking money. So, but today now the parents are saying that that day when they said that yes, there is no pressure from police to take money, that was done. They gave that statement under the pressure of police. Actually, police asked them to give that statement. So they gave the statement that no, nobody has asked them to take money. But it is the real fact that they are asked to take money.
The statement given by the mother, the parents, should serve as an eye-opener for all of us. I, for one, will respect the sentiments of the parents. I trust them completely, whatever they say. But that is the state of mind in which they are in. We should show the mercy of at least trusting their sentiments.
So another thing is that it is almost 1 month. I mean, on 8th night the incident took place, and today is only 3 days are left. But the agitation that everything is going around the city, the state. So what do you think can be the real solution to solve this thing?
Real solution is give justice. Real solution is punish the guilty. Do it as fast as possible. Don't test the patience of the people.
So do you feel that there is a big demand that
You're really talking very wisely, and I can't help but break up the statement you gave about Bhagavad Gita. Yes. And I could see the impact it has had on you the way you're speaking right now. So how has it really helped you? If you could tell our viewers, do you read it daily, or how does it really come to your life?
So my mother is a Sanskrit and Hindi lecturer, and since childhood she is the one who actually kept me very disciplined and very what I had to do on priority. For example, if I have to do my homework or follow my routine and everything, she's the kind of person who would be like, you have to do it, that's your priority, do that first, and after that only I'll allow you for something else. So she kept me very disciplined and everything throughout my life. And now, so initially she only told me about Bhagavad Gita and everything. So she is the person who is like, she tells me about history, she tells me about Indian mythology, or I say it history, Indian history I say. So she tells me about all these stories and the actual history of India. And then now I was like, you know what, I should probably start reading Gita thoroughly. And I have this meditation guru who actually tells me 2 or 3 verses every day, so that it helps me in my general life as well. Because how old it may seem, as old as it may seem, it is relevant in today's life as well. You only have to actually sit and try and connect it with your daily life. So for me, so many verses are there, but especially I really love one, that do your karma and do not focus on the result.
कर्म करते जब फल चिंता मत करो.
अपने कर्म पूरी निष्ठा से करो, फल की चिंता मत करो. तो ये चीज है. And my coach always says, Jaspal sir, he always says, you do not get what you want. You know what, I should probably start reading Gita thoroughly. And I have this meditation guru who actually tells me 2 or 3 verses every day, so that it helps me in my general life as well.
Director, the taste of success.
Undeniable cover-up in Abhaya rape and murder case. First demolition, then vandalism. Demolition order to tamper with crime scene. All this and more are across the Republic at 6 p.m. today.
My goal would be winning gold, and the dream continues, of course. This time was 2 bronzes and 1 fourth finish for me. But it feels good that, you know, people recognize and people appreciate the efforts.
You've seen her shining at this shooting range. You've seen her down and out in Tokyo and also doing us proud in Paris. And she was welcomed with open arms back home in India. We are tuned into Republic Podcast, and we have the one and only Manu Bhakar, our champion, our double medalist. She has just etched history in sports, but today we're going to take a sneak peek into her persona, into how she thinks and how she goes about her life, and what really it takes to be Manu Bhakar. Thank you so much, Manu, for joining us here at Republic Podcast. And you're just 22, being a legend at 22. How does it make you feel when you hear that?
Well, I honestly do not consider myself as that. I would like to continue this for as long as possible, and I really love my sport. So I mean, my goal would be winning gold, and the dream continues, of course. This time was 2 bronzes and 1 fourth finish for me. But it feels good that people recognize and people appreciate the efforts and the medals that I got. So it feels very good, and yes, I was welcomed back with open arms. It felt really good.
Yes, and since you talked about coming back, last time we connected was via Zoom interview when you were still in Paris after the medal, and you were talking about how...
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very warm welcome, viewers, to a power-packed edition of Across the Republic with me, Rakshita Mishra, at 6 p.m. And we are going to get you these top story, viewers. The Delhi High Court has heard the case. Remember, the bail of Sharjeel Imam has been dismissed, and today the state has levelled damning charges against Umar Khalid and Sharjeel Imam in the riots case of 2020. Also, we'll get you how the murder case of Hema Swami is only exploding. There is more proof emerging. There are disturbing visuals that have been accessed by Republic Kannada. Also, the top focus remains West Bengal. There is undeniable proof of a cover-up and how Mamata Banerjee's ministry was involved in this. And viewers, also, we will get you the MeToo mark, the latest, how an actor from the South Indian film industry has levelled rape charges against a Tamil director. We'll get you all that, but first up, the headlines. A notice to demolish the room adjacent to the seminar hall, the crime scene at the RG Kaur Medical College, was sent from the office of then Principal Dr. Sandeep Ghosh, and now viewers, Republic TV has accessed that notice. The body was recovered on the 9th of August, and the following day, the meeting was held in the principal's office, Sandeep Ghosh's office, and that was about an order to break down the rooms and toilets used by on-duty doctors of various departments. It's proved. Republic TV, Republic Bangla has that proof. It undeniably shows that how Mamata's ministry was found directly involved. Mamata's role now under scrutiny even further as the document has now emerged. The demolition, first you saw the demolition, and then what followed was the vandalism at the RG Kaur. Viewers, we saw what happened in the midnight. The mob ran amok. So one by one, there were desperate attempts to cover up what had happened at the RG Kaur, the rape and murder of Dr. Abhaya. It's now clear how Mamata's ministry was directly overseeing what the RG Kaur administration was doing, how the presence of the health secretary clearly outlines in that meeting that there was an attempt being made. The order clearly states how an urgent demolition was ordered. My colleague, senior editor of our Bangla, Moyuk, is joining us on the broadcast for more. Moyuk, tell us about the contents of that notice that Republic Bangla has access that in fact makes it very clear, crystal clear about the involvement of the state in this cover-up.
Well, just imagine how insensitive it is. Abhaya was killed, Abhaya was raped on 9th of August. And on 10th, we have accessed this letter, and this letter is also right now on the screen, where it's written that under the instruction of Health Secretary of West Bengal, which comes under Mamata Banerjee, there has to be a renovation work instruction. The letter has been given by Sandeep Ghosh, the erstwhile principal of RG Kaur Hospital, in the name of the Health Secretary of West Bengal, and most importantly, the Health Secretary of West Bengal directly reports to Mamata Banerjee. Mamata Banerjee is the Health Minister of West Bengal. Why this hurry is one of the biggest questions right now. The demolition work or the renovation work, what they have said, just in the floor of the crime spot is one of the biggest suspicion right now. What was the hurriedness to demolish, or what was the hurriedness to renovate the same floor rooms where a brutal murder has taken place, a brutal rape incident has taken place, and that too of a junior doctor, that too of a PGT staff member of that same department, the chest medicine department. It's not only illegal, it's not only bizarre, but it's insensitive. Mamata Banerjee's ministry maybe tried to hide something, maybe tried to destroy some evidences, and altercation and tampering of evidence has time and again been mentioned by CBI, time and again been mentioned in Supreme Court. We remember Abhaya's lawyer Vikas Ranjan Bhattacharya Bhattacharya has also mentioned that the crime scene was not protected by Kolkata police. In fact, the protesters in Kolkata, they are also saying that the crime scene was deliberately destructed, the crime scene was deliberately altered by Kolkata police, by miscreants and goons under the behest of Vineet Goyal, the Commissioner of Police, and that's why they are demanding resignation of Vineet Goyal. However, the point is, why this hurriedness to destroy or renovate the room which is next to the seminar room of chest medicine department, the crime spot? That is what we don't know. We don't know whether this is actually the crime spot, but what Kolkata police has said, the crime spot is the seminar room. If seminar room is the crime spot, then why seminar room was not protected, and why the renovation work happened just next to the seminar room in one of the doctor's chamber? Why the toilets were broken, why the wall was demolished? This is one of the biggest questions, and why repaint instructions were given, why the walls of the crime spot adjacent rooms were repainted or they were whitewashed. Is there any specific reason to dodge the forensic expert? Is there a specific reason to destroy forensic evidences? That's the reason why CFSL could not collect anything. That's the reason why CFSL has time and again been proven wrong, because of the fact that earlier the doctor said that lots of things had happened in this 2 hours of time when the body was recovered, the body was discovered at around 9:30 a.m. in the morning. Then police came in the spot at around 10:30 a.m. So in this 1 hour, what happened? Why this delay in informing the police is one of the biggest questions. Another point is that why Mamata Banerjee's ministry hastily, proactively gave this instruction. These are the points which Mamata needs to answer. These are the points nation wants to know. And most importantly, these are embarrassing moments for the government of West Bengal. And Mamata Banerjee, people are saying, should step down as the health minister of Bengal. Vineet Goyal, being the police commissioner, must admit his fault and resign. This is what the protesters right now, still protesting on road, are saying.
Well, Mayuk, this is just in the series of the lapses that have come to light, and we have been questioning the same ever since the break of this story, this lead, in fact, how this demolition was carried out. And even the court had questioned weeks ago that what was the urgency to, in fact, carry out this demolition, to provide a washroom suddenly, while there is an emergency situation already at the RG Core.
Exactly, and most importantly, why this hurriedness? It's the protesters are saying it's insensitive. 9th of August, one of your colleague has brutally been murdered, and on 10th, Artikar hospital staff gives instruction to PWD department workers to carry out demolition work, and that there also the letter which mentions that this instruction has directly come from the health ministry. The health ministry comes under Mamata Banerjee's department. Mamata Banerjee is the health minister of West Bengal. So the question is whether Mamata Banerjee has directly instructed, whether Mamata Banerjee's department directly instructed to tamper the evidence to Sandeep Ghosh, the arrested principal of Arjikar Hospital. Is Mamata Banerjee accountable enough to say, is Mamata Banerjee accountable enough to prove that her department is not involved in this case? Because right now what we are getting in the letter which Republic has accessed exclusively clearly shows that Mamata Banerjee's department, ministry, was in charge, was in helm of affairs. And if Mamata Banerjee's department is in helm of affairs, if Mamata Banerjee is the health minister of West Bengal, then Mamata Banerjee should not just shrug away and should not just avoid the questions. Someone needs to answer why this hurriedness. And secondly, when Supreme Court has also observed that there must be tampering of evidences, but Supreme Court has also said that there must be alteration, there must be altercation, and most importantly, there must be tampering of the crime spot, then why so much hurry? And biggest news point here is that we have seen that one, this crime spot is been identified by Kolkata police. We don't even know whether the actual crime happened in that seminar room. There can be other rooms. In fact, there are 5 to 6 rooms in the chess department ward. So 5 to 6 rooms, out of which 2 rooms have been demolished, has been renovated. Why this demolition work? Technically, police, technically cops and forensic experts say that if there is a crime happening in and around the place you are standing, then technically a diameter is drawn and the whole of that floor is locked. If it's a very emergency floor, then there should be other provisions. But the fact that when this thing is happening, why this exact proactiveness of Mamata Banerjee's department and Sandeep Ghosh directly getting involved into this? Is it because Abhaya was killed in some other room? Is this the fact that Abhaya was killed in that particular room where the demolition or the renovation work has happened? We don't know, because of the fact that there is no evidence left. It's clearly proven that evidences were destructed. It's clearly proven that Mamata Banerjee's department was actually trying to hide something. Mamata Banerjee's department instructed Sandeep Ghosh, instructed Rajikar hospital authorities to destroy the evidences and, most importantly, to tamper the evidences. It's clearly proven. Why action will not be taken against Mamata Banerjee? Why there will not be any disciplinary action against the IPS officers who have directly been involved in this entire tampering work? This is one of the serious allegations that is coming against Bengal government. Bengal government must answer, and Mamata Banerjee, her resignation is the biggest talking point right now. This is the biggest demand right now. The protesters, we can still hear the protesters saying, resign Mamata Banerjee, because Mamata Banerjee, being the health minister of West Bengal, being the home minister of West Bengal, she has not solved the mystery, and most importantly, she had time and again instructed people. That is what we are getting in from our sources, that this cover-up was basically from very highly influential people. Who are these highly influential people? Mamata Banerjee must answer. And most importantly, why Mamata Banerjee is still guarding Sandeep Ghosh? The Sandeep Ghosh suspension letter, Republic Bangla has clearly shown and given points that this suspension letter is a sham, because natural suspension is what happens according to the service rule book of state government employees. And here, Sandeep Ghosh has not been show-caused, but natural suspension has happened according to the rule book. So Mamata Banerjee is still guarding Sandeep Ghosh. What's the reason?
Absolutely, in fact, he was rewarded with a plum posting in another college right after this incident. That speaks volumes itself. Mamata Banerjee can go around and say that this is just the media that is creating a hype about that. What has the CBI in fact found out till now? They haven't found out anything. But what does she have to say about this undeniable proof? Mamata's ministry role, viewers, has been proved now. And her role in this cover-up has come to the fore very clearly. We're getting the first reaction from the governor of West Bengal, C.V. Arnab Goswami. Take a listen in.
Government has to act. Government has to take the people in confidence. The wrongdoers should be brought to book. Punishment should be given. People should feel that they can expect justice from the law. Now that feeling is not there. That is what is reflected in the massive protest that culminated yesterday in the candlelight procession at midnight. Passing legislation is one thing, implementing it is more important. Otherwise, it is a certainty of punishment rather than the severity which acts as a deterrent to crime. This is a soft state Bengal now. Law is there. Law is not implemented properly, or certain people are given protective discrimination by law. The police, the portion of the police is criminalized, a portion is corrupt, a portion of the police is politicized.
So there you have C.V. Arnab Goswami, and viewers, we will continue to get you the latest news breaks from our Bangla. And, Moyuk, clearly we can see Mamata Banerjee has tried to hoodwink everybody whenever this story has come up. And, day in and day out, the investigation continues. Republic's news break, Republic Bangla's latest inputs have time and again uncovered and exposed the way RG Kaur Hospital had tried in everything in the book to cover this up. Even the parents are alleging, made a sensational claim that they were offered bribes to silence them. That itself speaks volumes about the frustration and the desperation of Mamata Banerjee government, the administration, the police, how they were trying to cover up something. And this could be, much beyond what we are seeing. What we have been talking about, what has been in the reports, is just maybe a part of, what we are investigating. There is a much more. The involvement goes way higher.
Well, absolutely. Probably this is the tip of the iceberg. This entire system in state government, the state police, the Kolkata police, the forensic medicine experts, what they are actually doing is a fight between the common man in Bengal and the entire system in West Bengal. Helm of affairs has been controlled by Mamata Banerjee. So Mamata Banerjee must answer why time and again they're trying to prove that Abhaya's parents are actually telling a lie, and their police, their top cop, is actually telling the truth. Today also we have seen a press conference where Trinamool Congress tried to prove, Shashi Paja from Trinamool Congress tried to prove that Abhaya's parents are actually telling a lie. And Trinamool Congress leaders, the police in Bengal, the state government, they are actually telling the truth. So this is the insensitivity shown by Trinamool Congress. This is the insensitivity shown by Arjikor Medical College staff, and most importantly, Mamata Banerjee's department. Mamata Banerjee's department was actually behind the tampering and renovation work instruction given to Sandeep Ghosh. And Sandeep Ghosh was just, according to Shubhendu Adhikari, the opposition leader, I repeat, Sandeep Ghosh was just a stooge in this entire nexus. Probably big names are there. Time and again, Shubhendu Adhikari and opposition leaders has named one person, one senior doctor named Shama Podo Dash, SP Dash. Who is this Shama Podo Dash? The nation wants to know. The people in West Bengal, in fact, people from outside West Bengal wants to know who this very powerful man called Shama Podo Dash is. Shubhendu Adhikari, I repeat, I quote Shubhendu Adhikari. Shubhendu Adhikari has said that there's one personal physician of the Chief Minister of West Bengal called Shama Podo Dash, who is actually controlling the health syndicate in West Bengal. And I repeat, this is what Shubhendu Adhikari has quoted. Republic Bangla exactly is quoting Shubhendu Adhikari, where Shubhendu Adhikari said that this SP Dash is a very powerful man, and Sandeep Ghosh is just a stooge in this entire game. He's just a pawn in this chessboard. The kings and queens are actually much bigger, much stronger people and very influential people still behind the curtain. We at Republic Bangla and in Republic Network are investigating and showing the viewers in India what actually a system can do in West Bengal when someone becomes a whistleblower. So this is one of the biggest coverage what we are doing, because of the fact that a whistleblower has been killed, a whistleblower has been raped, and every single evidence of her killing is being tampered with just because of the fact that probably Abhaya knew a lot of things.
Absolutely. In fact, there was in court we saw that there was no concrete answer also by the Mamata Banerjee's police, by the Mamata Banerjee's lawyer, because we can clearly see that they were pulled up, they were questioned by the court that what was the urgency to order this demolition. There are many other things that could have been carried out much later, and the fact that there was this urgency clearly shows there was an attempt. And also not just that, Moyuk, what happened in the midnight, the way a mob ran amok and they vandalized everything. Republic TV in fact showed the inside of that destruction of RG Core, where we saw even the CCTVs were tampered with. They were hanging down from above the doors, and it clearly shows that right from the beginning there were attempts being made. Even the fact how parents are talking about bribes being offered, that they had to literally beg to see their daughter's dead body. I mean, this is enough to understand, and the people of Bengal, Moyuk, are understanding that. That is why, despite the threats, the brutal crackdown of Mamata Banerjee police, they are unrelenting in their fight for justice.
Well, it's actually shocking that after this 10th renovation notice, suddenly on 14th, precisely on the 15th of midnight, when the whole of the country was celebrating the Independence Day, we have seen one of the brutal attacks in RG Kar Hospital. And this attack in RG Kar Hospital probably was premeditated, probably was ransacked, because of the fact that that may also be a second chapter in this evidence tampering and conspiracy of RG Kar Hospital. Remember, on 10th, the evidences were tampered. In fact, on 9th also, we have seen time and again the experts, the opposition leaders, and Abhaya's parents saying that the seminar room was also tampered with. The key evidences in seminar room can be missing, and most importantly, who were those outsiders in the seminar room? So clearly, Mamata Banerjee has a lot to answer with, and most importantly, Police Commissioner in West Bengal, the Police Commissioner in Kolkata, to be precise, Vineet Goel, why is he still silent? Most important question right now is why Kolkata Police is trying to hide things, why Kolkata Police is trying to cover up things. Who is actually behind all these things? Is Mamata Banerjee or Kolkata Police trying to shield someone very powerful? That is one of the biggest questions, and most importantly, 3 days. First on 9th, when the seminar room was not properly protected, lots of outsiders came there. On 10th, what we are seeing right now in the letter, where it's clearly mentioned that under the instructions of Health Ministry, to be precise, Health Secretary of West Bengal, this entire renovation work must be started. And number 3, on 14th of night, or the midnight of 15th, when the entire emergency building of RG Kar Hospital was ransacked, the ground floor of RG Kar Hospital was ransacked. 3 dates is one of the biggest questions right now. Who actually is behind this entire ransack and renovation?
The Department of Health and Family Welfare, Government of West Bengal, Director of Medical Education, Department of Health and Family Welfare, Government of West Bengal. They've all been mentioned, viewers, in this proof, in this document that has been accessed by Republic Bangla. And there is, of course, a clear involvement of Mamata Banerjee government, viewers, and we will continue to get you the latest coming in, the ultimate cover-up in the RG Kar rape and murder case as the call for justice grows. Republic TV continues with this deep investigation into the case. Don't go anywhere, we'll be right back.
One of the things that we are really proud about is the fact that India, Bharat, is the fastest growing major economy in the world, and we will continue to be so. In fact, the way we've been going for the last 10 years, in the next 5 to 10 years, if we have political stability, if everything is right, there are no major risk factors, then we will be in a situation to be rivaling China, and in 20 to 30 years, surpassing China. It's a reality that we are a competing nation. And one of the reasons why the Chinese and the Americans are using their deep states against us, are conspiring against us. And as I have been saying repeatedly over the last few weeks, the reason that they have been using their intelligence agencies to try and surround India with difficulties, use Indian political parties and Indian political leaders as their agents, as their Mir Jafars, is because they want to contain India. I would now like to give you an example of what happens should there be wrong political leadership in any state. Should any political party get its fundamentals wrong, then the example I'm going to share with you is what can happen across India. I will give you the example of Himachal Pradesh. Just recently, the Congress party won the elections in Himachal Pradesh, and there is a government there which has now landed the state in a little over a year into a situation of financial catastrophe. There is a financial emergency. There is a massive financial crisis in Congress-ruled Himachal. More than 200,000 state government employees of Himachal Pradesh have not received their salaries on the 1st of this month. This has been attributed to the worst ever financial crisis which has hit Himachal Pradesh, and it has happened immediately after the Congress party has taken over. The Sukhu government is giving 1,500 rupees a month to 5 lakh women, which is costing the state 800 crores per annum. The old pension scheme that the Congress has decided to retain will also cost an additional 1,000 crores per annum. As of now, the situation in Congress-ruled Himachal is so bad, there is such a crisis that the debt of the Himachal Pradesh government is almost doubled when compared to 2018. When the debt then stood at 47,906 crores, the Congress-ruled Himachal Pradesh is in such a terrible situation because of complete financial mismanagement, freebies, subsidies and schemes that their debt has increased to 86,589 crores. The Congress party has in a few months completely ruined the economy of Himachal Pradesh. The state has also accumulated loans of almost 10,000 crores in 1 year. The debt now stands at 86,589 crore rupees, which means every person in Himachal Pradesh is
to take on gender pay parity in sports.
If two people are doing the same job, they should be paid the same. That's it.
people start, scrutinizing you also? Does it really affect you?
Like they were not there when you actually needed somebody's help or somebody's love or somebody's appreciation. So it doesn't really bother me that much.
Presented by Royal Global University, Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch bano.
August 10th notice by Mamta's department exposes cover-up. Room next to crime scene asked to be demolished. Big controversy over Himachal minister's remark on illegal mosque. Shimla residents stage protest. Hearing in 2020 Delhi riots case, state alleges Sharjeel Imam and Umar Khalid led the riots. In a spine-chilling interview, actor Soumya narrates how she was assaulted and raped by an influential director. After back-to-back attacks, Hindus now being profiled, but Yunus says issue is being exaggerated. Vladimir Putin bats for peace talks, says China, India and Brazil could act as mediators.
Presented by Royal Global University, Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch bano.
Viewers, our top focus at 6:30 p.m. today is the direct involvement of Mamta's ministry into the demolition of the rooms right next to the crime scene at the Arjikar hospital. On August 9th, Abhaya was raped and murdered. On August 10th, Sandeep Ghosh puts out an order saying that the rooms next to the crime scene, which is the seminar hall, will be renovated and demolished. And this order has been signed by Sandeep Ghosh, as well as it has been forwarded to 3 departments that come directly under Mamta Banerjee. In fact, the order copy also mentions that the decision was taken after a meeting with the principal secretary of the health department, which comes directly under Mamta Banerjee's purview. Now, let's tell you what exactly happened. This is the ultimate cover-up proof that we have accessed. 9th of August, Abhaya's body was recovered from the Arjikar hospital, the crime scene. And on 10th of August, a demolition order was given by Sandeep Ghosh, which was done in consultation with the principal secretary of the health department. Now, if Sandeep Ghosh had signed the order, and if the principal secretary was also in the loop of the action of the demolition that was to be done at the Arjikar hospital, the big question is, did Mamta not know about it? In fact, the West Bengal governor has also spoken about this damning document. Let's listen in.
Government has to act. Government has to take the people in confidence. The wrongdoers should be brought to book. Punishment should be given. People should feel that they can expect justice from the law. Now that feeling is not there. That is what is reflected in a massive protest that culminated yesterday in the candlelight procession at midnight. You know, passing legislation is one thing, implementing it is more important. Otherwise, you know, it is a certainty of punishment rather than the severity which acts as a deterrent to crime. This is a soft state Bengal now. Law is there, law is not implemented properly, or certain people are given protective discrimination by law. The police, the portion of the police is criminalized, a portion is corrupt, a portion of the police is politicized.
Now, 3 aspects, viewers. We have accessed the proof of cover-up. And that order, the demolition order, was issued by Sandeep Ghosh. And now the questions are staring at Mamata Banerjee because there is a direct link of her ministry. Let me read out what exactly the document has, viewers. The document has been, the order copy has the Government of West Bengal, Office of Principal, RG Medical College. And in fact, the date is August 10th, the very next day after the horrific crime at the RG hospital. Now the letter, the order has been marked to the executive engineer of PWD, electrical as well as the civil. The subject of the letter reads, repair, renovation, reconstruction of on-duty doctors' rooms along with separate attached toilets in all departments of RG Medical College and Hospital on urgent basis. Now, let me read out what the order copy says. It says, and I quote, I would like to inform you that there are deficiency on duty doctors' rooms and separate attached toilets in various departments. You are hereby requested to do the needful immediately as per demands of the resident doctors of the RG Medical College. Now, these resident doctors are not the protesting doctors, but these are doctors who are directly controlled by Sandeep Ghosh. In fact, my colleague and senior executive editor Shavan Sen is also joining us live on this broadcast. Shavan, there are several questions now staring at Mamata Banerjee. If the Principal Secretary of the Health Ministry know about it, did Mamata not know about it? If she knew about it, then why did she conceal it? These are the questions, Shavan, that are, confronting Mamata Banerjee, but she has no answers.
So who exactly is the health minister in the state of West Bengal? It is Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee. Among the many portfolios that she holds, health happens to be one such. Now, this document that I'm holding, this is the order that was passed. Remember, many were surprised when a demolition was actually carried out adjacent to the scene of crime. Many raised a question as to who exactly passed the order, who exactly allowed the demolition to take place just next to the scene of crime. And we have been relentlessly reporting about the fact that the Central Bureau of Investigation is also looking into the tampering of evidence that the scene of crime was not intact. It turns out that there was a meeting that took place on the 10th of August. This is just about few hours after the body was recovered, and the fact that it turned out that a brutal murder was carried out in the premises, in the same very premises on the 3rd floor of RG Kar Hospital. And it turns out from this particular letter that you see, this is the order that was passed after a deliberation that took place at the hospital board room, where Dr. Sandeep Ghosh, the principal, along with him, several other hospital authorities were present, and it was decided that this would be done on an urgent basis. And this is something that I am not saying. This is what the order states, that the renovation work is to be carried out on an urgent basis. It's clearly mentioned here. The fact that you've had some hospital authorities indicating that this was decided earlier and this was planned, and that is the reason why this renovation work was carried out. It turns out to be completely untrue because of the fact that this order was actually passed where clear instructions were essentially given that the renovation would be carried out on an urgent basis. And what turned out thereafter was that the scene of crime was also tampered with. Now the fact is that why exactly this is becoming a major cause of concern. There have been an operation cover-up, and that operation cover-up is exactly what the central agency is looking at. The Trinamool Congress government in the state of West Bengal is trying to indicate that everything has been done by the Kolkata police. If that is the case, then what really happened between 9:30 in the morning on 9th of August and 10:10 till the time the first call went to the police outpost? The second aspect is that what really happened thereafter in terms of the order that was passed and the renovation work that was carried out. Were there any calls that were received by Dr. Sandeep Ghosh, the former principal of RG Kar, between 9:30 in the morning and 10:10 in the morning? And whether at all these instructions were given to basically carry out two things. One, to tell the family members that this is a case of suicide. So who exactly was being protected? Why did the Kolkata police not question Dr. Sandeep Ghosh? These are some questions that remains completely unanswered, and from this particular order it becomes abundantly clear that the health ministry was very much aware that the renovation work was being carried out at RG Kaur Hospital, this at a time when a murder was reported.
Well, Shravan, this is a smoking gun that has now come to the fore. And what's even more shocking is that the demolition order was approved by the health department, which comes directly under Mamata Banerjee. Now, Kishle is also joining us live on this broadcast from the Kolkata newsroom. Kishle, this damning document has now raised several questions on Mamata Banerjee's role. If the principal secretary knew about it, did Mamata Banerjee not know about it? And if this operation cover-up was doctored by Sandeep Ghosh and approved by her ministry, did Mamata Banerjee not know about it? These are the questions, Kishle.
Well, exactly, Deepak. Now just imagine the fact that Narayan Swarup Nigam, the health secretary, who is very close to Mamata Banerjee and works only under her instruction, he came down to RG Kaur, which he doesn't do usually, on 10th. Remember, on 9th, Abhaya is found dead, murdered, her body being completely brutalized, and everything was carried on 9th. Just the next day, on 10th, this particular meeting is taking place inside where, I'll show you in the letter, I'll mark out, it is taking place, this meeting is taking place today, which means 10th, in the boardroom of RG Kaur Hospital, in a hospital where a murder has taken place. A doctor has been murdered in that hospital, murdered and raped and brutalized in an unprecedented way during her tenure during her duty hours. There, these people, Sandeep Ghosh and Mamata's health secretary, sitting in a boardroom deciding a renovation work, and that too 5 meters away from where Dr. Abhaya was found. Is this an attempt to make the people of West Bengal and the country foolish? Are they thinking that we don't understand things? This is complete endeavor to cover up the whole issue, and I'll show you how much anxious these people were to cover up. Look at this word, urgent basis. The work had to be done on urgent basis. Again, here, you are requested to do the needful immediately. Do it right now. That is what they're saying. Again here, please do the needful immediately. I don't remember when the last time I saw a government notification where thrice or 4 times the urgency is expressed in words such as do it right now, do it immediately, do it urgently, which means Sandeep Ghosh and the health secretary were going crazy to destroy evidence from the spot, and while doing so they used multiple times words like do it right now, do it immediately, we need it done right now. And just imagine the fact that a government work is done within 2 or 3 hours after the notification is given on 11th. Immediately the work starts. Usually what happens is a notification comes, it takes a long time. After many weeks the work actually starts. This work started in a few hours and was completed by Mamata's another department, PWD. Therefore, and in the meeting, I'll remind you, Health Secretary was present. I'll remind you, in the meeting, Director of Medical Education, Department of Health was present, Principal Secretary of Health Department was present, Director of Health Service was present, and Superintendent Engineer of PWD and MSVP was present. All these Mamata's men were present allegedly, or over call they were informed in the boardroom. The whole plan was done in the boardroom, how to destroy evidence, all evidences against the culprits of Abhaya murder and rape case, and this was done from the highest authority and is today thus proven by this letter exposed exclusively by Republic. Deepak.
Also, Kishle, the meeting took place on August 10th. The demolition also followed after that. If you could take us through the timeline of events from the day of murder to the demolition, and also about Mamata's constant denial, because she has been completely denying any cover-up by the state government, but here is the proof of her own ministry passing a demolition order at the crime scene.
Well, exactly. I'll show you here, Deepak. This is the date. I'll just show you the timeline here. And for our viewers, this is the date when the notice is passed. But 9th was the day when Abhaya was found dead, murdered, raped. That is 9th of August. On 10th, these people held a meeting. And then on 11th, the demolition actually took place. And on 12th, Mamata Banerjee went to meet the parents of Abhaya, knowing well, we believe, and people believe, because this is her department. Come on, you don't know what's happening in your department. You don't know what your principal secretary of your health department is doing. You don't know what orders is your principal secretary passing. You don't know anything, and you go there, meet the parents, and console them, cold-bloodedly saying that, yeah, we will take care of it, we will ensure that justice takes place, while you know that the justice will not take place because there has been tampering of evidence at the crime site. This is what any cold-blooded attempt to remove and tamper with the evidence looks like. The series of events, I'll repeat, on 9th, Abhaya is found dead and Abhaya is found murdered, raped in a bloody condition in the seminar hall. On 10th, these people come together, sit for a meeting in the evening, where the whole country is shocked by such an incident. These people were holding a meeting about renovating toilets and doctor on-call room beside the seminar hall. These people decide that. On 11th, the order is passed. Immediately, the order is executed and the room is demolished. While Republic Bangla calls the principal secretary, health secretary, asks him about why such demolition is taking place, and then partially it is stopped. After we called from Republic that how can this happen? They said, we don't know. The principal secretary of health, according to sources, told reporters that he didn't know about such demolition. But in this letter, it is said that he was present, so he was lying. But it is not on record, it is according to sources. However, according to sources, the principal secretary of health, which is health secretary, was denying his knowledge about such demolition, whereas in this letter, he was present there. This is on 10th, and then 11th, the demolition takes place. On 12th, Mamata Banerjee visits the family, trying to console them. That is the bone-chilling sequence of events.
And on the intervening night of 14th and 15th, Kishle, there was vandalism. How can we forget vandalism? Because first the rape and murder case came to light. Then there was a meeting. Then there was a demolition order issued. Then, like you said, Mamata Banerjee, spoke to the victim's family. And after that, there was complete vandalism. Stay on with us, Kishle. It's time for a quick break. We'll be right back and get our viewers the proof, the undeniable proof, and the smoking gun in the RG Kar rape and murder case. Stay tuned.
Within a span of just about a few days, Mohammed Yunus has freed dreaded terrorists who have been wanted by India. Tonight on This Is Exclusive, we get you an exclusive conversation with BNP Foreign Committee member on what lies ahead.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
He floated like a butterfly, stung like a bee, and shook up the world. Born in 1942 as Cassius Clay Jr., Muhammad Ali was destined for greatness right from the start.
Ali moving in on London. A fuselage of punches by Muhammad Ali.
At the age of 18, he won the Olympic gold. At 22, he shocked the world by defeating Sonny Liston to become a heavyweight champion. But it wasn't just his victories, his records that makes Muhammad Ali special. It was how he won. He was not just a fighter, he was a poet in motion. His footwork was unlike anything boxing had ever seen. Quick, elusive, and graceful. Ali revolutionized the sport with his unorthodox style. he did not only beat his opponents physically, he outsmarted them. So here's why Muhammad Ali has been hailed as the greatest ever. Ali won the Olympic gold at 18 years of age to kickstart the legendary career in the year 1960. In 1964, he became the world champion, defeating Sonny Liston to claim his first heavyweight title. In the same year, he converted to Islam and became Muhammad Ali. Outside the ring, Ali was larger than life. He was charismatic, witty and fearless. A master of mind games, he was known for getting into his opponents' heads long before the first bell rang. Ali's boldness extended far beyond boxing. He risked it all right when he was at the peak of his career. In 1967, he refused to fight in the Vietnam War, citing his religious beliefs and opposition to the conflict. He was stripped of his titles, banned from boxing and faced imprisonment. Ali sacrificed everything for what he believed in, becoming a global symbol of resistance, courage and integrity. After a 3-year exile, Ali returned to the ring to face his toughest battles yet. In the epic fight of the century against Joe Frazier and the rumble in the jungle against George Foreman, Ali proved he was more than just all talk. He was a warrior with unmatched heart and determination. Now, in 1984, he was diagnosed with Parkinson's disease. He faced it with the same courage that he displayed in the ring. 6 years later, he traveled to Iraq to negotiate the release of American hostages as a goodwill ambassador. The champion breathed his last in 2016 at the age of 74. Muhammad Ali transcended sports. He was the greatest because he inspired billions across the globe with his talent, his courage and also his unwavering principle.
Producing every down to caste. He met some trackmen of the Indian Railways and said, most shockingly, that they are like the Mahadalits of the Indian Railways. What does he mean? If you introduce this kind of extremely divisive logic all the time, you will break the million-plus strong workforce of the Indian Railways into different groups with animosity towards each other. And in the process, you will destroy the unity of the Indian Railways, which is in itself one of the greatest unifiers and greatest institutions of this country. This extreme division, which is a short-term political tactic, may appeal to certain vote banks, but let me tell you, this will break our nation forever. This is exactly the language that both the American deep state and the Chinese intelligence machinery would want to hear. Republic and I are for national unity. When our nation's unity is openly under threat by extremely divisive forces from within, make your choice too.
Showdown over illegal mosque in Shimla. Owaisi attack Congress over illegal mosque remarks. Arnab asks, who is Sukhu trying to appease? Debating tonight at 8 p.m.
Director, the taste of success.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
You're really talking very wisely, and I can't help but break up the statement you gave about Bhagavad Gita. And I could see the impact it has had on you the way you're speaking right now. So how has it really helped you? If you could tell our viewers, do you read it daily, or how does it really come to your life?
So my mother is a Sanskrit and Hindi lecturer, and since childhood she is the one who actually kept me very disciplined and very what I had to do on priority. For example, if I have to do my homework or follow my routine and everything, she's the kind of person who would be like, you have to do it, that's your priority, do that first, and after that only I'll allow you for something else. So she kept me very disciplined and everything throughout my life. And now so initially she only told me about Bhagavad Gita and everything. So she is the person who is like, she tells me about history, she tells me about Indian mythology, or I say it history, Indian history I say. So she tells me about all these stories and the actual history of India. And then now I was like, you know what, I should probably start reading Gita thoroughly. And I have this meditation guru who actually tells me 2 or 3 verses every day, so that it helps me in my general life as well. Because how old it may seem, as old as it may seem, it is relevant in today's life as well. You only have to actually sit and try and connect it with your daily life. So for me, so many verses are there, but especially I really love one, that do your karma and do not focus on the result.
कर्म करते जब फल चिंता मत करो.
अपने कर्म पूरी निष्ठा से करो, फल की चिंता मत करो. तो ये चीज है. And my coach always says, Jaspal sir, he always says, you do not get what you want, you get what you deserve. So these sort of things will always keep my head very, online.
Absolutely, and of course you do deserve what you've achieved. But the fact that you're talking about it very openly, very elaborately, you think it's important, because we've seen for the longest time people have not been very open about their beliefs, their faith, and they've just been, sort of guarded. You think it's important to always talk about it, and there should be no inhibitions in, talking about your faith, your culture, your traditions.
Honestly, I feel like India has a very, very rich heritage, rich culture, and we should all come together and actually celebrate it, and not be like, we need to change this thing in our culture. I mean, of course, we should eliminate all the bads that we have in our culture, but so many good things as well we have in our history or like heritage, culture, and everything. So we must cherish all that, and I am a kind of person, like, I am very open, I am accepting of other people as well. I mean, if you have certain beliefs, I do not expect anything out of you. I am open. If you have something that works for you, that's good for you.
In a span of just about a few days, Mohammed Yunus has freed dreaded terrorists who have been wanted by India. Tonight on This Is Exclusive, we get you an exclusive conversation with BNP Foreign Committee member on what lies ahead.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Presented by Royal Global University. Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch bano.
Yunus's pro-Islamist stand has now been exposed. In the just last 10 days, we have seen at least 2 top terrorists have been released. The ultimate cover-up proof. The room next to crime scene asked to be demolished. Big focus on Mamata's ministry's role in RG Kaur cover-up as Republic Bangla exposes the ultimate proof. Big controversy over Himachal minister's remark on illegal mosque. Shimla residents stage protest. In a spine-chilling interview, actor Soumya narrates how she was assaulted and raped by influential directors.
Presented by Royal Global University. Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch bano.
Ladies and gentlemen, there is a sharp U-turn that has now been taken by Mohammad Yunus. The interim government caretaker, Mohammad Yunus, has released dreaded terrorists. In just about less than a few weeks, you have at least 2 top terrorists who have been released by Mohammad Yunus. And how exactly India should really be concerned? Because you have ABT, which is banned not just in India but also in Bangladesh, banned by Sheikh Hasina. Chief of ABT has already been released by Mohammad Yunus. And not just that. In the last few days, those who have been anti-India, they are the ones who have got an audience with Mohammad Yunus. Tonight on This Is Exclusive, we speak to one of the stakeholders, the BNP, which has also taken a very strong position when it comes to India. But the fact of the matter is that how does this really change in the subcontinent, and what exactly is Mohammad Yunus really hinting at? Is he really working at the behest of the West? All this and much more. Let's take you through some of the details that we are going to now put across what has really happened starting from 30th of August when the first release took place. On 30th of August, Jashimuddin Rahmani, who happens to be the chief of Ansarullah Bangla team, ABT, has carried out several attacks in India. Not just that, there was an infiltration bid that was foiled by the central agencies just about a few years ago, and this was carried out by the ABT. Let's move on. What happened? ABT affiliated to Al-Qaeda in Indian subcontinent, and they've had a widespread network not just in Bangladesh, but a few other countries in the subcontinent, and have been found out. Their role has been found out in at least 2 such cases in the state of West Bengal, multiple cases in Assam. Let's also take you through more details coming in. They've tried to establish a jihadi network in India. This is exactly what the Assam police as well as the other northeastern police have indicated from their investigation. Let's take you through more details of who this man is, and his release is an indication of what Mohammad Yunus is basically trying to do. There are certain instructions perhaps that have come in. So this is exactly what Mohammad Yunus has done in just the last few days. Let's take you through some more details now coming in. This is with regards to another terrorist that has been released by Mohammad Yunus in the last few days. This India's attempt that has been to try and negotiate with Bangladesh when Sheikh Hasina was in power, to actually tell you about how exactly ABT has been operating. Sheikh Hasina did actually listen to India, keeping in mind there was enough evidence against them. Hasina had banned ABT back in 2015. And now, without any hearing taking place in a court, you have Jashimullah already being released. Sweden Aslam, who's wanted in 12 different murder cases. In fact, his role is also under investigation in some cases here in the national capital too. He too has been released. This was just 2 days after Jashimuddin was released. Let's now take you through the details of the terror tapes. Ladies and gentlemen, just about a few years ago, we took you through a detailed investigation coming in of the JMB, another affiliate which found space in Bangladesh. In fact, several arrests that have been made by the central agencies in Bangladesh of JMB has really come in from the border areas. Now, the fact that several of them have been already released clearly goes on to indicate that Mohammad Yunus has taken a sharp Islamic turn. Take a look.
The caretaker government of Bangladesh, led by Nobel Peace Laureate Muhammad Yunus, has freed Jashimuddin Rahmani, the chief of the Ansarullah Bangla team. ABT is a terror organization affiliated to Al-Qaeda. Rahmani's organization has tried to infiltrate in India in an attempt to spread jihadi network. Yunus also met Hefazat-e-Islam leaders, an organization known for its anti-India stand. On August 30th, Yunus lifted the ban on Jamaat-e-Islami party, which stands against secularism. Today, he called issue on attacks on Hindus exaggerated. Yunus' tilt towards anti-India element is a matter of concern for India. India is keeping a hawk's eye on terrorists infiltrating from Bangladesh. On 7th August, Jamaatul Mujahideen Bangladesh members, along with their India head, were arrested in Bengaluru. In the possession of these dreaded terrorists were pistols, ammunitions, metal cylinders, explosives, chemicals, and secret training videos. As Yunus' support for pro-Islamist elements is becoming evident, questions on safety of Hindus are being raised. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Shama Ubaid of BNP's Foreign Committee members joining us on this broadcast. Shama Ubaid, there have been certain messaging that has been done by the BNP over the last few weeks saying that India has perhaps made the mistake of putting all eggs in one basket. You tell me, Shama Ubaid, that Jashimuddin Rahmani, who has been released, Harkat-e-Islam members are meeting Muhammad Yunus, and the fact that these are all individuals who have been against India. Jashimuddin Rahmani is a terrorist who has carried out various activities in India. Are we to expect that things are really going to change? Because it clearly appears that Muhammad Yunus has taken a clear U-turn, and the fact that he's perhaps taking instructions from somewhere else.
Well, it's too early to predict, and it's too early to make any judgment on the current interim government, because it's only been a month that Dr. Yunus has taken charge and the interim government has been in place. With all due respect to India, when you say anti-India, what do you mean by the term anti-India? Because in last 1.5 months, we have seen the youth and the whole Bangladesh actually criticizing India for its stand for supporting the last Hasina regime for 14 years.
Ms. Ubaid,
yes.
You asked me a question as to what do I really mean when I'm saying that Hefazat-e-Islam taking an anti-India position. I'm just going to read out some of the statements that they have made, and the fact that this is the same very organization who's meeting Muhammad Yunus. Their position as far as Sharia law is concerned, their position as far as progressive elements in Bangladesh is concerned, everyone is aware of what Hefazat-e-Islam really stands for.
You have to get your facts straight. This same Hefazat-e-Islam Sheikh Hasina have sat with Hefazat-e-Islam, had 3 hours meeting with them, went to Hefazat-e-Islam rally and declared herself Qawmi Mata, which means, their mother. So basically, as far as BNP is concerned, we do not, there is no space for terrorism in Bangladesh. We will not tolerate any kind of terrorism in Bangladesh or in the region, and we are against it. The specific people that you have spoken about and you have shown in your footage, I would definitely suggest that the Indian government and the current interim government talk to each other and figure out why and under which conditions these individuals were released in last few weeks. So that is BNP stand, because BNP doesn't support terrorism at any cost on the soil of Bangladesh or in the region.
Can we know your position, your party's position vis-a-vis ABT, Ansar Bangla team? The fact that their name has emerged in several infiltration bid that was carried out in the year 2015, leading to ABTs being banned not just in India but also in Bangladesh. BNP seems to have taken a complete different position as far as ABT is concerned. For you, Rahmani could be a patriotic leader?
BNP hasn't taken any such position. As I said, if I am pro-Bangladesh, if I am speaking on behalf of my country and my country's interest, it doesn't make me or any other person anti-India. It's just that I am supporting and I am talking on behalf of my country and my country's issues. And specifically regarding ABT, I think as I said, proper investigation should be done. Proper, thorough investigation should be done under what circumstances, why this interim government has led them, has made this release.
So you are demanding that Muhammad Yunus and his government, the caretaker government, should be looking into why ABT leader has been left out, but I don't see any sort of protest really coming in from the BNP, which happens to be one of the main stakeholders today in Bangladesh, about the concerns that many would have. These are genuine concerns that India has at this point in time, because it has got a direct ramification as far as national security, not just in India, but in the subcontinent. How is it that the BNP is extremely muted in their entire response?
See, India, You can't just isolate last 1.5 months and forget last 15 years. India has helped this undemocratic regime to be in power for so many years, and that's what the perception is in Bangladeshi people's mind. So they have to come forward and they have to gain the confidence of people of Bangladesh, and then talk to the interim government that how India-Bangladesh relation can go forward. Regarding BNP's stand on this, BNP is very clear. We want the country to be united. We want the country to be united and working together for a better Bangladesh. Of course, we want good relationship with India. India is our largest neighbor. BNP have always been tried to reach out to India, and no matter which government have been in power in India. But it is a two-way street. So it doesn't work one way. So India cannot afford to have just a good relationship with one person or one political party, which is Awami League, which they did for last 16 years. And the price, Bangladeshi people have to pay that price. So India have to change its foreign policy regarding Bangladesh and think how they can actually move forward and have a better relationship with Bangladesh in every aspect. So then they can talk about all these individuals who have been released and why they have been released. They should have a bilateral dialogue with Bangladesh, which we have seen that recent dialogues have been happened between Mr. Yunus and Mr. Modi, and they should continue that dialogue. And I think through that dialogue, something positive will come up.
Final question that I want to take with you, because I have heard a few of your leaders essentially saying that BNP is open to talking to India. But India has been very clear about its position, that as far as perhaps talking to any political party, it can only happen when that political party does not really support any organization that is against us, against our national security. So are you saying, Ms. Obaid, that the BNP is ready to talk to India whenever the situation comes up, and you're willing to make your position very clear vis-a-vis Pakistan, vis-a-vis ISI, vis-a-vis even organizations which seem to be inimical to India in Bangladesh?
Bangladesh Nationalist Party believes in a kind of foreign policy where we will have a good relationship, bilateral relationship with all our neighbors and rest of the world, assuming that our Bangladesh's interests are met and our people of Bangladesh's interests are met first. So that in that regard, India is no different. India, we want a good relationship with India, but of course it has to be an equal relationship. It has to be it's just India cannot afford to have a relationship only with one party, as I've already mentioned. BNP wants a united Bangladesh, and India has to understand that. And we want to continue to have a good relationship with India, but not when you say anti-India. If I am talking on behalf of my country, when I'm speaking on behalf of my country, my people of my country, it doesn't make me anti-India, or it doesn't make me anti-America or anti-China or any other country. I am just a nationalist. And I am supporting my country. That's what it means. So India has to come and make terms with that.
Well, thank you very much, Ms. Ubaid, for joining us on This Is Exclusive. Remember, as far as the condition in Bangladesh is concerned, as many are already indicating, that the sharp turn that the caretaker government has actually taken has only raised a lot of concern. And now the impending visit of Donald Lu. What does that essentially mean? A story that we'll be tracking very closely. Thank you very much. Shifting focus now to the other big story. The full picture, ladies and gentlemen, now coming in from RG Kar Hospital. On August 9, a 31-year-old doctor was brutally assaulted, raped and murdered. Thereafter, there was an attempt that was made to cover up this entire matter. The reason why we are saying Operation Cover Up is because of the kind of evidence that has now come out in the open. Two aspects that we are going to touch upon tonight, ladies and gentlemen. An order that was passed by the RG Kar Hospital authorities and the medical department. The department that reports to Chief Minister of West Bengal, Mamata Banerjee. All this and much more on the other side.
You're really talking very wisely, and I can't help but break up the statement you gave about Bhagavad Gita. Yes. And I could see the impact it has had on you the way you're speaking right now. So how has it really helped you? If you could tell our viewers, do you read it daily, or how does it really come to your life?
So my mother is a Sanskrit and Hindi lecturer, and since childhood she is the one who actually kept me very disciplined and very what I had to do on priority. For example, if I have to do my homework or follow my routine and everything, she's the kind of person who would be like, you have to do it, that's your priority, do that first, and after that only I'll allow you for something else. So she kept me very disciplined and everything throughout my life. And now so initially she only told me about Bhagavad Gita and everything. So she is the person who is like, she tells me about history, she tells me about Indian mythology, or I say it history, Indian history I say. So she tells me about all these stories and the actual history of India. And then now I was like, you know what, I should probably start reading Gita thoroughly. And I have this meditation guru who actually tells me 2 or 3 verses every day, so that it helps me in my general life as well. Because how old it may seem, as old as it may seem, it is relevant in today's life as well. You only have to actually sit and try and connect it with your daily life. So for me, so many verses are there, but especially I really love one, that do your karma and do not focus on the result. अपने कर्म पूरी निष्ठा से करो, फल की चिंता मत करो. तो ये चीज है. And my coach always says, Jaspal sir, he always says, you do not get what you want, you get what you deserve. So these sort of things will always keep my head very, online.
Absolutely, and of course you do deserve what you've achieved. But the fact that you're talking about it very openly, very elaborately, you think it's important, because we've seen for the longest time people have not been very open about their beliefs, their faith, and they've just been, sort of guarded. You think it's important to always talk about it, and there should be no inhibitions in, talking about your faith, your culture, your traditions.
Honestly, I feel like India has a very, very rich heritage, rich culture. and we should all come together and actually celebrate it, and not be like, okay, we need to change this thing in our culture. I mean, of course, we should eliminate all the bads that we have in our culture, but so many good things as well we have in our history or like heritage, culture and everything. So we must cherish all that. And I am a kind of person, like, I am very open, I am accepting of other people as well. I mean, if you have certain beliefs, I do not expect anything out of you. I'm open. If you have something that works for you, that's good for you. And I don't, it doesn't bother me what others believe. So I just, it's like, live freely, man.
One of the things that we are really proud about is the fact that India, Bharat, is the fastest growing major economy in the world, and will continue to be so. In fact, the way we've been going for the last 10 years, in the next 5 to 10 years, if we have political stability, if everything is right, there are no major risk factors, then we will be in a situation to be rivaling China. And
let's now take you through the full picture of what really happened at RG Hospital on 9th of August and why the lens is on Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee. The letter that has been accessed by Republic Bangla puts the full spotlight on Mamata's ministry, the health ministry, the decision that was taken by the department to carry out renovation, demolition work just adjacent to the scene of crime. Something that the CBI has actually told the court that the scene of crime was not intact. Now this is the full picture. Let's start with this and let me go across to my colleague Kishalai, who's joining us from Republic Bangla to take us through the first part of what we are now calling the full picture of what happened on 9th of August, 10th of August and the operation cover-up. First to you, Kishalai, take our viewers through the details of the letter that has now exposed the full cover-up.
Well, exactly, Shravan. 9th of August, the brutal rape and murder was all over the media. The whole country was talking about it. The body of Dr. Abhaya was recovered. What happens on 10th of August? The principal of RG, was he really thinking about the murder in his institution? No, he was giving an order. What order did he give? I'll show you now. This is a letter, notification by the government of West Bengal, Office of the Principal, RG Medical College, memo number RKC 4197. Now I'll mark out the portions and show you what happened in this order. Look at this date. 10/8/2024, 10th of August 2024. I'll remind our viewers, 9th of August is the date when Abhaya was found murdered and brutalized. On 10th of August, the principal gives out a notification saying, a notice saying, he writes a letter to the executive engineer of PWD saying, repair, renovation and reconstruction work of on-duty doctor's room is needed. Where is this on-duty doctor's room? It is just beside the seminar hall where Abhaya was found, a few meters away. Now he's saying, Sandeep Ghosh is saying that this needs to be done on an urgent basis. This needs to be done on an urgent basis immediately. He's again saying here, Shravan, we are hereby requested to do the needful immediately, right now. That's what he's saying. Do it right now. Break down the room right now. Now, this is not just his, this is not a statement or notice by just Sandeep Ghosh, but also the issue is already discussed and resolved in the meeting with Principal Secretary, Department of Health and Family Welfare, Government of West Bengal. Narayan Swarup Nigam was there with him in that meeting where this was decided. And where was this happening? First of all, this was happening today, which means 10th of August. Where was it happening? In the boardroom of RG Medical College and Hospital, signed by Sandeep Ghosh, dated 10/8/2024. The Health Secretary of West Bengal, Narayan Swarup Nigam, very close to Mamata Banerjee, was sitting in the boardroom of RG Hospital on 10th of August, evening 6:30 p.m., sitting with Sandeep Ghosh, deciding how to destroy and demolish all the rooms across the seminar hall, and this is what else is this if not tampering of evidence and removing crucial proofs and evidences from the crime scene where Abhaya was found. So this is an institutional method. People of West Bengal are saying that this is an institutional method of tampering with the evidence.
In fact, Kishore, let's now tell our viewers the full picture of what happened on 9th of August, because this letter, ladies and gentlemen, that you see was of 10th when the meeting took place at RG Kaur Hospital. Now I'll tell you what really happened on 9th of August and why that's the other fulcrum of this entire investigation. The 40 minutes cover-up mystery. This is linked to the letter that you actually see. The 40-minute cover-up mystery is because RG Kaur Hospital and Tala Police Station is just about few kilometers away. This is about 5 minutes away. They received a call first around 9:30. 9:30 is when the body was recovered by an assistant professor of RG Kaur Hospital. But after 9:30 till about 10 o'clock is they do not 10:10 is when the call actually goes. Received the first call from RG Kaur police outpost. That's when the diary entry is actually made by the police. The police officers thereafter leave for RG Kaur. So what did they really do between 9:30 in the morning and 10:10 in the morning? That's the big question. We'll come to that. Around 10:30 thereafter, from 10:10 to 10:30, remember that's the time lapse that you see. Tala police station officers reach the spot, and that's when the scene of crime was secured. So almost for 1 full hour, the scene of crime was left completely unattended. The distance between RG Kaur Hospital and Tala Police Station is just about 1 kilometer, which is about exactly 5 minutes. That's the distance that is there. But remember, for the police, it took way much more than that. Distance that you see is for about 5 minutes. But after the call that was received at 10:10, question number 1, why did the RG Kaur Hospital take so much time to inform the outpost, which is just few meters away from the RG Kaur Hospital? That's question number 1. Question number 2, what really happened between those few minutes? And this letter now proves that on the 10th, the scene of crime was tampered with, because there were RG Kaur Hospital authorities, members who carried out a complete recce. They had carried out a survey, and it has been admitted by them that the survey was done. And thereafter, a handwritten note was prepared, and this note that you see finally was issued thereafter. And they, in their letter, say that urgent renovation work should have been carried out. Let me once again go back to my colleague Kishore, who's getting us more details. Kishore, we have also put out the 40-minute cover-up, and that 40-minute cover-up, now seen with this particular letter, raises some very uncomfortable question. That's all that we could pack in this edition of This Is Exclusive. We'll be back tomorrow at the same time with more exclusive stories.
largest news headquarters. Setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Presented by Royal Global University. Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch bano.
10th of August notice by Mamata's department exposes cover-up room next to crime scene, asked to be demolished. Big controversy over Himachal minister's remark on illegal mosque. Shimla residents stage protest. Hearing that took place in 2020 Delhi riots case, state alleges Sharjeel Imam and Omar Khalid led the riots. In a spine-chilling interview, actor Soumya narrates how she was assaulted and raped by influential directors. After back-to-back attacks, Hindus now being profiled, but Yunus says issue is being exaggerated. Vladimir Putin bats for peace talks, says China, India and Brazil could act as mediators.
Presented by Royal Global University. Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch bano.
The room adjacent to the scene of crime at Arjikor Hospital was demolished. This after an official order was actually passed on 10th of August. And this order was passed by a department that comes directly under Mamata Banerjee. Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee also holds the Health Department portfolio. And remember, this very notice that has issued on 10th of August that you see on your screens right now is exactly issued by the principal of Arjikor Hospital, Dr. Sandeep Ghosh. That's on your screens. Now, what you see on your screen is also the date. That's on the 10th. This came just a day after the body was actually recovered. The body was recovered on 9th of August. Now, following day, a meeting was actually held in the principal's office. And they admitted in that very letter that a survey was actually done on 10th of August. This when a day before a murder was reported from that very floor of the hospital. They carried out a survey. Following the survey, a meeting was carried out and it was decided that urgently they are going to carry out the demolition of a room which is just next to the scene of crime. In fact, what you saw, and we are going to now put those images out in a short while from now, when the demolition was actually carried out, questions were basically raised about how there is an operation cover-up at play. Now, what you see this right now on your screen is a letter that has been signed by none other than Dr. Sandeep Ghosh. And the full picture, ladies and gentlemen, is this, that on the 9th of August, too, questions are now being raised about the hospital authorities as to what were they really doing. First, the call that they made to the family members, and the first call, they said that this was a case of suicide and asked the family members to come to the hospital as soon as possible. Then they changed it. In fact, there were 3 calls that were made to the family members and 3 different versions actually came in. Between 9:30 in the morning to about 10:10 in the morning, there was something that was amiss and no one really knows what really happened. So how exactly was this demolition carried out? Were instructions actually given right from the top? Because this department reports to Mamata Banerjee. And that's the reason why the questions are now being asked as to whether at all there were certain instructions that were actually passed, Kishila.
Well, Shravan, this exact question that you are raising is very pertinent at this point of time because Mamata Banerjee who wanted to pass the buck on Sandeep Ghosh, and also TMC repeatedly said that it's Sandeep Ghosh or certain individuals who were connected to this and not the whole system, is now exposed. All of that narrative is now exposed as we show the letter. And this particular area of the letter, I'll just show you the particular portion where it is very clear that the issue is already discussed and resolved with the Principal of Health Secretary, with the Principal Secretary, Health Department, Family and Welfare, Government of West Bengal, and the Director of Medical Education, Department of Health and Family Welfare, Government of West Bengal, today in the boardroom. Therefore, in the boardroom, there was a meeting that took place on 10th of August, and in that meeting, it was decided that this particular room will be demolished. Now, the question is, Mamata Banerjee's department, her close aide, this Narayan Swarup Nigam, the health secretary, who is always connected to her because no decisions are made within the health department when there is no nod from the chief minister. Her nod is the final call for all decisions made. Now, it is impossible to believe that he came down to RG Kar, sat for a meeting just one day after Abhaya was found, and the whole country was talking about it. The whole world was talking about it. Health Secretary came down, sat with Sandeep Ghosh, had a meeting, and then said that let's carry on with this demolition work. I'll also remind you that on 11th, there was a press conference by Narayan Swarup Nigam, the health secretary, where he gave out a statement saying that if there is anyone guilty, including Sandeep Ghosh, I don't remember the exact words, but what he meant in that press conference was, if there is anyone guilty, including Sandeep Ghosh, they must be punished, and something in that regard he tried to mention in that press conference. So he was sitting in that press conference while just one day before he was with Sandeep Ghosh planning the demolition and destruction of evidence at the crime site. Just imagine the hypocrisy within the system and administration of Mamata's government, and people of West Bengal are very angry today. Shawan.
Well, thank you very much, Kishala, for getting us the latest details. What we have essentially seen over the last few weeks is that not just doctors, nurses, but people from different walks of life coming out demanding justice for Abhay. Reclaiming the night has been the clarion call. This after some bizarre decisions have actually been taken by the West Bengal government in terms of even putting a gag order. Take a look at what really happened in Kolkata when the iconic Victoria Memorial went completely dark.
Kolkata continues to witness an uprising like never before. The city went dark for justice in the horrific rape and murder case of Abhaya. And this time, Abhaya's parents joined the chorus. They have now leveled scathing charges.
যখন আমার মেয়ের দেহ আমার ঘরে সাহিত্য ছিল, তখন ডিসি নর আমাদের ঘরের একটা গলিতে ঢুকে ঘরের ভেতরে তিনি আমাকে টাকা দেওয়ার চেষ্টা করেন এবং তার যা জবাব দেওয়ার আমরা সঙ্গে সঙ্গে সেই জবাবটা দিই। ডিসি সেন্টার ইন্দিরা মুখোপাধ্যায় বারবার প্রেস মিট করে মিথ্যা কথা বলছে, মিথ্যাচার করছে। কারণ দেখেন,
her father even stated that the authorities tried to brand the incident as a suicide.
এটা তো প্রথম কাজ ছিল, সেটা কিছু করেনি। দ্বিতীয়টা, বেলা 11টার সময় আমাদের জানানো হয় আমার মেয়ে আত্মহত্যা করেছে। তারা কোনো মেডিকেল টেস্ট করলো না, আগেই তারা বলেছিল আত্মহত্যা করেছে। ঠিক আছে, কেন করেছে এটা সেটা তারাই জানে, তারাই করবে। পোস্টমর্টম করতে হাসপাতালে দেরি করলো কেন? পোস্টমর্টম তো সাধারণত 4-5টার মধ্যে করা উচিত ছিল। আমি 6:30 থেকে 7টার মধ্যে এফআইআর করলাম। আমার এফআইআর এর রেজিস্টার হলো কখন? 11:45 পরে দেখতে পাচ্ছি। ডাক্তার এখানে এত ডাক্তার থাকা সত্ত্বেও এত কিছু জানার পরেও পুলিশ একটা আনন্যাচারাল ডেথ কেস করলো। 12টা থেকে বিকাল 7টা পর্যন্ত আমরা আর্জিকর হসপিটালে পৌঁছেছিলাম, কিন্তু হাসপাতাল কর্তৃপক্ষ এবং ঊর্ধ্বতন কর্তৃপক্ষ কেউ আমাদের সঙ্গে কি কথাও বলেনি।
The charges are damning. There was also an alleged delay in the post-mortem and an attempt to pass off the barbaric rape and murder as a case of unnatural death. Her father said that the family was asked to rush through the cremation rituals after they reached the crematorium. Her family questioned the haste in removing her remains from Archikar despite their plea for more time. The fury is unshakable, and the chorus only grows louder. And yet, there is nothing but faint glimmer of hope for justice that are propelling Abhaya's parents to continue to fight for her. The kin too demanded exemplary punishment to those directly and indirectly responsible for their daughter's fate.
আমরা তো চেয়েছিলাম বডিটা থাক, কিন্তু সেই সুযোগ আমাদের প্রশাসন দেয়নি। আমরা শুধু সবার কাছে একটাই দাবি, যে নারকীয় কাণ্ডে যারা প্রত্যক্ষ বা পরোক্ষভাবে জড়িত তাদের দৃষ্টান্তমূলক শাস্তি হোক এবং
As the glaring allegations spill, the question is, just how deep-seated is the cover-up?
A political face-off has erupted in Himachal Pradesh over the alleged illegal construction of Sanjoli Masjid in Shimla. This after Congress leader, a minister, had demanded that the mosque should be razed because of the illegal construction that has taken place, resulting in massive protests taking place in Shimla. Take a look at this report.
Streets of Shimla filled with a widespread protest. Contentious dispute unfolds over the alleged illegal construction inside a mosque in Shimla's Sanjoli area.
Controversy have erupted over the illegal construction of mosque in Shimla, Sanjoli. So these are the visuals here where you can see that hundreds of the Hindu organization members are protesting and marching. They are saying that the illegal construction of the mosque building, which has been done from 2010 onward, should be demolished. Looking into this now, the hundreds of Hindu organization members are on road. They are protesting, they are marching, they are sloganing and saying that these structures should be demolished, and they have given an ultimatum to the state government and to the MC authorities as this case is pending with them.
Himachal Pradesh Minister Vikramaditya Singh has assured action based on the ambit of law.
तो उसमें मैं तो ये कहूँगा कि सरकार द्वारा कार्रवाई जहाँ तक उसके स्ट्रक्चर के इलीगैलिटी की है उसके ऊपर जो है वो कार्रवाई करवाई जा रही है। अभी तो क्योंकि ये मैटर म्यूनिसिपल कॉरपोरेशन के जो कमिश्नर हैं शिमला के, उनके अधीन है, विचाराधीन है, काफ़ी लंबे समय से वहाँ पर पेंडिंग है, तो उसमें कितना स्क्वायर फुट अलाउड है, कितनी परमिशन उसमें ली गई है और कितनी नहीं ली गई है, वो तो वहीं पर ही उसका तय होगा अल्टीमेटली कि व्हाट इज़ द डिसीजन, और उसके बेसिस पर गवर्नमेंट एक्ट करेगी। अगर इलीगल है तो निश्चित तौर से उसके ऊपर कार्रवाई करवाई जाएगी, इसका मैं पूरा विश्वास दिलाना चाहता हूँ।
Congress Minister Anirudh Singh earlier said that this is not an issue related to a temple or mosque. Singh stated that the issue is that of an illegal construction. Meanwhile, AIMIM leader Asaduddin Owaisi slammed the Grand Old Party over its stance. The case that is now set to be heard on Saturday at the Municipal Commissioner's Court will decide the fate of the construction. The corporation report claims of unauthorized construction within a religious building in Sanjoli. The Waqf board is actively challenging the case. The controversy erupted when Sanjoli residents and others rallied on Sunday, protesting against the alleged construction. Locals insist that multiple floors of the mosque were erected illegally in a remarkably short span of time. With the hill state grappling with its fresh crisis, what will be CM Sukhu's way forward?
Controversy has erupted over the illegal construction of the 3-storied building here in Shimla, Sanjauli. Hundreds of Hindu organization members are protesting regarding that. Already an ultimatum has been given that if the structure is illegal, it should be demolished as per the law. And regarding that, the issue has been raised in the Himachal session by the cabinet ministers Anirudh Singh and Vikram Aditya Singh. So the case is pending and the Hindu organizations are waiting for an action to be taken here. But people are quite angry over the construction which has been done illegally.
Security has been heightened in Jammu and Kashmir ahead of the assembly polls following a terrorist encounter in Thandimadi in Rajpuri district. Additional security personnel have been deployed in highways and vital road links in Srinagar and adjacent districts to prevent any untoward incident. Haryana Cabinet Minister Chaudhry Ranjit Singh Chotala resigned from his position in the Nayab Saini cabinet. Chotala expressed his frustration with the BJP for not giving him a ticket from Rania assembly seat. He announced his intention to contest the elections from Rania and emphasized his determination to demonstrate his strength through a roadshow. VHP and Delhi Sant Mahamandal submitted an MOU to Union Home Minister Amit Shah concerning the atrocities against Hindu minorities in Bangladesh. General Secretary of Delhi Sant Mahamandal stated that they met with the Home Minister to express their concerns about the situation of Hindu community.
आदरणीय गृह मंत्री जी से हम लोग मिले संतों के साथ और परिषद के अधिकारियों के साथ। उन्होंने हमें बड़ी गंभीरता से सुना है। हमने चिंता व्यक्त की है कि वहाँ का जो हिंदू है वो बांग्लादेश का ही नागरिक है और अपने नागरिक की रक्षा करना वहाँ की सरकार का कर्तव्य होता है, तो उन्हें करना चाहिए। और मुझे लगता है हमारी सरकार ने कहा है कि जो प्रारंभ में हुआ सो हुआ, अब किसी हिंदू के साथ अन्याय नहीं होगा। उसके लिए हम सतत वहाँ की सरकार से संपर्क में हैं और हम हिंदुओं की रक्षा करें।
2 people died and 3 are in critical condition after a bus carrying 32 students from Loyola School on the outskirts of the city of Manvi in Karnataka collided with a government transport bus that was heading towards Raichur. Few of the injured children's legs have been amputated and many are grievously injured. Six Maoists were killed and 2 security personnel were injured during an operation carried out in the Bhadradi district of Telangana. This incident was reported near the border of Chhattisgarh. The operation was conducted by Telangana Greyhounds, resulted in a cache of weapons being recovered. This incident comes just a few days after 9 Maoists were eliminated in another encounter operation by the security forces. Following a major storm in the Malayalam film industry, Mollywood representatives from the Karnataka film industry, including social activist Vijayamma, actor Chetan and Shruti Hariharan met with Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah. The delegation requested for the formation of a committee similar to the Justice Hema Committee to address their concerns. The film industry for rights and equality has supported the demand and called for a government-backed committee to investigate the Sandalwood film industry.
Time he talked nicely, he took the report, but at the same he took the petition with 153 names from inside the industry and outside.